Yesterday I think we lost him.
Yes, and
yeah, I don't hear.
Okay.
I think it's gone.
I think it's gone. Should I just take it ahead?
Yes, Sanjay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Sanjay Agarwal. I'm the General Secretary of the RSSDI. And a warm welcome to all of you to this wonderful meeting that's being hosted under the banner of the IDF Southeast Asia. We have luminaries on the platform, and Peter and Azad and Mesbah and so many other people who are, who have done so much of incredible amount of work for the IDF. Today, we're going to have a lovely academic session starting today onwards till tomorrow, and we look forward to a great interaction with everybody. I would like to invite now Dr. Azad Khan to welcome everybody, and we will start the inauguration proceedings. Welcome, Dr. Kamlesh, also to the meeting.
Dr. Azad Khan, sir.
Dr. Azad Khan, sir. Dr. Azad Khan is the chairman of the IDF Southeast Asia, and he's done an incredible amount of work in the IDF. So, sir, over to you.
I'm so sorry I lost my link. I'm back. So sorry. Thank you for taking over.
I think I again apologize for being a bit late, but I think that has also been good for other people to join in the same time. I would like to thank Monsi for taking this initiative. I think this is an excellent initiative in which not only that we discuss scientific and healthcare delivery matters, but also it gives an opportunity to meet each other, to see each other, which is, of course, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. With these few words, I would say to proceed with the proceedings. Thank you.
So now we have with us Dr. Kamlesh Kunti. He is a special invitee. And Kamlesh, we know he is a very senior diabetologist based at UK, London, Leicester. And he's also a trustee of South Asian Health Foundation. We thought as this meeting is belonging to IDF Southeast Asia, he'll be the right person to whom we should invite him as a special invitee for the inauguration of this function. So now I request Dr. Kamlesh Kunti for a few words for International Diabetic Federation, particularly for Southeast Asia, and his work from UK on South Asian Health Foundation. Dr. Kamlesh, over to Dr. Kamlesh.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear chief guests, dear Azad, Dr. Azad Khan, dear Pete Swartz, and of course, Bansi, thank you so much for this kind invitation. I'm really, really delighted to join today. I always have a supportive role for Southeast Asia. As you know, I originate from Southeast Asia and in India. And it's always a massive pleasure when I get invited. And the meetings are of such high caliber. I'm hoping that the meeting today is of as high caliber and will be, and wishing you all the success over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you. We have with us Dr. Mesbah. Mesbah is a Diabetes Asia Study Group President. As this meeting, Asia is such a big, and International Diabetic Federation actually divided Asia in three parts. One is with Western Pacific, some part is with Western Pacific, then we have with Southeast Asia, and then we have a MENA region where North Africa and Middle East is included. But Mesbah we have also one organization where it's all Asian countries are part of it, and Dr. Mesbah based at ISIP, who is going to do again Diabetes Asia meeting next week. It will be in Luxor. We all will be there again. So Mesbah is a current president of Diabetes Asia. So I request Dr. Mesbah for a few words from Diabetes Asia as well as for IDF Southeast Asia. And he's a very active member of Middle East and North Africa too. Over to Dr. Mesbah. Please unmute. Please unmute, sir. Mesbah, please unmute. You are on mute.
Yes.
Yes.
Dear friends, thank you very much for this kind of invitation. Thank you for you, Azad and Banshi. This is a great initiative in our nearby Asia countries, and as a president of DASGA, I see that this is a very intelligent and hard work to have all the Asian countries with specific identity in the problem of diabetes, to have these problems in the 2 scientific days. And I think when I go through the scientific program, I found there is a very intelligent stress upon the special peculiarities of diabetes in our Asian group. And I think this will add much for the welfare of the people of diabetes in the region. And as a president of DAS, I see that this is a must, that we must go deep for the roots of the problem in the diabetes in our countries. And I welcome you all again in Egypt in 2 occasions. Once in Luxor and the 15 February, and the other in March in Cairo. And we hope that we will meet again. And this is a good opportunity to meet and see all the prominent people that working for diabetes, starting from the Peter Schwartz and Azad and Banshi and all our colleagues from all over the world belonging to diabetes in Asia. Thank you very much, and I wish all the best and all success for your Congress.
Thank you, Meshba. We have with us Dr. Pinar from Turkey. She is with Primary Care Diabetes Europe. She is a special invitee. Pinar, few words from you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, dear Banshi, on behalf of Primary Care Diabetes Europe, for your kind invitation. And I would like to congratulate all the respected presidents and president-elects and our dear friends from India. And dear Kamlesh, special hello to you, respected colleague and good old friend. So it is a pleasure for me to represent Primary Care Diabetes Europe, and Dr. Sabu is a member of the Education Committee, and we are very much looking forward as PCDE to many fruitful collaborations with our respected colleagues in the Southeast Asian region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we invite Peter, there are dignitaries from all over from Southeast Asia, and we invited all organizations who are the member of Southeast Asia and International Diabetic Federation. To start with, we have with us Dr. Anil Boraskar, one of the senior most diabetologists of our country, who will represent Diabetic Association of India. He is patron for us for many of our meetings. Dr. Boraskar is based at Mumbai, and he was also past chair of International Diabetic Federation of Southeast Asia. So I request Dr. Boraskar sir for a few words of blessings and his wisdom of words for IDF Southeast Asia. Over to Dr. Boraskar sir.
Thank you very much, Bansi. I'm so glad you invited me for this gathering, and I'm so happy to see my old friends back into action and their youthful look, which makes me feel that I got to do something to stay young. And one of the methods of keeping young, to be in the company of young people who are dynamic. And luckily for India, we have a very dynamic leadership everywhere. And Southeast Asia is going to help them promoting the care for diabetes in this region. I wish you all the best for the Congress, and my really sincere thanks for inviting me for this function. Thank you, Bansi.
Thank you. We have with us Shamim from Bangladesh. He represents Eminence Diabetic Association from Bangladesh. Over to Dr. Shamim, please.
Thank you, Bansi. I should start my statement. This is a great initiative, and this is some sort of, good leadership from the Southeast Asian region. As we know that in the last IDF conference, Banshi Sabu became the, next Southeast regional president, and his initiative organizing this type of, conference from Southeast Asian shows that there is a good activities is coming up under his leadership. Finally, in this meeting, our all friends and colleagues, I should say that this joint effort for Southeast Asian region is essential to prevent the diabetes as well as to manage the diabetes for the poor people in this region. Thank you, Banshi.
Thank you. We have with us Dr. Bij Makkar from Delhi. He is currently president of RSSDA, one of the biggest organization of diabetologists in the world. Maybe after ADA and ESD, we may have highest number of doctors, professionals who are member of RSSDA, more than 10,000. And we have with us Dr. Makkar, who is very active member of IDF Southeast Asia, as well as very active member of International Diabetic Federation. Over to Dr. Makkar.
Thank you, Dr. Banshi. Greetings from India for everyone. Dr. Peter Schwartz, President-elect, Professor Azad sir, Dr. Boraskar, Dr. Banshi, my colleagues from different countries, Dr. Mesbah. I must apologize to Dr. Mesbah for not being able to make it to the DSG meeting despite his very generous and kind invitation. So I think this IDF Southeast Asia region, the learnings from IDF is a fantastic idea, and it's great for people who have not been able to make to international meetings and or not able to attend all the sessions. Nobody can do it, and there is so much scientific material to learn from. So I think these initiatives will go a long way in not only disseminating knowledge to a bigger number of people who can benefit, but as Professor Azad Khan said, it is also great opportunity to stay connected amongst us, which is very important. So my congratulations to Dr. Khan, Dr. Azad Khan, Dr. Banshi for this great initiative, and I wish all the success for this meeting.
Thank you. We have friends from Mauritius Diabetic Association. Dr. Sukram joined. If Sukram, please unmute yourself and show your video for a few words. We have with us Dr. Gunjan. Dr. Gunjan, please, you can unmute from, yes, Dr. Sukram from Mauritius. Mauritius Diabetic Association is a member of International Diabetic Federation, Southeast Asia. Sukram, you unmute yourself. Unmute. Yes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. Good day, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Greetings from Mauritius. I am Dr. Sukram from the Mauritius Diabetes Association, and I'm glad to join this meeting. I was in Lisbon, but unfortunately, of course, we can't attend all the presentations, and it's a great opportunity for us to see some of the presentations that were made, which many of us could not attend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have with us Dr. Gunjan from Mauritius. Dr. Malilka from Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
So, few words from Sri Lankan Diabetic Association for this idea of Southeast Asia meeting.
I apologize, Banshi. I don't know what happened. Suddenly my connection went off when I started the introduction, but then it took a while to join. I do apologize. And of course, it's a very great initiative because, as you know, only a few Sri Lankans joined, but there is a vast majority, especially our junior colleagues and the trainees who could not make it to Lisbon. it's very expensive, and the situation here does not warrant a large delegation to go for these meetings nowadays. So I think it will be a very useful thing for us. And I have shared everything with our junior colleagues and the trainees, especially the endocrine and the general medical trainees. And I'm sure they will greatly benefit by these sessions. Great idea, and I wish all the very best.
Thank you. We have with us Dr. Nasir Hussain from Faridpur Diabetic Association, Bangladesh. And we have with us Mrs. Shuru from Maldives. If they want to speak few words. Shashank is joining within few minutes, but before that, I would like to invite Dr. Peter. I'm sure every one of you know Dr. Peter. He is current president-elect of International Diabetic Federation. Peter, just to tell you that what the idea of doing these learnings from International Diabetic Federation, as Marilka rightly saying that everyone can't reach or can't attend the International Diabetic Federation meeting, which was the biannual meeting, which happened just before some time at Lisbon. And at the same time, there are multiple talk in multiple rooms also, so it is not possible for everyone. And this is a idea where online meeting we can have, which is very, very cost effective. And we invited all those speakers who were part of this part of the country, this part of the world, who were representing in IDF. And at the same time, few speakers, eminent speakers who were there, we asked them, and we are really thankful to them that they agreed to speak again on those topics which they have already talked during IDF. This was the idea. And just to share, I will again share in my thanks that more than 7,000 doctors are going to attend this meeting. We had kept this free.
Excellent.
It is completely free registration. Maximum number of doctors definitely from India, as we could advertise it much more in India, but again from Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, even from Nepal, Maldives, Mauritius, Myanmar, Tibet, Bhutan, and some of them are from Afghanistan, Pakistan, and even Indonesia and Malaysia, who also registered for this meeting. It's completely free, and the idea was that, to make IDF Southeast Asia also more popular in all these countries, and to invite all these countries' organization and their president and secretary on this platform on inauguration.
Very good.
We can all interact and we can see each other. With this idea, we have done this inauguration program. I am sorry if I could not communicate you properly. The idea was to keep one inauguration session, and then individually we invited them for their talk. With these few words, I request now Dr. Professor Peter, President-elect of International Diabetic Federation, is the chief guest for a few words. We have now Shashank just joined. He was busy with Dr. Peter. Shashank. So now over to Dr. Peter.
Yeah, dear Banshi, I actually would like to start and say it's a great honor for me to participate, because we had a very nice meeting in Lisbon, and you just introduced me as a new president-elect of IDF, and this was taking place in Lisbon, where I had the chance to get elected as the upcoming president-elect. And it is for me a great honor to serve IDF. And if we ask ourselves, what is IDF? IDF at the end is all of us, is our engagement, is our enthusiasm, our passion to work for people with diabetes. And as this previous speaker already have said, it is good to organize a meeting as a World Congress of Diabetes, but the downside is not everyone can attend. And especially after the pandemic and in this situation where it's becoming also expensive to travel to Europe and so on. So it is difficult for many people from regions in the world to attend such a meeting. But it's our obligation. We have to, it's our obligation to spread the idea. What is new in taking care for people with diabetes? What are innovative ideas? But how also implementing this into practice where there is no diabetes care, where there is no infrastructure for a high-level diabetes care, and how to develop diabetes care in an environment where the people have to pay for it and have to pay a lot of money from their daily budget for diabetes care. These are challenges which vary a lot between Europe, United States, Asia, Latin America, and the Pacific region. And this is what IDF has to address. And the way to do it is what is just put into place with this meeting here. So Banshi, I would like to congratulate you, because what you have organized with this initiative here is the basic spirit of IDF to bring new information about good diabetes care to the people at the place, at the point of care, there where the patients with diabetes are, but also where the diabetes teams are. So I would not like, or I don't want only to thank you. I want to express that it's a great honor for me to be part of this meeting, to spread this idea. And it's a great achievement from you to bring 7,000 people together who listen what we have discussed a few weeks ago in Lisbon. So I would like to follow all the previous speakers who have said it's an excellent meeting with a very high level of science and practice in diabetes care. It's excellent that all the people are coming together to share these ideas. It's excellent that for the region in the world where I was last weekend in Pakistan, and someone told me this region is the capital of diabetes. So the region where you are just working is the region with the highest prevalence of diabetes. So if IDF is acting, if IDF is doing something, it has to be in this region. So I wish you a very enthusiastic and good and high-level meeting. Not only for discussing science, also for discussing especially how to put science into practice, how to change our strategies or improve our strategies if we see the next patient with diabetes in our office. And I would like to express all the people here from the different regions a deep thank in the name of IDF for doing this activity, for giving the presentation, and dear Banshi, a special thank for organizing it.
Thank you, Dr. Peter. Now I request Dr. Shashank Joshi, immediate past chair of International Diabetic Federation Southeast Asia, elder brother to me, always advisor, chief advisor of all the meetings which is happening in India under his guidance. So now I request Dr. Shashank Joshi for a few words. Over to Dr. Shashank.
So Banshi, my apologies first of all. I was giving a talk at the DFOOT meeting. We are celebrating 100 years of M. Vishwanathan, and Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan had organized this meeting on diabetic foot, where we had the ADA president, and our good friend Linda is here from the IDF. And I'm going to call Linda also to say a few words, but I agree and echo whatever Peter said. We are all here committed for making lives of people living with diabetes better. This is Linda Pedrosa, our vice president of IDF. Yeah. And we were all accumulated here for the diabetic foot. We want to do capacity building. We want to listen, learn, and engage physicians. And Banshi, I congratulate you once again with Dr. Azad Khan for doing this educational activity, which is so important for people in this region. I'll ask Linda to say a few words and then I'll talk.
Yeah, it's been very good, all the meeting. Many people, they are very much motivated and fight against ulcers and amputations. I think this is a very important meeting, and I think also that they are going to carry on all the ideas that we have been discussing during these 2 days. And Shashank gave a very good lecture as well.
So once again, I congratulate everybody. And Dr. Akhtar, Dr. Peter, keep supporting our region. We have one of the largest prevalences of diabetes in the world. We want to make it affordable, accessible, and we want to make people living with diabetes, their care to be ensured that we give the best care to them. And Banshi, these educational activities really help the last mile foot soldiers, whether they're educators, nutritionists, dietitians, or doctors, so that they can manage their people living with diabetes better. We are all here for a single goal, that is to serve people living with diabetes. And I hope that that mandate is there. I'm grateful to Dr. Akhtar, Peter, Kamlesh, and all our global faculty for helping India, and Asia and Southeast Asian region and the Middle East and North African region. So that we can take care of people living with diabetes, because I think we are in a global world, in a global village. So I think, we don't have borders with internet around and Zoom around. And I think therefore education also has no barrier, and therefore we can do better capacity building. We have had some great initiatives. I am talking of a consensus which is coming out from Southeast Asia region on diabetes in the young, which is growing as a big problem. Pre-diabetes as a big problem. And we seek mentorship of, Akhtar, Peter, Kamlesh, and many other leaders who have joined this call. And once again, congratulations, Bansi. Keep doing all your fantastic work. And Dr. Azad Khan, our chair. And let's hope that we can make people's lives with diabetes in our region better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shashank. First of all, I would like to give thanks to Professor Azad Khan, who is currently chair of IDF Southeast Asia. And when we were there at Lisbon, when we discussed that what should be our first activity, I suggested them, let us do one learnings from International Diabetic Federation. And he agreed. And then along with him, Dr. Vishwajit and the complete Bangladesh team, they were with me and they allowed me to do it. And then we contacted everyone. So first of all, my big thanks to Professor Azad Khan, who is currently chair of IDF Southeast Asia. Then thanks to Professor Akhtar, who is current president of International Diabetic Federation. When I asked him, and we have written a mail to him that we want to do this, then he agreed. And then he told, yes, please go ahead and do this meeting. Thanks to Professor Peter, who is current president-elect of International Diabetic Federation, who is always very supportive. In between also, we have talked 2-3 times, Dr. Makkar and Peter, for India and IDF also. There were a few meetings which we have done online, and is very, very supportive to IDF Southeast Asia as well as for India. So we are very much thankful to Dr. Peter Swartz. And even last moment, he was a bit confused that this inauguration program separately we had kept, but still he could join. I just called him, please join for a few minutes, and he could join from his phone. So I'm really very thankful and grateful to you for this meeting. We have 2 very special invitees with us, Dr. Kamlesh Kunti, Dr. Meshba, and Dr. Pinar. Dr. Kamlesh Kunti also I just called before some time, and he is like guide, a friend for us, and very, very close friend from India. He is based in UK, Lister. We all know he's a very senior diabetologist and a very famous researcher. So Dr. Kamlesh is always there with us, and he is from South Asia Health Foundation as a trustee. And as being this meeting is from Southeast Asia IDF, I thought he will be the very right person to be invited as a special invitee at this inauguration. So I'm really thanking Dr. Kamlesh for sparing your very valuable time with us and for a few minutes with this inauguration function. I'm again thanking Dr. Meshba. Even he is very busy because next week, within 3 days, he is going to organize Diabetes Asia meeting, which is a very big meeting, along with Egyptian Diabetic Association meeting at Luxor, where I'll be going. So Meshba, I invited him as a president of Diabetes Asia as a special invitee. Dr. Pinar, we were talking for primary care diabetes Europe and high PCD can be associated more with where actually Kamlesh introduced me to primary care diabetes Europe. So I'm thanking Pinar for joining this meeting. Just before some time, Professor Azad Khan, along with the Vishwajit, is a very backbone for IDF Southeast Asia. Any meeting which we are doing in Southeast Asia or any meeting with Bangladesh, it is the Vishwajit to whom I can call anytime, and he always supports me. So a very big thanks, big round of applause for Dr. Vishwajit, who is always there with us. Then all the organization president, it is starting from Dr. Anil Bhoraskar from India, Diabetic Association of India, Dr. S.R. Arvind from Diabetes India, Dr. Makkar from RSSDI. Then we have with us Dr. Sunil Gupta and Dr. Sanjay Agarwal from RSSDI. And then organization like from Bangladesh, we have with us Dr. Sri Lankan doctor from Mauritius, from Nepal. So I just want to name every one of them because Dr. Shamim was here with us, Dr. Nasir Hussain was there, Dr. Shiru from Maldives, she is there, Dr. Sukram is there from Mauritius Diabetic Association, Dr. Manilka from Sri Lanka Diabetic Association, Dr. Balkrishnan Sestra from Nepal Diabetic Association. So they all are here, and I'm really thanking them and thankful to them, their organization. They have sent this invitation to all their members also. And we have more than 7,000 doctors, definitely largest number of the doctors who are registered for this meeting from India only. So I'm thanking each and every participant who is registered for this meeting. But all these, I also would like to thank three important industry partners. One is USV, where Farida is current president of USV, and the Joshi, Mr. Joshi, who is taking care of Nepal and Sri Lanka and many other countries from USV, who helped me to disseminate this information to these many countries. And because of him, I could join many of I could get connected with these people. And because of him also, we could get many doctors who are registered from Nepal and Sri Lanka. Same way, can I have with us with Lupin? He is there with us, Gagan, Mr. Gagan from Lupin, who is also taking care of Nepal. So he could help me to get few doctors from Nepal to get registered. And then we have with us Mrs. Nirmala Joshi. She is from Abbott, India. And because of her, we could get many doctors from India who are registered for this meeting. So I'm thanking Nirmala from Abbott, from USV, Farida, and Mr. Gagan from Lupin. I'm also thanking all the members, associations, along with many members who are very active. Like I can see some of my friends like Amit, Dr. Rutul, Dr. Vipul, Dr. Durvi, Dr. Sunil Gupta, Dr. Mayank, Dr. Pradeep. So many doctors from India who are very actively participating and helping me, not only for conducting this program, but also for disseminating this information to many other doctors to get registered for this program. So I'm thanking, once again, thanks to RX Events for giving me this wonderful platform where I could connect everyone. And we will have for 2 days sessions, which are learnings from IDF. So thanking all the speakers, faculty members, chairpersons, who will join, who will spare their very valuable time with us. And some of them, because of their busy schedule, they have recorded their session. And really, I am very much thankful that they have recorded their session. And then again, they will be available for question answer session. So once again, thanking all the participants, all the faculty members, all the chairpersons, all the organization president, secretary, and the industry partners who could support, and RX Events, and all the IDF leadership, starting from Ajad Khan and Shashank Joshi, Peter, and Dr. Akhtar, for giving us this platform. And from Southeast Asia, we could do this meeting as a learnings from IDF. With this, I am thanking each one of you, and we can close this program, and then we will start right at 2 o'clock our program, scientific program. Thank you. If anybody wants to make any other comments, they are welcome. Otherwise, we can close this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Kamlesh. Thank you, Meshba.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kinal.
Banshi. Thank you. I see you. See you next week.
Fantastic conference. Thank you.
Thank you. You will be there for your talk live.
we go on the sharing screen, and then I will
Yes,
see that whether
you
I can
can
find.
start and share the screen.
Yeah, I think we need to go there. I hope you do you see my slides?
Yes, I can see the slides, and we all know Dr. Akhtar. He is current president of International Diabetic Federation. To introduce him, it's really my great pleasure, and thanking him for being here with us for this online meeting which we are doing from IDF Southeast Asia. Over to Dr. Akhtar. We have with us Dr. Co-Chair Dr. Anuj Meshri. He will be joining little later, maybe another 5 or 10 minutes. We have with us Dr. Azad Khan, who will be the next speaker, and currently he is the chair of IDF Southeast Asia. We have again great pleasure with us Dr. Peter, who is currently president-elect of International Diabetic Federation. Now I request Professor Akhtar Hussain to give his talk on a global access to insulin and the International Diabetic Federation. Over to Dr. Akhtar.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi, and it's a great pleasure for me to talk in India. As I have said many times, India is not a kind of foreign country. This is my country, and I do not see the division between Bangladesh and India. This is the political division. This is I feel that this is our home. India is our home, and that so having said it, and thanks to Dr. Bansi and also our Dr. Shashank, and also my respected Professor Azad Khan for organizing this conference. And I think this is one of the conferences which International Diabetes Federations take it seriously and take a great pleasure. And we thank all those who support to spread the news of the IDF and and the messages that we want to convey. As you know that in my speech in the Congress, in the General Assembly and also in the Congress, that I said that one of the biggest challenges that I see from the IDF side is actually global access to insulin and what IDF can do. Before I start my talk, I would also like to say that IDF is your organization. This is a federation of all the member associations. These kind of congresses, this message can only be made public or made success only with your direct support. So please, you do support your member as your federation. This is your federation that you have created. As you know, that we all know the history of insulin. That this Langerhans, that was actually found. A medical student from Berlin discovers a distinct collection of cells within the pancreas, and this was actually discovered in 1869. And Eugen Oppe discovered that the islets of Langerhans produce insulin, and that destruction of these cells result in diabetes. So the insulin didn't start from 1922. So it started a long history. And already in 1960, the Romanian professor Nicolae Paulsen develops an extract of the pancreas and shows that it lowers blood sugar in diabetic dogs. So the knowledge of insulin was there since 1869. And Dr. Frederick Banting and medical student Charles Best performed the experiments on the pancreas on the dogs in 1921. And we did this experiment on a 14-year-old boy with type 1 diabetes called Leonard Thompson, and at the first medical admission of insulin, and survived for another 13 years. He died of infection later, but not due to diabetes. In 1923, Banting and MacLeod awarded the Nobel Prize of Physiology on medicine, and Banting and MacLeod, however, feel Best and Collip were equally eligible and shared their prize money with their two colleagues. This was in 1923. So as we know that we all know that a new race of diabetes has come up on the science, that is said that in 1922. And now they said that at that time, the Lawrence, R.D. Lawrence, who was the first president of the International Diabetes Federation, he survived, and he made it say that now the modern discoveries, particularly insulin, have completely changed the outlook. There is no reason why a diabetic should not, if he can, be taught to do so, lead a long, normal life. And have we reached there? Which was the vision in 1925. And you see that after about 100 years, we are far from this vision. As you know, that patents for insulin that on January 23rd and 2030, Banting the Best, were awarded the American patients for insulin, and they sold the patient to the University of Toronto for $1 each. And Banting notably said, insulin does not belong to me, it belongs to the world. It was that everyone who needed access to it to have it. And you see that now that what he said, that insulin does not belong to me, it belongs to the world. Is it true? It belongs to the policies. Now the policies in different countries, policies both at the national and international levels, actually owns insulin, accessibility of insulin to the people, not to the world. You see the impact of the miracle insulin that was demonstrated. You can see that what was the life expectancy in 1897, and then how it gradually increased. Now we are expecting about 75%. But this is it the global picture? This is published in Lancet in 2003. But is it the global picture? It's far from it. And then comes the insulin industry. And you know that the history of the insulin industry is that NPH as an international acting insulin is a marker by Danish pharmaceutical company Novo Nordisk. In 1995, the insulin sequenced the British biochemist Frederick Sanger, and Sanger actually, he got a Nobel Prize in chemistry, and insulin became the first human protein to be chemically synthesized in 1963. And then is to say this industrial development, the biotechnology from 1978, from the DNA techniques to produce the human insulin, and 1982 synthetic insulin renamed as humanism, making it distinct from the insulin derived from the animals. 1985, Novo Nordisk introduced the insulin pen, and 1992, Medtronic releases the Minimed 506 insulin pump. 1996, Eli Lilly marketed the analogs of insulin Lispro, and 2000, more than 470 patients with type 2 received the islet cell transplantation. So you see that development has been tremendous in science and in a kind of very limited space. And then we can just continue that this biotechnology from Gentech, and then it is synthesizing of insulin. Novo Nordisk introduced the insulin pen, and Medtronic releases the Minimed, and the more than I think it was a kind of. So if you look at the global dominance of three multinationals, that who actually owns the insulin. If you see this, the global domination of three, these are little old data. You can say this is from 2011. I have checked today. The figure is more or less constant. These three industry. I do not think that this is anything wrong. But we have to say that the industry, the government, the civil society, we have a common responsibility where we are failing to meet the needs of those who are not receiving insulin for their life. And that is what I'm trying to say. So as you know that if you recognize the insulin is an essential medicine, but concerned that despite of being discovered 100 years ago, globally about half of the people in need of insulin have no or irregular access. This is the situation. And this data is actually from 2022. Whilst Sub-Saharan Africa, this number was found to be only 1 in 7 people. 1 in 7 people who have access to data. Robert D. Lawrence, 1922, declared that, as I said, that now the modern discoveries have said it. And when at all insulin prices, availability, affordability in 13 low-income countries. So these are the references that you see on this right-hand side. You can see that it was in 2019 and 2021. So these data are not very old. That when we say that 50% of the people have access to insulin, or in Sub-Saharan Africa, it is only 1 in 7. Let's say that what is the cost prices? You see that here on this last is the cost production, human insulin, and the analogs. You see that cost production, the government procurement, patient prices, private sector. And also for the analogs, you see the cost of production is a little higher, but you see that where we end in the private sector. And that is the picture on the reality that you have to see that this is the situation, and this is from 2021. We have to see that there should be kind of limit. We all need to cooperate with our corporate partners, but we also must be able to tell their responsibility. Together ours. We professionals, we go to all big conferences with our partners, but how many times we raise this issue? And you see the availability of insulin in Sub-Saharan Africa, it also differs. Sub-Saharan Africa is not one. If you say that, for example, to Benin, to, for example, Zambia, that you see that, for example, Mauritius and Mozambique is probably in a better situation. But if you look at the private sector, so you see that these countries have put some effort in the public sector. But as you know that there's often in the globally that the public sector, that if you go to the public sector, the prices are somewhat lower, but the insulins are not often available. So you will be forced to go to the private market. If you look at these prices, that how it increased, the Medicaid reimbursement trends covered of insulin products from 1991 to 2014. So you see that how it increased. And what is the rapid acting insulin that had the highest peak of insulin? You see that. The long acting is followed by long acting and the premixed, and then the short and the intermediate insulin. So this is what we are observing, and that creates a problem because most of the people cannot afford to have this rapid acting or long acting insulin, and there we see a lot of nocturnal hypoglycemia being present. Biden, the president of the United States in 2021, he said, imagine what it's like to look at your child who needs insulin and have no idea how you are going to pay for it. Biden said, let's cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month so everyone can afford it. Biden added that drug companies will still do very well, they say. Why the rich country like United States is happening? Because of the policies. Because they believe in the free market, the companies are free to set the market prices as the way they do. I don't think that companies are any bad people. They are people like you and me. We act in accordance with the laws of a particular country. So this is also another picture in order to say, if you see the insulin and in terms of the affordability, and this is the kind of wages, how many days? Okay, $40 is not $40 in the United States is not a $40 in India or $40 in Bangladesh. If you translate in $40 in Indian rupees or Bangladeshi taka, it becomes completely different thing. So this is a data that is calculating the affordability in days wages, that how many days, and you will see that you'll be very surprised to see that how many days income you need in order to have a vial of insulin. And imagine that if you have a family of 5 or 6, as most of our people in India or Bangladesh have, and that one child is type 1, how the family survives. Why it is like that? You see that, for example, it's one example for Vietnam. We looked at, for example, how this is the central depot. It says a 5% import duty. Then in Vietnam, it comes to Vietnam, and then it comes to the distributor, and then goes to the 7% to distributor, and the other course that goes to the public hospital, and 7% distribution, or it goes to the private pharmacies. That goes to the wholesalers, and they also take additions. Then it goes to the patients with health insurances and patients without health insurance, and in the private sector, there is no coverage for such a thing. And at the end of the day, this final prices is extended by 130 and 149%, about 150% that increased. We must do something in order to see this distribution, and this is the mechanism of the local government. Therefore, all our member associations, I will urge to talk to the local governments, the policymakers. IDF is keen to work with the local governments, but IDF cannot work with the local governments without making the connection by our member associations to the relevant governments. And for example, the human cost and decreased life expectancy, as you have said that how this is the life expectancy increased. But if you say in Mali, Mozambique, Vietnam, Zambia, and Nicaragua, you see that Nicaragua is still the socialist countries. They probably have doing better than the non-socialist countries in the poor countries. And then comes a new challenge or a repeat of the past. That modern insulin is replacing human insulin as human insulin is replaced by animal insulin. This is you see that, for example, the human and the analogs. You see that how this the human insulin is the blue and the analogs are green. You see, so you can see that, for example, that how this is. This has been in high income countries. You see that how it is increasing. Middle income countries is here, and for example, lower middle income countries is here, but in the low income countries it's here. So you see, there's a great disparity. There's a great disparity because of, even though with our knowledge, with the science advancement of science, that who can actually use the modern technology for the best health of human. IDF, what IDF is doing, IDF is not sitting idle. IDF's decision on addressing the diabetes in public health concern adopted at WHO Executive Board in January 2021. IDF asked members to help mobilize national governments to support the decision in December 2022. A resolution on reducing the burden of NCDs through strengthening prevention and control of diabetes adopted at the WHO World Health Assembly in May 2021. Prior to its adoption, IDF asked its membership to mobilize national governments to support this resolution. IDF also is a key WHO partner for the implementation of the compact. As you know, that we have that they have now the diabetes compact, and regular cells are held with the WHO and the NCD team. Over 30 participants from the IDF network participated in the formal consultation with the people living with diabetes. IDF was involved in the compact launch in 2021, and IDF is working that this compact should be more. We are in constant dialogue that how the compact could be used in order to secure the global access of insulin. The diabetes targets, diabetes coverage targets, as you know, that this was adopted in May 2021, and thanks to many of our member associations we supported, because without the member association, we possibly couldn't have this passed. In September 2021, IDF participated in a consultation with civil society and asked that 80% of the targets diagnosis be modified to 100%. IDF asked its members in December 2021 and April 2020 for help to mobilize national governments to support adoption of these targets. These targets are papers unless we can adopt it at a national level. Yeah, as you said, as you know, that we have a kind of a special issue for the centenary of insulin in our journal on the DRCP, where we have focused about the access of insulin. And a special insulin at 100 sessions in the World Diabetes Congress in virtual 2021 later this year in Lisbon. So that we have a special session on it. Online events was held in 2021 and 2020 and 2022. And you see that we are also putting saying that insulin, if not now, when? As you know, that IDF also worked very hard with the WHO in order to pass a global resolution in 2021 for the universal access of insulin. And we have also asked our member associations to talk to the governments to support this initiative. This was blocked, unfortunately, by the major countries who produces insulin, because they do not think that we should have open access to insulin, a guarantee of insulin too, because they think that this will not be good for the market, the market for the industries to produce insulin. That we are also in catastrophes. You know that, as you know, that we have man-made and man-made catastrophes and also natural catastrophes, that we are also collaborating with direct relief, and we are also working closely now with insulin Life for Insulin, which is another international companies that who are actually doing it. We are now working closely with Syria after this earthquake. And in WHO Essential Medical List in October 2021, WHO also included SGLT2 inhibitors in the Essential Medical List. Members of the IDF network, people living with diabetes, have shared their testimonials for the IDF insulin at 100 campaign. We also have the IDF school module for insulin and UN high-level meetings on universal health coverage. And IDF took the place in September 2022 and should be an occasion for requesting universal access to insulin. As you know that this year in May, that we'll also have this in the World Health Assembly, that IDF will have a kind of side effect event on this point of global access of insulin. What are the challenges? Challenges is the high cost, limited producers, as you have seen that the 3 companies actually controlling the 90% of the global market. Heat stability and the cold chain, this is one of the things that how do you maintain this cold chains. Transition to analogs, as you said, that this is a big difference in the rich and poor countries, biological versus chemical entity, regulatory issues for biosimilar versus generics, and not only an issue of the poor resource countries, as you said that in the US, insulin discontinuation was the leading precipitating cause for decay in 68% of the people in USA in inner city settings. 27% reported lack of money to buy insulin. So this is the situation that if the government fails to produce the right, you can say, instrument in place to secure insulin, so this can happen even in a rich country, not necessarily in a poor country. In the Lancet, you said that what is the commonest cause of death in child with diabetes? The answer from a global perspective is lack of access to insulin. So, colleagues, we have a responsibility. We are not the kind of helpless people. And if we do not stand up for the people, for our patients, if we only are good friends with those who can buy our ticket to different conferences, we'll fail. Please join IDF on this particular issue to secure the global access of insulin to those who needs it is a human responsibility. IDF works with you to secure insulin as a human right. And this can only be achieved that if you work together with IDF. And as I said that in the very beginning, IDF is your organization. IDF is your voice. And therefore, I appeal to you. I think that in order to make IDF a success, it is you who can make it, not IDF, not the president or not the board of the IDF can make it success. And my last appeal to you that whenever you make a conference, we put sponsors. I have never seen anywhere we report in a sponsor, which is the people with diabetes. Please mention that people with diabetes is sponsored. The money that you receive, no pharmaceutical company bring it from their own pocket. This money is coming from the people with diabetes, and which we will constantly fail to address in our sponsorship side, that the people of diabetes also is sponsoring all congresses that we attend. IDF will take care that IDF in any event of the IDF, the people with diabetes will be recognized as a sponsor. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar. It was a wonderful talk which you had given. If anyone wants to have any question, there are some in chat box, and few delegates had also asked.
Okay, you want to ask me there? You want to ask the chat box?
No. I'm just, because they're in chat box, there's no question. I'm just asking my team if there is any question by the delegates, then I will be asking you. One actor that which we had asked that individually organization should also talk to their government and to improve the access for insulin. Is there any way which we can get a letter from International Diabetic Federation to each and every organization to talk on that later to the local government or the authorities for improving the access? For India, we are trying very hard and we are now almost successful. Across the country, it is the state government duty. In my state now, for all the children below the age of 25, up to the age of 25, they are given free insulin. Similarly, at the national government, also with the health ministry, since last 5 years, we are working very closely. And now, probably in a year or two, with this project, we will be getting all our children below the age of 18 a free insulin supply from the government hospital, at least the tertiary care hospital. But still, to improve or increase this access, is there any possibility that IDF can write a letter to individual organization, and individual organization on that letter, on behalf of that letter, can talk to them?
Thank you, Bansi. IDF, this is very much in my mind. IDF would be more than happy to write a letter, and there are two things that we have, this new board have introduced. One thing that the board meeting, now we are coming to the region, so that we are not holding our board meetings in Brussels. That will be far from our member associations. We are coming to the regions, so that we will also have the possibility to talk to our regional council when we have our board meeting. This is one. Second thing that we have also introduced, that there will be two meetings every year, hopefully, together with all our members, region by region, where I and the president-elect, my good friend Peter Schwartz, will be present and will be talking, so that the people do not say that we are very distant from our member association. We want to have a direct dialogue, and this is one of the things that I'm going to appeal to all our member associations. We will be more than happy to send this sort of letter, so that we can. And one example that I can see, the neighboring country of Bangladesh, it's a poor country, but because of the communication with the government and the Bangladesh Diabetes Association, with our respected Professor Azad sir, that they have secured free insulin to all type 1 diabetes. They have created more than 500 NCD corners around the country, where they are giving, not only diagnosing, they are also giving a number of free medications. So it is possible. And this is also one of the things that IDF has taken an initiative, that the governments that take this initiative would recognize them, with the IDF will recognize them as the global ambassador for diabetes. And this is something to encourage the governments to have a dialogue with our member association, to set a focus on for the people with diabetes.
Thank you. Dr. Akhtar, one more comment that it's my suggestion also. Is there any possibility for IDF to directly connect with different industry partners who are making insulin? Like in India, there are many biosimilar insulin manufacturers. I'm sure in Bangladesh, maybe one, but similarly, there may be many biosimilar insulin manufacturers, and there are some originator also. So talk to them to improve this access of insulin supply even to the poormost country.
Thank you, Bansi. Then I have an opportunity. Please do not misunderstand. I'm not against the industries. Industries are vital. We need medications. We need, but I think all the work that we do, that in most of the things that we do, for example, these conferences and everything, that you see that all these conferences, this being supported by the the industries mainly. The industries are our partners. We need to work with the industries. But one thing is that we need to set dialogue, and I will be more than happy to discuss with any industries and to see that how we can do better than what we are doing.
Thank you. Because the support which is just now with all the three companies which I was just talking in my vote of thanks, the Abbott, the USV, and the Lupin, and all three are making in India the biosimilar insulin. So just to inform you that. And with this, I'm once again thanking Dr. Akhtar for a wonderful talk and being present here for live question answer also. So we are very, very thankful to Dr. Akhtar Hussain. Once again, thank from IDF Southeast Asia. Yes, Pinar, you want to make some comment, please?
Yes, I wanted to talk to thank Dr. Akhtar. I think I did it shortly in the chat for his fantastic talk. And being from Turkey, which is affected by a really large, devastating earthquake at the moment, and I know the Southeast Asian region also has this problem. I was thinking because now we have a lot of donations, in the acute rescue and recovery phase going to the region. But this recovery phase will last for a few months, and then it will erode, subside. And maybe, I don't know, is there anything IDF could do, working with also the industry partners, as you were saying, to sustain this support for the people in the region, and at least the ones with type 2 diabetes, that they will get their insulin for free and with easy access.
Thank you for raising this issue. I wrote several mails to our colleagues in Turkey. I think that Turkey is in different situation financially and internationally. Turkey is receiving a lot of support. The main problem is lying with Syria, because Syria has a lot of international sanctions, both by the US and the Europeans, and therefore the shipments cannot come to Syria. I was discussing with them yesterday, and this morning, I'm just after this thing, I will have to call them. There are two organizations who are working actively with the IDF to secure the insulin supply in Syria. And I'm also in contact with the Turkey, with my colleagues, that if they need any help, IDF would be more than happy to support their initiative. So I think that is for all of us, the biggest problem with Syria at the moment is the international, not international, is an European and American sanctions is the biggest hindrance to provide our support. But we are there. We have enough supply. We are communicating with the people on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, thank you, Dr. Akhtar, for sparing your very valuable time with us. Now we have with us Dr. Nihal Thomas, who is a very senior diabetologist and endocrinologist of our country. He is currently professor and head of Department of Endocrinology from CMC Vellore, very prestigious institute of our country. And under him, there are a lot of PhD students and DM endocrine students are there. And across the country, there are many students who are with us from Dr. Nihal. Dr. Nihal is talking with very important topic, which is a brittle diabetes. It's a different dimension for heterogeneous problem. And for this, I invite Dr. Nihal Thomas for his talk. After 20 minutes, we will have some question answer, and then we will have Professor Azad Khan. Over to Dr. Nihal.
Thank you, Bagshi. Thanks to all the organizers and the others as well, Dr. Shashank and others who have been actively involved with evolving this program. I'll be talking about a very pertinent problem amongst patients with diabetes, an issue which is rather heterogeneous. In fact, when initially given this topic, I realized that it covers many dimensions, and I'll try and cover several aspects of this, both from a clinical and a scientific perspective. So we'll be talking about the counter-regulatory law and somogamy phenomena, subcutaneous layers and their depth and impact, genetic disorders which may in fact enhance the problem, the geriatric age as a multifaceted obstacle, and the mystery of glucagon in a disorder which is really very much something which is seen in developing countries, and leanness and a mistaken etiology and the consequences. So this is lovely review article which you should all probably go through, written in the year 2021, which classifies the various causes of brittle diabetes very broadly. Those which are associated with hyperglycemia and ketoacidosis, those wherein there is either hyperglycemia or hypoglycemia, which includes the common entities like lipohypertrophy and lipoatrophy, and finally those conditions which cause exclusive hypoglycemia. So let's talk first about the Somogyi phenomenon. This is an individual who was an accountant on basic bolus insulin with a 10-year history of diabetes, and you can see over here the CGMS patterns. He's totally oblivious to the fact that he has early morning hypoglycemia and subsequent post-meal hypoglycemia over here. Subsequently, the doses of insulin were being increased and, of course, leading to a vicious cycle over here. And the early morning confusion that he had was the only symptom as a dominant feature of hypoglycemia, which was, in fact, not recognized for several years. This was remedied with a very simple method of introducing a bedtime snack and reducing the dose of night insulin. Hypoglycemia, as you all know, has basically prevented by a set of super defense mechanisms, initially by reduction in insulin in the body, subsequent increase in glucagon, and of course the other counter-regulatory hormones which kick in a little later. Here's another example of a nursing staff in our own hospital who had type 1 diabetes, was on a shift duty, has a meal at 10 a.m., sleeps prior to a shift at 6 p.m., has a heavy meal and goes out for a walk. The sugars were uncontrolled and monitored around 10 a.m. And you can see over here, she's using a CGMS pretty often. And once she started using this, she realized that she was having these peaks over here, but all through her night duties, her glucose levels were actually quite low. She was unaware of it, but she was really having problems with her performance at work. So her day becomes her night, and her night becomes her day during shift duty, and the emphasis on regular snacking of utmost importance. This highlights the fact that simple educational maneuvers can make all the difference towards preventing this extremely disabling and potentially dangerous disorder. Hypoglycemia as an entity was perhaps missed in the early phase of the DCCT trial, which of course showed the importance of tight control of glucose in type 1 diabetes. But the post-hoc analysis of the data had shown that severe hypoglycemia is indeed very common. And therefore, when you try to control your sugars tightly in type 1, remember, and this was in a clinical trial setting, that there were 3,700 episodes of severe hypoglycemia requiring assistance. Thousands of these episodes are associated with coma and seizure, and 65% of the patients on intensive insulin therapy, in fact, had episodes which were very dangerous. Even though the individuals who are not on intensive therapy had a very significant number of comatose episodes and loss of consciousness. 65-year-old lady presented with diabetes at the age of 62 years. And this is another entity which, of course, is very often missed out, slowly evolving immune-mediated diabetes. And here's an exceptional case at the age of 65, did not respond to oral anti-diabetic agents, subsequently went on to basal bolus insulin, and had frequent episodes of, no episodes of documented hypoglycemia, but in fact, high glucose levels and a progressive decline in memory. And indeed, the patient first went to a neurologist who did everything else under the sun, and everything was negative. But when we installed a CGMS in this patient, we found quite clearly over here that there were episodes of nocturnal hypoglycemia and post-morning hypoglycemia. So re-emphasis once again on the very basics of bedtime snacks, and in fact, with normalization of glucose, with reversal of hypoglycemia, with an ability to actually cut off the intense control in this patient, her memory started to improve. So let's all remember that hypoglycemia can be extremely dangerous. To wait for a bad episode or a seizure to occur, well, it may take up to 4 hours to actually happen. And more than 2 episodes of hypoglycemia per week can actually blunt or knock off the counter-regulatory phenomena. And repeated hypoglycemia cause impaired cognitive function. And this is therefore extremely important in elderly people. Before we think of Alzheimer's, before we think of vascular dementia, hypothyroidism, or B12 deficiency, think about potential masked hypoglycemia. I'll talk a bit more about the skin and the cutaneous levels and impact. 79-year-old retired man with diabetes for 30 years with coronary artery disease, also had other comorbidities at the same time, uncontrolled diabetes with a high A1C, was on short-acting analogs. And you can see the dose that he was requiring for his age was pretty much quite high, almost more than 170 units of insulin per day. Now, what he was having was an erratic dietary pattern, strenuous activity with no snacks, with recurrent hypoglycemia, taking fixed doses of insulin with no titration whatsoever, and required intensive monitoring with insulin dosage adjustments. A1C was high, and you can see over here the FGMS, which was recorded, that had, once again, episodes of totally erratic sugars, some hypoglycemia, some gross hypoglycemia all over the place. So on examination, what we did find was that he had massive lipohypertrophy. And this is one thing which many physicians fail to look at. And very often the educators, in fact, picked them up, is massive lipohypertrophy that he had over here at the injection sites. And because of the lack of pain, he kept injecting into these sites. And therefore, we have to train these patients to have 60 sites for 30 days. And that's what we did for him. So we have categorized, it has been categorized through radiological studies that you can have various anomalies with lipohypertrophy, with connective tissue distortion, circumscribed margin, and absence of capsule and vascularity in these patients. And we have done a study on this a couple of years back, and you can see extreme forms of lipohypertrophy which have been represented. The lipohypertrophy can be categorized and classified radiologically to describe its severity and the various forms which have been described. So here we can see that the different forms have been described, but the most common form is this nodular hypoechoic subcutaneous dystrophy, which is the most common of the lot. So what is the implication of hypoglycemia and why does it happen? Well, basically it's due to lack of rotation of sites and frequent needle usage more than 5 times, and also, of course, the duration of insulin therapy. But these two things can actually be corrected quite easily. Moreover, those who had lipohypertrophy had a much higher A1C. There was no difference in lipohypertrophy between those using conventional insulin versus those using analogs. So that's a very important message. Changing the insulin to an analog does not actually help. So the clinical importance is lipohypertrophy is associated with erratic glucose control, brittle diabetes, a greater economic burden, higher doses of insulin, and it's vital to examine the site of insulin injection on every visit that the patient actually comes, and draw up a plan to empower the patients to avoid the development of this problem. I'll switch next to a genetic disorder wherein we have issues of brittle diabetes. 19-year-old gentleman referred for management of diabetes for a total duration of 17 years. At the age of 17 years, he presented, a duration of 5 years with high glucose levels, had premixed insulin. He had blurring of vision and keratotone conus. He developed swelling of the feet with breathlessness and chronic liver disease at a very early age. So he underwent a procedure in addition. This is the pedigree chart showing that there were no other family members being involved. An elder brother had actually died of diabetes. And you can see over here, he's short-statured, he's grossly underweight, and he has evidence of acanthosis nigricans, indicating severe insulin resistance, loss of buccal fat, and decreased subcutaneous fat all over the body. So he also had prominent veins, umbilical hernia, and in addition to that, had the liver was palpable below the costal margin. So you can see over here he's anemic, probably due to recurrent bleeding varices. He has hypoalbuminemia, but his CPAT levels are pretty high. And remember, he was taking a massive dose of insulin. So workup showed chronic liver disease, and the autoimmune workup was negative. Now, the diagnosis was clinched on the basis of a body composition study. We did a DEXA scan, and you can see over here the distribution of fat is that there was a generalized reduction of fat, which is grossly reduced, but the head had an increase in the amount of fat. And this is a partial lipodystrophy, and we found a mutation on our next generation sequencing in our own lab. We made a diagnosis of partial lipodystrophy in this patient. So these are conditions wherein they have severe insulin resistance and minimal subcutaneous fat. Very difficult to inject insulin, therefore causing lipohypertrophy and lipoatrophy. As you can see over here, what you can do besides the aspects of training and ensuring insulin injections are given properly, add pioglitazone, insulin requirement will grossly drop. An innovative rotation of the sides of the periphery and the flanks, more to the sides of the abdomen as well. And this is severe lipoatrophy that you can see in this particular patient. The opposite of lipohypertrophy, it used to be seen with animal insulins, but in conditions like this, where there's very little subcutaneous fat, it can be a problem. And why does it happen? It's not an inflammatory process. It is due to losing of lipid droplets as perivascular pericytes, which actually occur in these patients. The next condition which I'm going to focus on is the geriatric age, which can also lead to a lot of brittle diabetes. 73-year-old patient with multiple complications, systemic hypertension and osteopenia, all the kind of problems, lifestyle-related problems which occur with an elderly person. Recurrent admissions in the hospital with severe hypoglycemia and was on multiple medications along with basal bolus insulin in addition. So here you can see the FGMS recordings, once again with hypoglycemia nocturnally and even during the middle of the day at noon with severe somogy episodes. Frequent hypoglycemia with non-recognition due to lack of monitoring was a problem. Hypoglycemia unawareness and irregular meal timings. They were all problems in this patient. The patient had a tremor, could not fix his needles, his cartridges, trauma to the skin leading to lipohypertrophy, and he could barely walk because of his neuropathy to the fridge to get his insulin out. So what is the bottom line for this patient? How do you sort out this problem? Every elderly patient who comes to you in the outpatient who has these disabilities should come with a caregiver. And therefore, the caregiver should come with the patient, not someone else, which is a common problem. The dominant family member may come, but that's not the solution. The person who stays, the caregiver, should be employed and trained to avoid these problems. Using continuous glucose monitoring if they can afford it, frequent teleconsultations to see whether these problems are being circumvented. They can't keep coming to hospital. And with all that, his insulin requirements actually grossly came down and he did very well. So I'd like to highlight the importance of a caregiver. There are excellent studies, of course. The RELIEF study has shown how good the FGMS is. It's affordable. You can use the FGMS and it makes a big difference. It cuts down the number of hospitalizations for type 1 diabetes, also for type 2 diabetes, prevents diabetic ketoacidosis, and diabetes-related comas in type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes actually come down drastically. So quality of life, mortality, hospitalization, all indices which you want to actually improve in a patient from a public health perspective are actually improved. I'll talk about a very generic problem for tropical countries and for tropical developing countries, chronic calcific pancreatitis, a disorder which is, of course, now unfortunately not looked for, but it's still very much there in countries like India, neighboring countries as well. It is a triple whammy in terms of presenting with pancreatitis, steatorrhea, and diabetes at the same time. And they are more common in males, and of course, in the absence of alcohol ingestion, and the abdomen shows calcification in the pancreas, which is very large and ductal, and they have an increased potential for developing malignancies on a long-term basis. So you can see the distribution is largely in the tropical regions. And here is a 31-year-old gentleman with hypercalcic pancreatitis with brittle diabetes for a year, 8 episodes of loss of consciousness with hypoglycemia on premixed insulin twice a day. Now, the issues with hypercalcic pancreatic diabetes are threefold. Number one, and we have done this in our own studies with energy expenditure, they have huge energy expenditure besides being insulin deficient and having fat malabsorption. So they actually have a very high calorie requirement, which goes under-recognized. The second point is that they have a very high propensity to develop autonomic dysfunction. 60% of them have autonomic dysfunction, partly due to poor control, partly due to nutritional issues, which they are coping with at the same time. So the problems in this patient are, number one, shift to basal bolus insulin. Understand the importance of doing pancreatic enzyme supplementation. And the second and the third thing, which is a very unusual thing, because of fibrotic pancreas, you think that they are glucagon deficient. Well, the fact is they are not. In the early disease, they probably have an activation of the proglucagon genome in the intestine. And despite the fact of pancreatic glucagon being low, the L cells may in fact start producing glucagon. Now, this is a study which was published in PLOS ONE a year back, which looked at the autonomic dysfunction and the propensity for hypoglycemia unawareness. And in this study, we found very clearly, and this was reported almost 30 years ago in publications from Pune, where glucagon levels can actually be elevated in patients with FCPD. But as the disease progresses, the glucagon levels drop. These are the controls. The glucagon levels drop, but not fully. But it's very clearly seen that those who have hypoglycemia unawareness have lower glucagon levels as opposed to those who have no unawareness, where they have very high glucagon levels. So the unawareness index is higher, and this is correlated very well with the glucagon levels in these patients. If it's lower, more hypoglycemia, the MAGE is different, and post-meal hypoglycemia tends to be more. So remember the fact when you're treating FCPD, you need to employ high carbohydrate diet, basal bolus insulin, enzyme supplements, and recognize the potential for hypoglycemia levels. Finally, I'll talk about leanness and this particular disorder, which has been very contentious after its removal from the WHO classification in 1998, was called malnutrition modulated protein deficient diabetes. Now, here is an individual who has been thoroughly worked up all causes of diabetes. Lean individual from a rural area, so low socioeconomic group, with a low BMI, was on premix insulin twice a day, had hypoglycemia 8 times a month, severe hypoglycemia with loss of consciousness, grossly brittle diabetes, could not afford glucometer strips, had difficulty in purchasing insulin as well. So we were subsidizing it. Now, this particular disorder, malnutrition modulated diabetes, which of course was erased from the WHO classification, has these characteristics. And I'd like to highlight the fact that we do not get ketoacidosis, and we have to make a diagnosis of exclusion, ruling out all other causes, including lipodystrophy, MODY, type 1 diabetes, do all complete workup and other genetic causes in addition. So we actually embarked on a study which was published last year, which looked at 20 individuals with this condition, compared them versus type 1, type 2, and lean controls, 20 in each group, and did all these tests in all of them, ruled out monogenic conditions, lipodystrophy, and of course type 1 diabetes in all these patients. We did hyperinsulinic euglycemic clamps, calorimetry, and NMR spectroscopy. In a nutshell, these were our findings. They were insulin deficient, but not as insulin deficient as type 1 diabetes. So they are low, but not as low as type 1 diabetes. Number 2, they had hepatic glucose outputs by deuterated glucose measurements, which were lower than type 2, but not as low as type 1 diabetes. They had minimal ferrophil resistance, but they are largely insulinopenic. Now, the most important thing is that we found that 50% of them, despite being insulin deficient, responded to oral anti-diabetic agents, which is very important. In a developing country, if you're put on insulin, and these patients with low BMI all are put on insulin by the local practitioners because they are lean, they don't need insulin, they don't develop ketoacidosis, and they respond, 50% respond to oral anti-diabetic agents. So this is what we did for our patient, changed over to glibenclamide and pioglitazone, tapered off the insulin, and the hypoglycemic attacks came down to once a month, and the A1C actually improved. So let me have a few take-home points after this talk. For brittle diabetes, it's a common condition, but it's apples and oranges, a number of different etiologies. Simple solutions like mealtime planning, plan patterns, and insulin orientation may suffice in many cases. Lipohypertrophy is common and underrecognized and a remediable problem. Lipodystrophic diabetes is an uncommon genetic disorder, but can cause significant lipoatrophy and needs special care. CGMs, where affordable, plays a critical role in reducing morbidity, mortality, hospitalization, and SOMAGI in all forms of diabetes, and I'd like to highlight it in these conditions. In tropical countries, FCPD and other forms need identification, customized therapy to be handled for these patients. I'd like to thank my entire team at CMC Velo and those who have actually contributed towards the research, the clinical care of all these patients. Thank you once again for your patient listening.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, Dr. Nihal, for very, very lucid talk. And it was very, very great that we could listen to you again on the same topic which you had talked during IDF also. We have with us Dr. Vijay Surya also, if he wants to make any comment. Otherwise, I request if anyone wants to make any comment or asking any question. I'm just waiting if some delegate is asking any question. Dr. Nihal, there is one question that how commonly we should get C-peptide for any patient who is walking in our clinic. I mean, not just suspecting the patient with severe insulin deficient or the patient to whom you are suspecting type 1. So, I mean, do we have a role of getting C-peptide estimation for each and every patient who is walking in our clinic? I mean, there's the subtypes of type 2 diabetes where you have also written one paper, Mohan has also written the paper, and there was a paper on subtypes of type 2 diabetes, which they had primarily done with the C-peptide value. So do you think it's clinically valuable or it's increasing in their clinical practice?
Thank you, Dr. Bachi, for that question. I would not do a C-peptide in every patient who came to my clinic. Having said that, I would use it in, perhaps let me divide them into 3 major categories. In those who are less than 30 years of age, who are non-obese, I would utilize it, therefore, to differentiate the forms of diabetes. It's very useful when the C-peptides are high and have a lean patient. Therefore, you think of insulin resistance syndromes and lipodystrophies. If it's intermediate with a poor postprandial response, you should think of beta cell dysfunction like monogenic disorders of diabetes like MODY. If it's low, it could still be early type 1 diabetes. And of course, hopefully you've also checked the GAD antibodies at the same time. And it would be worthwhile in those who have low C-peptides with GAD antibody negativity without a family history to do an ultrasound of the pancreas, because you would like to rule out fibrocalcific pancreatic diabetes. In older patients and those who seem to require higher dosing of oral anti-diabetic agents, it's a good idea to check C-peptides, particularly if they are veering towards the cluster of severe insulin deficient diabetes. So that's basically how I would use C-peptides in the analysis of diabetes.
And there is one more issue related to the autoantibody. The autoantibody testing is not available across the country. I mean, I can say that some of the cities have facility and some of the doctors are doing it regularly also when they are suspecting type 1. And particularly for GAD, they may not do for Z&T8 and other autoantibodies, which are very commonly done, should be done. So do you think that for a clinically patient who is type 1 diabetes, typical presentation, a young child presenting with diabetic ketoacidosis, if they want to get their C-peptide is already low, is it must for them for a pakka diagnosis of GAD autoantibody should be positive, or should they get it done by all chance? It has to be done.
Yeah. So the younger the patient, the more likely you're dealing with type 1 if there's ketoacidosis. If you have anyone who comes below the age of 15 years with ketoacidosis, 99% you're dealing with type 1 diabetes. Yes. So you don't have to have the GAD there. Now, if you're really curious to know, that I would like to actually let you know, there is a very small percentage who are GAD negative who have ketoacidosis, and they could be having a HNF1 beta mutation or a PDX mutation, which could also be causing keto. That's a very rare condition, and that would probably be filtered out to tertiary care institutions. They don't always have a family history despite being monogenic and autosomal dominant. You could also have a novel mutation which is actually presenting with that condition. But by and large, the younger you are with ketoacidosis, you're dealing with type 1 diabetes.
Good, great. Anyone wants to have any question or comment to Dr. Nihal?
I think Dr. Pradeep is raising his hand.
Yes, Pradeep, please.
Thank you, Dr. Nihal. One of the conditions for a lipoatrophy that we have seen in clinical practice, I may be wrong, is insulin taken directly out of the refrigerator and given immediately. So, have you experienced this, and is this one of the causes?
It's a very interesting observation, and perhaps we should probably be documenting that. I could understand perhaps the frozen crystals may be causing some sort of damage to subcutaneous tissue. It's new to me that you've actually told me this, and maybe we should document and see. But now that you know, and you probably dissuade people from doing it. So you may have to do some kind of a controlled study and under ethical clearance to actually see whether it actually happens. Interesting observation. I've not heard about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, Dr. Nihal, for this, sparing your very valuable time with us and giving this talk. We are thankful. Now I request Professor Dr. Azad Khan. We all know he is a very senior diabetologist based at Dhaka from Bangladesh. Professor Azad Khan is currently chair of International Diabetic Federation of Southeast Asia. And topic which he is going to talk, which is very important, member association learning from each other. And this is very appropriate talk which Dr. Azad Khan is going to give. And we have with us very senior diabetologist based at Sri Lanka, Dr. Vijay Surya is also there. So I think it will be good for discussion also that how we can learn from each other. Different organization president and secretary are also there in this meeting, and we will able to know more that how we can learn from each other. This is the idea of our IDF Southeast Asia, that we will be discussing with each and every organization president, that whatever one project which is running very successfully in one country, can we replicate in other country or not? That's also our idea in Southeast Asia. With these words, I request Professor Azad Khan for his talk on a member associations learning from each other, which he had given this same talk in IDF Lisbon also. Over to Dr. Azad Khan.
Thank you, Bonshi. First, let me thank you and your team, especially because I am credited to some extent for this meeting, but which you have really organized it. I have been just a helping hand, and that's not too much. Secondly, I'm not a diabetologist. I don't practice diabetes, but I organize diabetes care. So I speak from that point of view. You see, care of the diabetes, for that matter, many NCDs are different from communicable disease, because this is lifelong care plan, involvement of the family and friends. And you see, to give a simple example, that for communicable disease, vaccination, and for non-communicable disease, public awareness and health consciousness. So genetic versus environmental factors. So this is an important thing. This was realized by the founding fathers of Bangladesh Diabetic Association, which was in 50s, early 50s. And Professor Ibrahim is the founder, who realized that current healthcare situation in countries, developing countries, like Bangladesh, India, so in those days, Pakistan, is that current healthcare facilities suited only for episodic care, like infectious disease. So they decided that we will have the care ourselves. So we concentrated on developing an institution to provide care. Unlike other diabetic associations in the world, you see, we organize, so we own many hospitals, we own medical colleges, so we own medical universities, we own nursing college, like that, you see, comprehensive care. Also, we own rehabilitation center. So this, so the beginning is that they took the motto that no diabetic shall remain untreated, unemployed, or even unfed, even if he spoke pure. And the slogan was discipline is life. So for a diabetic to remain healthy, he must be disciplined, you see. So this just to give a history, and took the motto that I'm grateful to you because you have given me the chance to serve you, because the Diabetic Association people, you see, they must be voluntary social worker in our setup. You see. Must be voluntary social worker, and they are not. They do not charge. Not only they do not charge, they cannot charge. They must be voluntary social worker, and not only that, it was decided that people who make works with the association, you know, the members of the association, not necessarily patients or employees, they cannot be a shareholder of any profit-making healthcare system, because that can create conflict of interest, you see. And this was the vision statement that they took. I said one, and all people will be provided with affordable healthcare services. So creating own institutions, OPD, lab, inpatient service, and vocational training, so that the diabetics can learn vocation and become earning members, you see, this. In the OPD facility, there will be patient education and social welfare, you see. This is also, it was decided that they must remain ahead in healthcare technology in the country, you see. Like in Bangladesh, the first radio assay was developed in Diabetic Association from de novo, you see, including raising antibody, HLA typing, immunology. In fact, the first postgraduate program in immunology was first done, an university program was done through Diabetic Association. See. And then, you see, it was decided that we must, finance is important, so it should be cross-financing, see. Like, unless you have cross-financing, you can't provide care like through expensive things like CT or MRI like that, or like that. And that's the, with this we started, and our all projects has been through project financing of the government. So we, from the beginning, became an extended arm of the government, you see. So we had the flexibility of a private organization and sustenance like a government organization. So that was the thing. See, our flagship hospital, you can see, Bardem Hospital, and on the right-hand side, you can see our cardiac care center, you see. And guiding principles were, you can see I will not read it, but the bottom one, the diabetes prevention was adopted from the beginning. You see, it was adopted before even UN resolution. As you know, the UN resolution was sponsored by us. Organization must be democratic, transparent, ethical. To get support from the government, opinion leaders, civil society, we adopted a decentralized model because in every district of the country and under the district, we call upazilas, there is a diabetic association, decentralized, they are affiliated with us. We don't control them, we help them. Leadership, competitive, voluntary, as I said, barred from financial benefit from the association. Also, they cannot be donor dependent. See, and capital development has been mostly through the government financing, and running costs, as I said, by cross financing. These are the institutions I mentioned. This just to show some facilities. We have now more than 100 large and medium-sized hospitals, 3 medical colleges, 3 postgraduate institutes, 1 dental college, 2 nursing college, and 1 vocational training institute. So this, and we continuously try to recruit members, you see, because if the organization becomes really organization when there is a membership grows, you see. So that is, and the affiliated association concept, as I said, it will be, they are independent, but will be helped by the diabetic association. They affiliate with us. Till now, we have got more than 60 affiliated associations. So you can see in the picture, all over the country. And this, to be an affiliated association, they must also be democratic, and they also cannot be donor dependent, you see. The center is responsible for keeping their manpower trained, you see. But they must generate finance locally and follow the same philosophy like ours. And this has allowed us to create clinical network, allowed us to create diagnostic network, laboratory network, etc. And then subsequently, we extended this model to general healthcare in 1/4 of whole Bangladesh. These are showing, so there is a central hospital and then urban care centers, 1 regional care center and 4 regional center and 4 sub-regional centers, you see. It's an extensive network, you see. And for creating manpower, as you see, the institutions creates manpower, but that was not enough. In fact, then we started certificate course, you see, on diabetology with great success. We trained more than 17,000 GPs on this certificate course, and there's a great demand for it, you see. And subsequently, we started certificate course in cardiac care also. And now we are thinking of certificate course in other disciplines as well, including one in family medicine, you see. So I'll just, and we have created guideline following, and every country has to create their own guideline because that involves their own socio-economic conditions, you see. So this, and as I said, BARDA adopted primary prevention program as a core program before the UN resolution. And also it's important that we adopt appropriate technique for prevention. We'll come to that. And as I said, the UN resolution that I adopted in 2006, you see, was really, although it was not our idea, you see, I must remember Martin Schilling, it was his idea, but we sponsored it on his request. In fact, officially started with a letter from me to the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh. Then it was raised in the United Nations, and then it was passed unanimously in the December meeting of 2006. And according to that UN resolution, every country should adopt a national policy for prevention. There's our national policy guideline, which we have submitted to the government. This is being adopted. Then we have got many programs like for type 1 diabetes. And this, so in Bada's innovation to healthcare, is a distance learning program to create manpower. Then we have 2 new programs that we have done recently for prevention is preconception care. See, that not start at the time of conception, start before conception, start at the time of marriage. See, that we call preconception care, and then prevention and care through religious leaders. You see, the mosque imams, priests of the temples, and bishops and Mahatheros of Buddhist, this. And subsequently, we have started on mobile diabetes care also. That creates awareness, and it can go to inaccessible areas, online diabetes school, and we have got universal health coverage plan for diabetes also. And now we have a dedicated online called Ibrahim Helpline, and that's the number. You see, 10614 number. We have started national registry. So there's so many centers we have. When the registry is complete, there will be one electronic registry. And I'll quickly go through preconception care. You see, in this program, the Qazi, that's the marriage register, not only solemnizes the marriage, give them a message. The message essentially is that God has given us enough knowledge by which you can plan pregnancy. So before you start contemplating pregnancy, get the lady checked up, 6 things, and corrected before you attempt pregnancy. So that's the program. And we are able to get approval from the government, and then subsequently government was persuaded to pass a sort of order that all marriage registry, which you call cabin, you see, the cabin must carry a seal that this message has been received. And I think this was a great program. And the slogan was the healthy mother, healthy child, the in the prosperous country, and all pregnancy should be planned. There should be no unplanned pregnancy. And through religious leaders, as we said, the mosque imams, you see. So for this, we created a khutbah, the mosque imams address, the khutbah, and that was authenticated by a group of religious leaders, and then subsequently authenticated by Al-Azhar, which is a sort of, their fatwa is considered to be somewhat acceptable throughout the Islamic world. And then we got it approved by the Grand Mufti of Kaaba. So that's the one. And government printed more than 1 million of that for us, and we distributed this. And we have done this now in several hundred mosques, you see, and as I say, national registry. Now we are in the process of starting comprehensive care through digital healthcare. See, that's the Ibrahim Helpline, as I said, video consultation and using remote handheld devices. You see, you can see the pictures of the handheld devices and physician assistants, a carer that we are training, and we have got these people who qualified through our certificate course. They are all involved. I'll go quickly through this. And distance learning program had produced a real effect in Bangladesh, and that's our mobile register ban. Universal health coverage plan, I have already said. So in conclusion, I must say, you see, every country must work out how they will adapt. So but it all depends on to have a dedicated group of people interested in socio-medical care. It is not only a matter of doctors. Doctors, I think one must differentiate between Medicare and healthcare. The healthcare is not only, doctors are of course very important, but doctors are not the only component of the healthcare. So social care and media people, people with diabetes and their family members, they're all together, you see. And there must be close collaboration with the government. To make it financially sustainable, not donor dependent, and that is through cross financing. But in that, there must be adequate protection for the vulnerable group, and there must be emphasis on prevention. And every country should adopt according to their own situation. So, I mean, this is all I have to say. In summary, I left more time for you to ask questions if you want to know more than by giving a didactic lecture. So that's the approach I have taken. So I'm available for any question. But what I should emphasize, even in a developing country, and I dare say even in a poor developing country, if we have got a proper plan and a dedicated group of people with the collaboration with the government, it is possible to organize diabetes care. There's tremendous sympathy for diabetes. In fact, I will just mention one thing, that I approached the Prime Minister of Bangladesh government that one should think that insulin is a human right for type 1 diabetes, which she accepted and said that insulin must be provided free to all type 1 diabetes. In the end, the government of Bangladesh has now providing insulin free of cost to all insulin requiring people. So this is an example that we can achieve it, you see. For that, we need dedicated group of people and right kind of plan to do it. Thank you.
Dr. Azad Khan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Nahal, I already invited question. So you can leave.
Okay, right. So I've always been an ardent admirer of.
Am I audible?
Am I audible to you? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. See, I've always been an ardent admirer of somehow the way public health policy and primary healthcare have actually evolved in Bangladesh over the last couple of decades. And I just have a couple of questions. What is your, I mean, if you know this, the answer to the question, what's your outlay for healthcare in Bangladesh as compared to the total budget of Bangladesh? That's one, in terms of percentage. And the second question that I have for you is, your investment in things like insulin is absolutely fantastic. My other question is, do you have a proposal in terms of your diabetes educators? Is it a national mandate at the secondary and primary healthcare level to have a funded system of diabetes educators across the country?
If I understood you correctly, you have asked a very pertinent question. Thank you for the question. As I said, I hurried through it, keeping my lecture short so that there could be enough discussion. Number one, our budget depends on how you calculate. But anyhow, it is more than Bangladeshi taka. So Indian rupees, Bangladeshi taka is more than 1,000 crore for the running budget, you see. And 100 taka is $1 US. So you can calculate now. You see, that's our budget. And your next question was education. You see. I don't know whether you will agree. I think you will agree. That for diabetes treatment, education is the most important component, the patient education. And unfortunately, in developing countries, the block is with the doctors. They don't send it to the patient, to the educators. We ourselves in Diabetes of Bangladesh, we said any diabetes care center to be recognized by Bangladesh Diabetes Association, they must have an educator. They must have a post of educators. And we created dedicated educators for now about few hundreds, so that they can be available. So it's a part of the care organized by Diabetes Association. Educator would be mandatory. In fact. But still, the doctors are, they're reluctant to refer patient to the educator. So what we have done, I'll say what I have done, that any patient who is admitted to the hospital for diabetes complication, I said he's not educated. So he must be given formal education. See? And we have in the end found out the one way of doing it, that the education should be charged. See? Like, you see, patients are prepared to pay a fee to the doctor, prepared to pay money for the investigation, prepared to buy medicine. So the most important commodity is education, and they would be, if they understand that education is needed for them, they would be prepared to pay for it. See, pay for it, and that poor people would be done free. See, and some people would be done half free. That's our system. See, system. So this can be done. See, there's no problem. I think that was your second question. And what was the third one?
No, there were only two questions. Thanks for answering them. And I fully agree with your point that education should be the highlight of management of diabetes more than anything else. And I think your model of cross subsidy is also a wonderful one, which from a national perspective is it's amazing if you're actually doing that. Thank you so much.
Now, thank you for asking the question. I think that's very relevant, you see, this information. Now, but what I would like to, emphasize that it is possible to organize diabetes care even in poor countries. You need a group of people who are dedicated for it and determined to do it.
Very true, sir.
Now, per capita income of Bangladesh and India almost same now. But when we started, our per capita income was much lower than India's. Much lower than India's.
We will try to replicate the model which we have done in Bangladesh, maybe in some of the states. We have very young doctors with us, like Dr. Rutul is there from Gujarat, who is going to chair the next session. Some of these young people will definitely would like to replicate the model the way you had worked in our part of the state. Yes, sir.
You only need few Asgaonkars.
Yes, I agree with you. Few Asgaonkars, sir.
I met him.
I know. The senior Asgaonkar, junior, both of them are very great. Yes, sir.
And Dr. Ibrahim and Asgaonkar, sir, they were great friends.
Yes, I know. I heard of them, sir. Anybody wants to make any comment? We have with us Professor Azad Khan, sir.
But Dr. Pradeep Kumar wants to ask something.
Yes, Pradeep.
Dr. Azad Khan, what you mentioned about these religious leaders taking up certain roles, this is something that I've been practicing for close to almost a couple of years right now. So what we've been doing is on Fridays, we go to mosque, on Saturdays, we go to temple, on Sundays, we go to church. And we go ahead and screen them for all non-communicable diseases, essentially getting their blood pressure checked, their blood sugars checked, and their BMIs checked. And then that is only a screening point. And then we take up and meet up with all either the imams or the bishops or the temple priests and take their permission and make sure that they are able to address this gathering whenever they come. And this is something that has yielded very good results. It has created a whole lot of a social initiative from our hospital towards the public. And that has created a lot of goodwill for us as doctors amongst the community also. So this is something that I wanted to share as what you have mentioned right now.
Great, Pradeep. Good.
Pradeep, what you say, very correct. I think the power of faith-based leaders, you see, in societies where they have influence, it has not been fully utilized. I would like to say one thing before I leave the podium. See if you can podium. If the doctors will complain that we advise people and they don't listen. You see, right? But this is wrong conclusion. Even a madman knows what is good for him. The fact is, we do not know what language to use to motivate them. So, like religious leaders would be one way of doing it. I mean, they are not the only way. So we have opened Vishwadit in front of me, Vishwadit, the front man. We have opened the diabetes corner in many mosques. Our plan is to open in every mosque and also in every organized temple and in every church and in every Buddhist, religious place. So I think this will have a big impact in societies where people are believers.
Thank you, sir. So now we close this session, and to invite for the next session, we have two eminent chairpersons. We have with us Dr. Rutul, who had already joined. Rutul Goklani Thakkar is a diabetologist based at Ahmedabad. He was there at International Diabetic Federation. Along with him, we have with us a doctor from Nepal, but I think he could not join. Maybe some connection problem may be there. So now I request Dr. Rutul to introduce our first session. Dr. Balkrishna Srestha is Nepal Diabetic Association President. So now I request Dr. Rutul to invite our first speaker, and then you can take. We have already with us Dr. Antonio has joined, and Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan will be joining soon. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, sir, for inviting us to this wonderful program. It was always our pleasure to be with you. And for the next session that will be starting with Dr. Juliana Chen, who is from Hong Kong. And she'll be talking on diabetes transitional research in real world setting. She is CHB, MD FRCP from Edinburgh, Glasgow, and London. She is a professor of medicine and therapeutics and director at Hong Kong Institute of Diabetes and Obesity at the Chinese University of Hong Kong and a Prince of Wales Hospital. She is physician scientist specialized in diabetes and clinical pharmacology. She is since 1995 she led multidisciplinary team to establish the Hong Kong Diabetes Registry as the data-driven quality improvement program, and accompanied by Biobank for multiomic analysis in a pursuit of precision medicine. In 2007, her team designed the web-based Joint Asian Diabetes Evaluation, that is JADE technology, to promote data-driven personalized care and collaborative research in Asia. Professor Chen has published more than 500 original articles and 20 book chapters. With this, I would hand over the session to Dr. Juliana Chen, who has recorded lecture today. Please play the lecture of Dr. Juliana Chen, ma'am.
So, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to join this symposium. These are my disclosures. Diabetes is epitomized by complexity, heterogeneity, and uncertainty. It frequently coexists with multiple risk factors, acute and chronic complications, and comorbidities, including but not limited to metabolic syndrome, cardiovascular disease, chronic kidney disease, liver disease, cancer, mental illnesses, to name but a few, against a backdrop of many social, economical, and also ecosystem changes. The multicausality of diabetes is highlighted by the Swedish group, which reclassified type 2 diabetes using the GATT antibodies, age of diagnosis, the BMI, the HOMA-IR and HOMA-beta derived from C-peptide and fasting glucose into 5 subtypes, with the severe autoimmune insulin deficiency predicting insulin requirements, while insulin resistance and also age are the main predictors for chronic kidney disease. We now have more than 10 glucose-lowering drugs, with many more in the pipeline. Apart from reducing blood glucose, GLP-1 receptor agonists and SGLT2 inhibitors confer organ protection. While there are many RCTs in patients with advanced diseases, only a few studies, such as Verify and UKBDS, that target patients with short disease duration, which have demonstrated the benefits of the legacy effects of early intervention. This data gap is extremely relevant to patients, most of the patients, and this might contribute to the therapeutic inertia in early intervention, which has the biggest potential to preserve beta cell function for glycemic durability with improved outcome. The ADASD has updated their practice guideline, emphasizing the control of 4 risk factors: blood pressure, blood glucose, blood lipids, and obesity. They also highlight the treatment goals of preventing complications and preserving quality of life, as well as 13 principles of care organizations to provide holistic management in order to realize these goals. However, worldwide, there are huge care gaps. In the International Diabetes Mellitus Practice Survey, which commenced in 2006, with a yearly enrollment of 8,000 patients, totaling 80,000 patients coming from 50 countries outside Western Europe and North America, managed by 600 healthcare providers. Less than 30% of patients attained an A1C, less than 7%, and has not improved over the last 12 years. Furthermore, 1 in 4 patients reported depressive symptoms, with 10% having significant complaints. These negative emotions can influence adherence, resulting in both hyper and also hypoglycemia. In a meta-analysis of strategies that targets the systems, healthcare providers, and also patients, patient education and self-management, team-based care, and providing relay using technology or non-physicians personnel to improve doctor-patient's communications had the largest effect size in reducing A1C, blood pressure, and LDL cholesterol. Problem solving requires observations, hypothesis generation, experimentation, and evaluation. Given the silent and complex nature of diabetes, a setting that allows evaluation and communication is very important, which is often possible only in clinical trial setting, delivered where protocol-driven care is delivered by a doctor-nurse team with regular monitoring, which can bring enormous benefits irrespective of the intervention. The marked benefits and outcomes, for example, death rates due to ischemic heart disease in developing versus developed countries, also highlight the importance of policies and systems to ensure access to care, medications, and support. The importance of personal education and literacy cannot be emphasized enough, which, after adjusting for all risk factors and treatment, education is an independent determinant of survival in people with diabetes. In 1995, we conceptualized a model where we changed the care setting and established a day center away from the busy clinics and designed protocols and trained nurses to examine the eye, the feet, the blood, and the urine in one setting and establish the register. We use the personalized data to empower patients and doctors to make informed decisions, including self-care, aimed at achieving multiple treatment goals and prescription and organ protective drugs. The register also provides benchmarking, tracks outcome, and identifies unmet needs. This objective evidence can motivate decision makers to build infrastructure, train staff, and also provide access to improve the quality of care. Here, it is important to emphasize that a register is different from the electronic medical record system. A register is designed to gather data systematically, followed by implementation and evaluation. A well-implemented register combines practice and data analytics in order to drive actions at all levels, including the practitioners, the payers, and also patients. So Hong Kong is a cosmopolitan city of 7.5 million people, mainly Chinese, where East meets West. In 1995, using a doctor-nurse clock trio team to set up the diabetes register, supported by donation We also set up a foundation and organized courses and meetings to raise professional awareness and build capacity. In 2000, the protocol was incorporated by the hospital authority that operates all the publicly funded hospitals and clinics in Hong Kong with a territory-wide electronic medical record system. At the same time, the HA also developed career paths for diabetes nurses trained by endocrinologists who are tasked to provide assessment, education, and support program in hospital-based diabetes centers, now number 18. We continue to gather data and develop risk equations using data from the register and confirm the benefits of using a doctor nurse or a doctor pharmacist team in reducing cardiovascular renal outcomes. In 2007, we set up the Asia Diabetes Foundation and invented the first web-based joint Asia Diabetes Evaluation JADE platform to promote data-driven team-based care. Supported by more than 300 HCPs from 11 countries in Asia, we established a JADE register, which enrolled over 120,000 patients since 2007. In 2009, the hospital authority extended the JADE concept, which involves risk stratification, and introduced a risk assessment and management program in the primary care setting. This has allowed us to curate the Hong Kong Diabetes Surveillance Database from the HAEMR, including 0.8 million people with diabetes, where we reported 50 to 70% decline in death and event rates in people with diabetes in Hong Kong between 2000 and 2016. The JADE platform digitalizes the Hong Kong Diabetes Register protocol with built-in risk engines to issue a personalized report complete with risk categories, trends, targets, and decision support. Using these reports, the care team can educate, empower, and engage the patients, while the doctors can personalize care guided by contemporary evidence and practice guideline. The utility of a register with linkage to hospitalization data demonstrates how we can use simple data collected routinely to stratify patients into different risk groups with very different events over time. These risk categories can be used to triage care to primary or secondary care teams, as well as promote patient-doctor communication for shared decision making. In 2009, the JADE concept has motivated authority to implement a territory-wide RAM program, risk assessment and management program with empowerment in the primary care setting. In this propensity score match cohort of 26,000 patients without complications enrolled in the RAM program versus those non-RAM programs patients, there was marked reductions in major events, hospitalization, and death, irrespective of age, sex, disease duration, risk factors at baseline. Meanwhile, we also evaluated the feasibility of using a doctor-nurse team to implement the JADE program in a broad range of care settings in low, middle, and high-income countries in Asia. Between 2012 and 2016, we recruited over 20,000 patients from 50 sites in 8 countries, 2 high-income and 6 middle-income countries, where each site was provided access to the JADE platform and a 1.5-year nurse salary to assist the doctors to enroll 600 patients who underwent the JADE assessments, including the eyes, feet, blood, and urine, to establish the JADE register. Supported by a clerk, we estimated that a nurse can perform 4 assessments in the morning with explanation of the reports in the afternoon. In the first phase, all patients received the JADE report, with half of the patients receiving 2 additional calls from the nurses on top of usual care. All patients had repeat assessment at 1 year. However, evaluation of the similar studies, which started in Hong Kong and China, indicated the issue of the self-explanatory JADE report already improved the risk factors, which attenuated the nurse intervention on risk factor control, although the nurse interventions reduced default rates and also improved self-care. To evaluate the full package of the JADE program, including evaluation, empowerment, and engagement, in the phase 2 study, the control group only underwent the evaluation without the report, while the intervention group received the 3 components of the JADE concept: evaluation, education, and empowerment. The primary outcome was all diabetes-related endpoints at 1 year. The other outcome included attaining 2 of 3 ABC targets, and 2 of 4 key performance indexes with meaningful reduction in ABC and also body weight. We noted the diversity of settings, commitment, and also institutional support can influence the fidelity of implementation with about 20% default rates at 1 year. During the phase 1 study, despite the confounding effects of the JADE report on the control group, the additional cost by the nurses was associated with increased likelihood of achieving 2 of 3 ABC targets on intention to treat analysis. In phase 2 study, the usual care group did not receive the JADE report, and we were able to show the full benefits of the concept of empowering the patients with personalized reports with engagement by the nurses after structured evaluation. This is the phase 2 studies. In 2007, supported by another donation, we set up a university affiliated diabetes centers operated by trained nurses to offer a self-paid JADE assessment program followed by personalized explanation of the report by the nurses with telephone reminder for repeat assessment every 12 to 18 months. Both self-referral and doctor referral are possible. Our teaching hospital also used the JADE technology to issue personalized report followed by group explanation by the nurse. While the repeat assessment, referral for repeat assessment rely on the doctors. Other hospitals, they use the adapted JADE protocol in the EMR to perform assessment, but there was no specific follow-up actions. After 10 years, we confirmed the validity of the JADE risk engine as a risk stratifying tool. In this private-public partnership program, using the JADE public as the reference group, the non-JADE group had 20% higher hospitalization and death rates, while the JADE PPP, the public-private partnership group, had 30% lower event rates, i.e. 50% risk reduction compared to the usual care group, with an annual saving of $1,000. Using JADE public as a reference, the usual care had the highest risk, while the JADE PPP care had the lowest risk of all events, especially death, CKD, and CVD. This real-world evidence demonstrates the value of using public-private partnership to deliver data-driven care, focusing on empowerment, regular assessment, and continuing care. In another one-year project, we recruited 600 patients who received JADE-guided care, with half of them receiving telephone-based peer support intervention. We argue that while the JADE program may reduce clinical inertia and treatment non-adherence, support by trained peers may reduce psychological distress and reduce hospitalizations. While both groups had reduction in all risk factors and improvement in self-care and drug adherence after 1 year, patients with the highest distress score who did not receive peer support actually had the highest hospitalization rates, suggesting that evaluation of patients' reported outcome, such as distress and depression, will help the care team design targeted programs to address unmet needs on top of data-driven care. The availability of territory-wide EMR, together with the risk assessment and management program with structured data collection, has allowed us to curate the hospital diabetes surveillance database to evaluate the impact of these programs. Between 2001 and 2016, the death and event rates had fallen by 70% in 0.5 million people with diabetes in the public setting. Overall, the standard mortality ratio has declined from 3 to 1.5, similar to the general population. However, that of the young patients remain very high, as 5 to 8 times higher death rates than their age-matched peers without diabetes. Besides, many of these patients had very high hospitalization rates, including that due to mental illnesses, especially during the early stage of disease. Using the Hong Kong DSD, we reported the progressive decline in A1C over time in all patients, probably because due to increased awareness, better quality of care, and access to newer medications. However, the young patients continue to have the worst A1C control, the absolute value or proportion of patients with high A1C. In 1,600 young patients followed up in 1994 to 2015 in the diabetes register, we measured the C-peptide in the stored serum and found that actually 8% of these young patients had LADA. Compared to patients without LADA, these patients had lower risk of CVD, but higher risk for severe hypoglycemia. Compared to those diagnosed with classical type 1 diabetes, LADA patients have 3 times higher risk of end-stage kidney disease, probably due to suboptimal glycemic control and delayed insulin treatment. These LADA patients were very responsive to insulin, although without the routine measurements of GARDA. Many of these patients were diagnosed as type 2 diabetes and given multiple oral drugs before they were eventually put on insulin. Diabetes is really extremely complex, calling for better precision in diagnosis, prognostication, and therapy. Thus, reclassifying diabetes is the first step towards precision medicine, calling for assessment of common and rare genetic variants, autoimmunity, demographic, life course, ecological, environmental, lifestyle, hormonal, as well as other familial factors such as chronic hepatitis B infection and thalassemia, which are very relevant in Asia. These factors interact to give rise to diverse clinical paths, and using these personalized data will be in a better position for decision-making and also scientific discovery. Commissioned by the government, we have embarked upon a 3-year multi-component RCT, the PRISM project, where 884 patients with young onset diabetes underwent the JADE evaluation, including C-peptide, autoimmune markers, gene profiling, and psychosocial assessment to classify diabetes. Half of these patients were empowered with these personalized data and received multidisciplinary care for 3 years versus usual care, with incident complications as primary outcomes. Meanwhile, in a recent analysis of 0.5 billion people with diabetes from 15 high-income countries with nationwide databases, Hong Kong and Asia has the largest decrement in death rates of 4% per year, declining from 3% per year in early 2000 to less than 1.3% per year in 2016 in Hong Kong. And this is likely due to changes in policies, practices, as well as professional and public knowledge. In 2020, we published the Lancet Diabetes Commission report after 4 years of intense research and deliberation amongst 44 global experts in epidemiology, public health, clinical care, and health economics from 5 continents, where we provided a roadmap to reduce the burden of diabetes and NCD. We highlighted the gaps in prevention, care, data, and professional knowledge, and the need to use data to drive actions, identify needs, and evaluate actions in real-world setting. By setting up a register, we can systematically assess, stratify, review, monitor, and reduce risk with relay of data back to patients and recall for reassessment. These registers will help providers track their own performance, and depending on the settings, they can be linked to population and hospitalization data to identify upstream causes and downstream consequences to inform practice and policies. We model the impacts of access to medications and integrated care on clinical outcomes. In China, 100 million people had diabetes, and 30% are undiagnosed. And among the diagnosed, only 40% were treated, and among the treated, 40% were controlled. By changing the setting and team structure to implement data-driven integrated care aimed at treating to multiple targets, we can increase the diagnosis and treatment rates substantially and prevent millions of cardiovascular events and billions of dollars. Recently, the European Diabetes Forum also proposed these 3 pillars of using data and registers, self-care technology, and integrated care as a EU strategies to make diabetes care accessible, affordable, and sustainable. After 3 decades of intense research, we now know what will work. The challenge is closing the implementation gaps to provide value-added care by using technology and holistic management to address the physical, mental, and social needs of people with or at risk of diabetes. Here, clinicians are in a unique position to translate evidence to practice with ongoing research to inform policies, gather data to identify unmet needs, formulate innovative solutions, and promote patient-centered care. Along the way, we ourselves will also transform through learning, trying, and teaching to become researchers, communicators, designers, managers, or entrepreneurs in order to build capacity, partnerships, and networks in pursuit of our goal to prevent complications and preserve quality of life. I would like to thank the large number of people, including colleagues, fellows, and students involved in the conceptualization, design, coordination, implementation, evaluation, and advocacy of this mega project, which have also contributed towards their professional development. I also wish to thank our sponsors, collaborators, donors, partners, volunteers, patients, and their families, and most importantly, my university and the hospital authority. Without their support, many of these initiatives would not have been possible. Thank you.
So, for next,
I don't think she is here. So
yes, she is. She is not here.
If anybody wants to make any comment, it is great. Otherwise, we have with us Antonio. He's ready. Hello. Should we take the
Hello,
next?
Antonio. Yes, we can move forward to the next talk, I guess. So we have Dr. Antonio Cirello, who is professor, has published widely in areas of diabetes with over 500 original papers and with an H index of 117. Currently is the president of European Association of Study of Diabetes Study Group on Diabetes and Cardiovascular Diseases. He also served as a board member of the 2019 European Society of Cardiology guidelines on diabetes, pre-diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases developed in collaboration with EASD. From July 1st, 2016, he has been appointed as editor-in-chief of Diabetes Research and Clinical Practice, the official IDF journal group. And Professor Cirello is the winner of 2004 Camillo Golgi Prize of the EASD and of the 2017 of the Helmut Mannert Award during the IDF 2017 meeting. And he will be today talking on treatment of COVID-19 in people with diabetes. What have we learned so far? Over to you, Dr. Antonio.
Two more lines which I want to speak for Antonio. He is very close friend of us, and we invited him for Diabetes India meeting in past, and probably this year he will accept our invitation because we invited him for our Diabetes India meeting in Indore at Diabetes India meeting, which we are going to have in month of April. And the second very important thing, our next IDF meeting, which is going to happen at Brazil, he is the program chair of the meeting. So just to inform everyone that that's a big news and a very close friend of us. And now over to Antonio for his talk. Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you, Banshi. And first of all, thank you for the kind invitation. I think that my talk is challenging what Juliana just presented. Because she was really wonderful in presenting how to move forward for the ideal management of diabetes. But I also believe that unfortunately, the COVID-19 is really challenging all the diabetes care approaches in the world, because it is a so new situation, very uncommon, that we had to face in the last years, and let's say we are still facing right now. These are my conflict of interest. This is the agenda of my talk. I will speak about all these topics briefly, of course, but I think that any of them really deserve a particular attention, because my aim is to try to clarify different points of the impact of COVID on diabetes, not only on diabetes management, but on the life of people living with diabetes. I also have to say that we, in the course of these 3 years, we have learned a lot about this. Let's say, first of all, COVID and diabetes. Yes, the evidence now is so well established, but when this paper was published in 2020, meaning almost at the beginning of the pandemic, it was evident that diabetes really contributing a lot of COVID-19, or the other side is that COVID-19 was affected much more people with diabetes than others kind of people, and particularly that the prognosis was worse in people with diabetes. One of the key issues in these years, particularly at the beginning of the pandemic, has been how much is the control of hyperglycemia affecting the disease, particularly the prognosis of the disease. Let's first focus on the long-term effect of glycemic control on the outcome of disease in people with diabetes, meaning which is the impact of A1C of the previous, let's say, months, years, on the poor prognosis of people with diabetes when they are affected by the disease. And I have to say that the data were at the beginning quite controversial. The first paper published on this topic was coming from France. It was the Coronado study, which was showing almost no influence of previous A1C level on the prognosis of the disease. On the contrary, few months later, this paper coming from UK was showing exactly the opposite. It's suggesting that a better level of A1C was really affecting the prognosis. What is the truth? Of course, nobody knows, but we performed this meta-analysis and we were able to show that the available data suggests that the previous control, let's say the previous, the level of A1C before the hospitalization for COVID-19 was affecting the prognosis in people with diabetes. So anyhow, it's not surprising that to have a good glycemic control before any disease can help to have an improvement in the prognosis. What about the specific effect of acute hyperglycemia and the prognosis of COVID-19? The first paper was not surprising, coming from one. These authors were clearly showing that having a good glycemic control during the hospitalization for COVID-19 was improving, was really saving life. You see here that the high level of death correlated to a worse level of a bad level of glycemia during hospitalization in the people in Wuhan. Something that has been confirmed by several studies. But I think this is one more interesting because it shows that if you control glycemia, you may have a chance to improve the prognosis. And particularly, this study shows a huge difference between people with diabetes and people without diabetes in terms of how acute hyperglycemia can affect the prognosis. And while we are not surprised that in people with diabetes, an acute increase of glycemia can worsen the prognosis, it was quite surprising that acute hyperglycemia can also worsen the prognosis in people without diabetes. And further, also it has been shown that not only acute hyperglycemia, but also an increase in glucose variability during the stay in the hospital was affecting the prognosis. So both an acute increase of glycemia or an increased variability of glycemia during the stay in the hospital, go to the hospital, the hospitalization is able to worsen the prognosis. Let me excuse myself, but just at the beginning of the pandemic, I wrote this editorial suggesting that to pay attention to the level of hyperglycemia during the hospitalization for COVID-19, and to recommending that probably we should have paid much more attention to the control of hyperglycemia in people affected by COVID-19. I have to say the data coming later were confirming this point of view. But why I was suggesting this, and let's also be more clear, what is really new about what we learn in terms of glycemic control and diabetes. I also wrote an editorial of this because based on the evidence that I'm coming to show right now, what we learned about glycemic control and COVID prognosis was not completely surprising, honestly. First of all, it's well known that high glucose is affecting the prognosis during the hospitalization for any acute disease. This is just something which has been shown in intensive cardiac unit, but it's also true for any acute situation. So a high level of glycemia is clearly affecting the prognosis during an acute disease. As well, was already established that a high glucose variability can also influence the prognosis in an acute setting, in both people and without diabetes. So at the end of the day, what we learn about the influence of glycemia on prognosis in people with COVID was already almost known, because it's the same that we found in any acute situation in a very, very different settings. So nothing really new. Which are the possible mechanisms through which hyperglycemia can affect the prognosis of COVID? This is one of the hypotheses. I'm showing this because this was our hypothesis. But there is honestly, all hypotheses are almost confirming the same principles. First of all, what is known is that during the infection, you have two different situations going in parallel. The first is a cytokine storm. You know, this is a very dangerous situation which can lead to the death. But on the other hand, it's also well known that the cytokine storm can affect insulin, can induce insulin resistance. So inducing or worsening an already existing insulin resistance. On the other side, is very well established that the virus can damage beta cells, producing a reduction of insulin secretion. So we are not surprised that the combination of increasing insulin resistance and reducing insulin secretion hesitates in producing hyperglycemia, which in turn, through different mechanisms very well established today, can lead to multi-organ damage. And this has been confirmed by several studies. But for example, you see this study showing that really a high level of hyperglycemia can affect an increase of parameters of inflammation. For example, look at IL-6 or C-reactive protein, as well as thrombosis. For example, look at D-dimer or fibrinogen. So the evidence is suggesting that particularly when high glucose is present, you can activate inflammation, you can activate the thrombosis. So in producing a situation which can really lead to the not only worsening the prognosis, but also to the death. And the effect of hyperglycemia has been shown in this study you see at the baseline in this study, there was a closer association between IL-6 and D-dimer. So a marker of inflammation and a marker of thrombosis exists. This correlation at the baseline is affected by the control of hyperglycemia. When glycemia was well controlled, a dramatic reduction of these parameters was present, meaning that improving glycemic control during the hospitalization for COVID contributes to decrease the risk for complications due to the disease. One key issue in the past has been, can we use corticosteroids for the management of the COVID in general, and in particular in diabetes? You know, the first guidelines released by societies involved in emergency, they were suggesting do not use corticosteroid alone at all. Why? We learned that the use of corticosteroid, particularly in very serious situations, is saving lives. And about diabetes, there is no evidence that the corticosteroid use is harmful. On the contrary, also in diabetes, corticosteroid can save the life. Of course, we have to manage at the same time the effect of steroids on hyperglycemia. So this is challenging, but we cannot avoid the use of steroids to save the life of our patients. If affected by COVID, and to be in a very serious situation, the only challenge is to really pay a lot of attention in controlling glycemia. And about the use of other hypoglycemic drugs, there is also no problem. You know, at the beginning of the pandemic, several hypotheses, several small studies were suggesting to avoid the use, for example, that DPP-4 could be useful, while maybe SGLT2 or GLP-1 could be dangerous because different effect of receptor, which is the receptor used by the virus to enter the cells. But this study coming from UK clearly confirmed that there is no risk in continuing to use the drugs already in use if the patient is well controlled. Of course, we must pay attention to the side effects if some situation emerge during the COVID disease, but nothing else. So there is no need to change the therapy because somebody is affected by COVID. And I think also another interesting aspect is how to use CGM. Because, you know, now the story of CGM is very attractive. It's a very useful tool to have a comprehensive idea of what means the level of glycemia in our patients. And we have the first studies, some studies published almost at the beginning of the pandemic, showing that the use of CGM could be very useful in the people with COVID-19. This is something you see that the outcome when a high glucose is higher than 160 milligrams is worsening, so you must control in order to get a lower level of glycemia. But you can do this only using CGM, which on the other hand gives us also another advantage. You do not need to stay close to the patients to check glycemia because you can have this data remotely. So there is an advantage for the patients, but also an advantage for healthcare professionals engaged in management of these very risky patients. And the usefulness of CGM has been also supported by this very interesting study showing that there is a very good association between the use of CGM because achieving a better glycemic control in ICU and non-ICU situation really helps in improving the prognosis. Another key issue is the story of vaccines. You know, we were looking at the vaccines as the solution. They were really helping, but unfortunately, until now, is not the final solution. They are not representing the final solution. And I have to say that the story of vaccines is more complicated always in diabetes, and also specifically in terms of vaccines for COVID-19. First of all, you know, the hyperglycemia has been shown to be associated with the lymphopenia, with the most severe lymphopenia is associated with the more severe situation of COVID-19 in diabetes. So there is a increased response, immunity response related to hyperglycemia in diabetes. And in this editorial, again, I claim that probably because hyperglycemia affected the immune response, we should have paid attention to the level of glycemia when going to vaccine people with diabetes, because hypothetically, if you have vaccine somebody having high glucose, this can may have the effect of reducing the immune response. And I wrote, we need data. I was claiming for data on the effect of vaccines in diabetes according to the level of metabolic control. And this study was the caveat study performed in Italy, showed two critical points. First, that hyperglycemia at time of vaccination worsens the immunological response. And second, that achieving adequate glycemic control during the post-vaccination period improves the immunological response. So again, stressing the relevance that when you vaccine somebody, particularly with diabetes, if this person has high glucose, maybe the effect of vaccine is reduced. Maybe it should have been better first to improve the glycemic control and then to proceed to the vaccination. Because this not only affects the response, you see here, this is the study was very precise, deep, looking at the effect of baseline control and the effect of long-term control of several aspects of immune response. But what we published, that is very scary, is that the level of glycemia may affect the efficacy of the vaccination, hesitating in increasing high risk of having death even after vaccination in people with diabetes if they get COVID. So this is something that is really affecting the clinical practice. On the other hand, my thoughts are, when we have to make a surgery, for example, in people with diabetes, you know, it's a very good clinical practice. First of all, to control glycemia and then to proceed. When we have to start antibiotic therapy because there is a very important infection, in parallel, we must improve glycemic control. So the situation is not different. Also in this case, probably in this case, we need new studies, probably with a new vaccine. We have to see if controlling for glycemia before vaccination gives an advantage in terms of immune response and outcomes. So in conclusion, people with diabetes are more prone to reduce prognosis if affected by COVID-19. Optimizing glycemic control is the key of overall treatment with diabetes and COVID-19. The possible side effect of a glycemic agent must be evaluated during the evolution of the disease, but there is no indication to change the therapy. Other specific aspects of disease management should be taken into account, for example, to risk for thrombosis, to start an anticoagulant, or if needed. And finally, the effect of vaccine diabetes are conditioned by the glycemic control. So probably it's time also to pay attention to this aspect before going for vaccination. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
So, thank you, Dr. Antonio. That was really a wonderful lecture. Do we have any question from our chat box, or anyone wants to ask?
I just want to have one question, Rutul.
Yes, sir.
Do you find any difference with the first wave of the COVID infection or the second wave of COVID infection in terms of morbidity and mortality in diabetes patients, particularly in diabetes patients? And the long COVID, was it more common with the second wave? Were there patients who were having with the first wave also were having the similar type of challenge or the issues of long COVID also?
This is a really key question, but there is a bias at the beginning. You know why? Because unfortunately, during the first wave, the more sick people died. So the bias is that at the end of the day, you really do not know if what you see is the reality, or is just because a huge part of the people more sick, more easy to get the complications are not present. Anyhow, globally, of course, we don't know data from some countries like China. You know the story. We are looking for data because they had a huge wave recently. The data are always showing that this second wave seems to be less dangerous. I also personally can say that this is true because I escaped for 3 years, and finally also I got COVID, as many others. For 3 years, vaccinated, I was safe. But also I honestly had a very mild symptoms, and it's very common today that the majority of the people, they are just suffering mild symptoms, mild complications. Probably you are increasing our immunity response, as always happens when you face some diseases, but also probably the virus has changed. It's not the same at the beginning of the pandemic. Long COVID, this is a very important question. And I think that many studies are going in this direction, because not only we don't know if COVID increases the number of new cases of disease. It seems true, but we are still to wait for this. But also, there are so many different symptoms apparently linked to the long COVID that honestly at the moment is very difficult to define this syndrome. Because you go from skin problems to the mind problems, to the cognitive problems, the heart problems. So what means about today long COVID? I think this is still an open question.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Antonio. That was a wonderful answer. And if we don't have any question, we may move forward to the next talk by Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan. He will be talking on managing diabetes in people with renal impairment. Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan is head and chief diabetologist at MV Hospital for Diabetes and Professor M. Vishwanathan Diabetes Research Center from Chennai. First non-European president of D-Food International based in Belgium and consisting of experts in diabetic food 2021 to 2023. He is National Vice President of RSSDI during 2019 to 2022, and he completed MD in Internal Medicine in 1991. He worked under Professor M. Vishwanathan for 5 years and completed 31 years as diabetologist. He is PhD in diabetic nephropathy from TN Dr. MGR, Tamil Nadu, Dr. MGR Medical University in 1999, and recipient of first Vivian Fonseca Award from the American Diabetes Association for the research paper on diabetes and TB in 2013. He has research interests like prevention of diabetes and its complication, and has published over 300 research papers in peer-reviewed journal Over to you, Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan.
Thank you, Dr. Rutul. I'll take only 10 minutes to finish this talk, and I would like to thank Dr. Banshi Sabu for recreating this IDF Lisbon. And I'm going to talk only for 10 minutes. And it's a very easy topic for me, and it's a good topic for me too. And let me share.
And Vijay, we are, really grateful and thankful to you. In between your meeting, which is going on, D-Food International meeting is going on at Chennai. Many of our faculty members are also there, and they are also celebrating centenary year of Professor Vishwanathan sir also. So I will be really thankful to Dr. Vijay that in between he could spare some time and he is here with us on live platform. Thank you once again, Vijay. And Vijay is a very senior member of diabetologist and senior member of RSSDI. So now over to Dr. Vijay Vishwan.
Well, thank you, Dr. Banshi. So this is a discussion, mostly a case discussion, what I did in IDF Lisbon. So, see, you talk about the 60-year-old man who's got a high BMI, not a very long duration of diabetes, about 5 years, but his A1C is not controlled. He's already on sitagliptin and metformin, 100 plus 1500. But you see his kidney parameters. He's already got protein in the urine. His eGFR has already started declining, and he's got retinopathy. But cardiac-wise, he's okay. He does not have evidence of heart failure, reduced ejection fraction. And in the foot examination, he does not have peripheral artery disease, but he has evidence of loss of protective sensation. Now, what are treatment options for this person? He is already on sitagliptin and metformin. So that's what I said. So if you see the slide which I showed you earlier, he is already on sitagliptin and metformin. So it goes without saying that we should add either a GLP receptor agonist, GLP-1 receptor agonist, or we should add an SGLT2 inhibitor. In our country, we prefer the SGLT2 inhibitor first. And if we can't tolerate it, then we would probably go for a GLP-1 receptor agonist. So I'm just using the pointer. So the first choice for India would be, or developing world would be SGLT2 inhibitors, because they are available as generics in India. And the second option, if we can't tolerate it, is to add a GLP-1 receptor. Now, in the next 8 minutes, I'll justify why it is. Now, after 6 months after adding an SGLT2 inhibitor, in this individual, we added an SGLT2 inhibitor, and he tolerated it. His A1C came down. I told you it was 8.8. It came down to 7. His eGFR remained static. But you can see his proteinuria came down from 1.5 grams per day till it had dropped to 600 milligrams. So the proteinuria had improved. Now we know that SGLT2 inhibitors act on the these are the afferent and efferent arteriole. This is afferent and this is efferent arteriole. Now the ACE inhibitors work here and the SGLT2 inhibitors work here. Both these drugs reduce intraglomerular hypertension, but the SGLT2 inhibitors work here and they produce a constriction, vasoconstriction of the afferent arteriole. And the ACE inhibitors will actually dilate the efferent arteriole and reduce intraglomerular hypertension. So it is a good idea to combine ACE or ARB with an SGLT2 today. Now, there are drugs which act on the mesangial proliferation, on the inflammation, on fibrosis. We have drugs like finerenone which have come into the market. We can additionally add these medicines to protect the kidney. So in addition to SGLT2 inhibitors and ACE or ARB, we can use finerenone also. Now, what about metformin? Now, in this individual, the metformin was continued. He was taking 1500 milligrams. So what do the guidelines say? The Kidney International Guidelines of 2020 says that if as long as your eGFR is above 45, you can continue the same dose. So in this individual, we continued the 1500 milligrams of metformin. We did not reduce it. But once the eGFR falls below 44, then you have the half the dose. So in this individual, we did not reduce the metformin dose, we continue with the same metformin dose. Now, what are the other agents which we can use? As I said, we use SGLT2 inhibitors because it's just cheaper and it's generic in India. But you can use dulaglutide, exenatide, liraglutide, semaglutide. You can use any of the GLP-1 receptor agonists. Had this patient not tolerated an SGLT2 inhibitor due to some side effects, we would have used the GLP-1 receptor agonists. Now, you do not need dose adjustment with dulaglutide. With liraglutide, also you don't need any dosage adjustment. With exenatide, we don't use it. With semaglutide, also we don't need any dosage adjustment. So with liraglutide, with dulaglutide and semaglutide, which are the three commonly used GLP-1 receptor agonists in India, we do not need any dosage adjustment as far as the kidney is concerned. Now, if you, again, going back to the Kidney International Guidelines, now, had this patient had some other comorbidities, now, if the person had heart failure or a high risk of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, or if you wanted a potent agent, a very potent agent, or if you wanted to avoid hypoglycemia, avoid injections, weight loss, low cost, supposing you were looking at a low cost option, depending on the associated preference or comorbidity, you can change your treatment. If you're looking, for instance, if a person had a heart failure, you can use an SGLT2 inhibitor or a GLP-1 receptor agonist. If you're looking at a low-cost therapy, then in addition to the sitagliptin metformin, we could have added a sulfonylurea, AGI, or even a TZD, like pioglitazone. If you wanted weight loss, you could have used an SGLT2 inhibitor, as we did in this case, or a GLP-1 receptor agonist. So depending on the preference or the comorbidity, you can keep changing your agents, the add-ons to sitagliptin and metformin. Coming to the last 2-3 slides of my talk, this is the protective mechanism. In this patient, we added an SGLT2 inhibitor to the sitagliptin metformin, which is already going on. And this is how it works. It helps in SGLT2 inhibition. It reduces the glucose level and sodium level in the serum. It has got an osmotic diuretic effect. Sodium also goes out. Therefore, it increases the sodium removal and the glucose removal. And the possible protective effect. Why did we add this SGLT2 inhibitor to this patient who had CKD, whose EGFR was already declining? We added it because as I told you, it will reduce intraglomerular pressure. It will reduce albuminuria. It did in this patient. It will improve renal oxygenation. That's a very important point. SGLT2 inhibitors can be given even in EGFRs less than 20 because it improves the renal oxygenation. Now, it can improve the cardiac function. It can improve the autophagy and reduce inflammation. And these are the CV and renal outcomes. You can reduce CV death, hospitalization, heart failure, renal events. So adding an SGLT2 inhibitor in this patient to sitagliptin and metformin has all these following advantages. And today we have a combination of sitagliptin, metformin, SGLT2 in a single drug available in India. And my very last slide. So if you are dealing with a patient with CKD, as you are dealing with this patient, you have this option of continuing metformin, as I told you, adding an SGLT2 inhibitor, if you can't tolerate a SGLT2, you can add a GLP-1 receptor agonist, and these are additional drugs, and your kidney. And of course, lipid management, glycemic control, and blood pressure is very important. So thank you for your attention. And thank you, Dr. Banshi, once again, for recreating the IDF Lisbon for people who could not attend it. And also...
And I have a question. So we have using nowadays finerenone without even using ACE inhibitors and even SGLT2 or the standard of care for our renal patients. So what do you say? What is your experience about finerenone, and have you seen some of the prescriptions like that?
People like Rajiv Agarwal and others, George Bacchus, have done studies using finerenone as an add-on to ACE inhibitors or ARB, the Fidelio, DKD, Figaro. So they have not used finerenone solo monotherapy. So we still do not have much data on the monotherapy without adding it on to ACE or ARB. It's good to see Anup Mishra after Lisbon.
So, what is your experience about finerenone, sir?
So I think you should use first ACE or ARB. It's a first-line drug, and then add on finerenone. Not go straight away for finerenone. No, we do.
Dr. Vijay, after adding the finerenone, you have hyperkalemia. Will you stop only finerenone or will you stop both? Because now there is a hyperkalemia.
Yeah, so
I mean, it is more than 6.5. I'm not talking of just 5.5.
Yeah, so
very high potassium level had come. What you will do?
That's a good question, Banshi. In the studies by Rajiv Agarwal and George Bacchus, added finerenone to ACE inhibitors, the number of people who had to stop the drug hyperkalemia. So you tell them to reduce potassium by other means, the dietary means and so on. But you need these two drugs for kidney protection. So, but in case hyperkalemia does happen, the first drug to go will be finerenone.
Because Vijay, just before some time, Dr. Rajiv was in India and he was here in Ahmedabad. So we asked the same question, and what he told that, I would like to stop both the drugs. Then it's okay. You can stop both. Now, which you will start first? Now, that's it again, whether you will again go with the AC inhibitor to start with, or will you only start with finerenone? According to him, the answer was, you will stop both the drugs after some time when potassium is normal. You would like to add, he would like to add only finerenone to the patient with diabetes. So that's the reason I asked you that question.
No, I think we have much more data, robust data for ACE inhibitors or ARB. So the first choice is for that. Second choice is for finerenone when you restart it. But as you said, you should stop both together and then start ACE or ARB first, followed by finerenone. Anup Mishra sir has put up his hand.
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you. I was listening to your talk, very interesting. One thing one has to be very careful is hyperkalemia. And just 2 days back, we had a death due to hyperkalemia. Despite our stopping ARB, somebody had restarted ARB. And we write on the top of the case sheet that hyperkalemia ARB stopped. But somebody started, and 7.5 patient went into the ventricular VTAC and then subsequently died. So one has to be very careful here. And there is no question about it that you have to stop both the drugs or any drug which is causing hyperkalemia immediately. If the potassium is more than 6 or 6.5 or something like that, give K-bind, monitor very carefully, reintroduce only if potassium comes back below 5 and after informing the patient and under the monitoring. So that kind of precautions are necessary for high potassium levels.
Totally. Very important.
Great.
It's very difficult to treat hyperkalemia and death is very common.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vijay.
Thank you, everyone.
So we can close this session and we can invite for the next session the chairperson,
Dr. Vipul Chawda and Dr. Supratik Bhattacharya we have.
So Supratik is a diabetologist, endocrinologist based at Kolkata, and Dr. Vipul Chawda based at Ahmedabad, MD diabetologist and cardiometabolic physician. Both of them are going to start the next session. So I request now Supratik and Vipul to take over. And we have three very eminent speakers in this session. Dr. Anup Mishra from Delhi, from Ramchandran from Chennai, who already joined, and Dr. Makkar sir from Delhi again. Today he's at Chennai. So now over to chairperson.
Thank you so much, Bansi sir, for allowing to chair this session. I would also like to welcome my co-chair, Dr. Supratik, who is a good friend of mine. And it is my privilege to introduce the first speaker of the session, who is a proud of India, Padma Shri Dr. Anup Misra, sir. Sir is talking about a co-epidemic in India, diabetes as well as tuberculosis. Sir is the executive chairman, Fortis CDOC Hospital for Diabetic Allied Sciences, director of National Diabetic Obesity and Cholesterol Foundation, is the president, Diabetes Foundation, former professor, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, former faculty of United Territories Southwestern Medical Center at Dallas, Texas, USA. His major achievements are more than 300 published research papers, and he is editor-in-chief of Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome Clinical Research and Review and Clinical Keys. He is associate editor of Journal of Diabetes USA, European Journal of Clinical Nutrition, member of Academic Board of British Medical Journal, and member of the Lancet Commission of Obesity 2023. He has award of Padma Shri from President of India in 2007 and highest award of medicine in India, that is Dr. B.C. Roy Award in 2006. He is the author of book Diabetes with Delight in both language, English and Hindi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, so the audience may know that why the topic given to Dr. Anup Misra, he is the eminent speaker on diabetes and tuberculosis, but because the idea of this IDF learnings from IDF, whatever the topic which is already given in IDF. So Dr. Anup Misra was the speaker for this topic at IDF Lisbon. So we have taken the same speaker, and whatever they have talked in IDF, we are taking those speakers only. And those who have presented from Southeast Asia only, primarily we approach them, and some of the speakers from Europe also who are the part of this IDF learning program. With this, once again, sir, thank you, Dr. Anup Misra, sir, for accepting our invitation and giving talk this online. There are more than 7,000 doctors who are registered for this meeting. And we are very happy to share with everyone that we have doctors from Nepal, from Bangladesh, from all Southeast Asian countries. And Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, hundreds of doctors have registered, and they are listing it also online. So the idea of this meeting is to have that everyone can't go to Lisbon and to listen IDF. So this is a learnings from IDF for IDF Southeast Asia delegates. Over to Dr. Misra.
So thank you, Bansi. And remember, we talked about this kind of conference during the IDF Portugal, and you made it happen. So that I'm very happy about it. And I'm very happy that people from not only South Asia, from other countries have joined in. Today, I'll be speaking about a very important topic for developing countries, for South Asia, that is a co-epidemic of tuberculosis and diabetes. Since my topic was experience from India, I'll be speaking mostly from the Indian studies. This is most of the data have been taken from India-based studies. Some international studies, additional topics have been taken to make it more comprehensive. There is no conflict of interest. Now, a little bit of background, and the next slide which I'm going to show is my favorite slide. This I've been showing in medical conferences and conferences for public health for a while now. This slide has been taken from the front cover of Bloomberg Market. And one would question me, why are you showing a slide from a financial magazine? A guy called Jason Gale researched India's diabetes in 2008-2009 and published this in Bloomberg Markets. This is one of the frontline papers or article for last 1 decade for public health. He traveled all across India and researched several people, including me, and then put this article. And what he foresaw at that particular time is what I'm going to talk about today, is that the twin epidemics of diabetes and tuberculosis are striking India. Look, he put a story of this female who was living in the Chawls of Bombay, and she was suffering from diabetes. She did not know. she had a foot infection, and then that's how she got to know. And her husband, who's not shown here, was suffering from tuberculosis. So two people in the same household, one tuberculosis, one diabetes, both inadequately treated, both suffering. At this time, he highlighted that India's diabetes cuts down millions who just are escape poverty or are still poor. This is where the tuberculosis is already striking that we have learned from the textbooks during the undergraduate years and subsequently. So this is the nutshell of the whole paper, that this is the population which is having diabetes as well as tuberculosis. Now look at some of the data. Incidence of diabetes in top 8 countries in 2020, taken from global tuberculosis reports. The rate per 100,000 population is highest as far as India is concerned. And then if you look at the diabetes in India, and that everybody knows, but this is our article based on meta-analysis of 1.7 million adults, showing how the graphs for diabetes and pre-diabetes are both going up in India is concerned, but more importantly, the graph in the rural area. This is the graph in the rural area, and this is particularly pre-diabetes. If you see the rural areas, it is going far ahead than the urban areas. And large number of patients with TB and diabetes or either alone remain undiagnosed, thus increasing morbidity and mortality. Now, talking about the mortality, top 20 causes of death worldwide, look at this. This is the global. Diabetes mellitus is at 9th position and tuberculosis at 13th position. While in India, if you look at this, the diabetes at 7th position and tuberculosis on 5th position. So it's much earlier in first 10 of the causes of death.
Sir, I would like to interrupt you, sir. Your slides are not in PowerPoint mode and they are not moving.
They're not moving?
Yes.
Just hold on. Can you see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can you see the slide now?
Put it on a full screen mode, please.
Slides are visible.
We can see the slide now.
Slideshow mode.
Now?
Slides are visible, but not in a slideshow mode. Not in a full screen.
In the slideshow.
Is it moving now?
No, it is not moving, sir.
I put on the full slide mode, but somehow it is not showing like this. But you're able to see the slide and you're able to see the movement of the slide in different slides. Are you? Is it?
Sir, may I please request you to try moving one or two slides so that we can see if it is moving? No, sir, it's not moving.
Now moving?
Yes.
Now it's moving.
Yes, it's moving, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll go back. I'll show in this mode because in the other mode it is not moving. So I'll show in this mode. It may be smaller. Huh? Okay. So if you look at this, the top 10 causes of death worldwide, diabetes is in 9th place, 7th as far as India is concerned, and tuberculosis on the 13th place, 5th in India. And if you go ahead and look at the risk factor associated with tuberculosis globally, as far as India is concerned, look at the global 2021 data. Diabetes is one of the risk factors for tuberculosis. And as far as India is concerned, it is right on the 2nd place, while globally it is on the 5th place. And same has been reflected on the right side by the study where the tuberculosis is affecting younger ages in people who have a BMI of less than 18.5 and then those who have diabetes. So as far as India is concerned, diabetes is something which is of paramount importance for affection of tuberculosis. Now, what about the biological plausibility of co-infection of both? Diabetes mellitus causes hyperglycemia, decreases immune function, increases susceptibility to infection, and then infection causes hyperglycemia. Patients with diabetes have 2 to 3 higher times risk of tuberculosis versus those without diabetes. So both way it is patients with diabetes have higher risk for tuberculosis and patients with tuberculosis have higher risk for diabetes, and this is what I'm going to show in the subsequent slides. Now, as far as biological plausibility, we continue. Hyperglycemia affects chemotaxis, phagocytosis, low activity of alveolar macrophages, phagocytosis by FC receptor mediated action, and T cell proliferation of interferon alpha, and more. Other contributing factors like renal failure, micronutrient deficiencies, and problems with the pulmonary function, decreased elastic recoil, lung volume, decreased DLCO, occult mucus plugs, decreased ventilatory response to hypoxia, and microangiopathy all come in as far as the increased susceptibility to tuberculosis is concerned. Now, let's look at some of the data from as far as India is concerned. And this is Dr. Vijay Viswanathan's study in 2012 in 2 districts of South India from the national program, a total sample size of 827, and look at the prevalence of diabetes and pre-diabetes 25.3% and pre-diabetes 24.5%. Diabetes was more in patients with pulmonary tuberculosis than in those who have tuberculosis at other places. Another important and interesting data to see is that patients who had diabetes actually had slightly higher BMI and waist circumference than those who did not have diabetes. That is shown on the right side. And 10 years later, a systematic review in 2021 showed that the pooled prevalence of diabetes in tuberculosis patients was 21%, varying from 11% in Bangladesh to 24% in Sri Lanka. This particular review also concluded that patients with diabetes and tuberculosis were associated with higher odds of mortality and treatment failure in patients with tuberculosis. And also concluded, but it is not associated with multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. Now, there are several other papers who have shown slightly different findings, but overall, if we look at the overall prevalence data and our mortality data, this still holds true. Another important point and very interesting point is whether this kind of diabetes which we discover in patients with tuberculosis is actually a diabetes or it's a transient hyperglycemia. And if you look at this particular study, how many people have pre-diabetes, newly onset diabetes, and how many people have known diabetes. And by month 3, the pre-diabetes have shrunken from 32 to 12. And new diabetes also, 3 patients normalized. And then subsequently, if you look at month 6, the same picture continued. So there are a couple of people who may have hyperglycemia during initial phases and then subsequently settle down. They may need further monitoring, but they may not be truly diabetic. Now, a little bit about signs and symptoms of tuberculosis in patients with diabetes. And this is a 1927 study when I'm sure the patients with diabetes must be having a very high sugars and maybe dying early and so on because of lack of treatment. But whatever that was, Sossman and Steidel, they looked at these patients and found that their chest X-ray showed atypical findings. And there is more of a lower lung involvement, multi-lobar involvement, and multiple cavities. So this is the something which is stood out in that particular study and subsequently has been shown in multiple other studies as well. For example, there are 2 studies which are depicted here. And as far as, let's look at these studies. These are Kurova et al. In 2021 and by Mave Mavi has done a lot of work as far as primary tuberculosis and diabetes is concerned. As far as symptoms is concerned, there is a higher prevalence of hemoptysis and much more weight loss in patients with diabetes and tuberculosis versus those patients who have tuberculosis without diabetes. In addition, mycobacterial burden is almost 4 times higher as demonstrated by higher smear grade and shorter time to detection in culture. Each % increase in hemoglobin A1C level among these with diabetes was associated with higher mycobacterial burden. Now, coming to the radiological disease, and if you look at on the right side the table, the lower lobe lesions were much higher as far as diabetes is concerned, and cavity lesions were also much higher, though statistically not significant. Another important point to consider is the risk of diabetes tuberculosis transmission to close contact may be higher from TB patient with diabetes than those who do not have diabetes. So in short, they have much higher burden of disease and diabetes is contributing to it. What about the outcomes? This is again a study from Dr. Vishwanathan's group in 2013. 332 patients were taken. And if you look, compare diabetes versus non-diabetes, sputum positive at the end of a specific end of an intensive phase was much more in patient with diabetes, and so was mean duration of sputum conversion, which took longer period, and treatment failure was also high. So treatment failure, sputum positivity, all are showing worsening as far as patient with diabetes is concerned. And then if you look at the data 10 years later from Pune, Western India, in the larger number of patients, 799 participants, 28% had tuberculosis and diabetes. And these people, Mabe et al., they looked at a composite outcome, failure of treatment, recurrence, and mortality. A composite outcome was 20% in patients with diabetes and 21% in the other group. So there was not much of a difference as far as composite outcome was concerned, but mortality, as shown in the two graphs here, are higher in patients with diabetes and tuberculosis. And I have put the squares there, and if you look at that, these are patients who died early. So early mortality was higher, and specifically in patients who had new onset diabetes rather than known diabetes. So if a person has tuberculosis and diabetes, it is the early period we have to look at. It is the early period we have to manage them very well so that the mortality does not occur. Now, another important point which has emerged from some of the research studies is that if a person has tuberculosis and diabetes, should we screen the other household contact for diabetes? So we know that they may have more tuberculosis, but they have more diabetes or not. A very interesting study of 677 patients where all household contacts were screened and found that 37% had either pre-diabetes or diabetes. Out of that, 10% had diabetes and 27% had pre-diabetes and 6% had newly detected diabetes. So the household contacts have to be screened for tuberculosis. Household contacts have to be screened for diabetes, both. Now, one would ask, what is matrix metalloproteinases doing here in this particular lecture? Now, matrix metalloproteinases are proteolytic enzymes and mediate tissue destruction. Tissue destruction, in this case, we are interested in lungs. And circulating levels of matrix metalloproteinase 1, 2, 3, 7, 10, and 12 was significantly higher in tuberculosis patients with diabetes compared to both only tuberculosis and healthy controls. And if you look at on the right side, they're shown in the form of graph. Further, levels of MMP exhibited a significant positive relationship bacterial burden, extent of disease, and A1C levels. And if you give anti-tubercular drugs, it is associated with significant reduction. In particular, patients with metformin And it is shown on the right side how ATT decreases the MMP levels, and metformin also showed significantly lower level of multiple MMPs. So this destructive enzyme is high in patients with tuberculosis, and then subsequently it decreases after treatment. And metformin, and this message is very, very important, that metformin actually decreases this level. Now, what about the drugs for management? And that's where metformin further comes in. Concentration of anti-tubercular drugs in TB DM combination versus those with TB alone, there are lower levels of isoniazid, pyrazinamide, but rifampicin levels are not affected. Isoniazid and rifampicin may interfere with metabolism of sulfonylureas, and rifampicin may cause hyperglycemia, and there is overlapping toxicity of peripheral neuropathy with diabetes and INH. What interests us today is metformin. Many people, where treatment is started, they often stop metformin, and physicians often put these patients on insulin alone, which is a wrong practice, because metformin may prevent tuberculosis, decrease its relapse and mortality, decreases matrix metalloproteinase levels, hence may decrease destruction of pulmonary tissues, improves quality of life, and possibly decreases post-tuberculosis fibrosis. So metformin is extremely important drug. And statins also, they may improve outcome. What about the national framework for joint TB collaborative activity? In the next 5 minutes, Now, goal is to reduce mortality and morbidity due to tuberculosis and diabetes. And this is a framework. There is a specific provision for recording diabetic or non-diabetic status and the number of diabetic patients screened. And there is a clear pathway in reporting pathway for tuberculosis, and there is a clear reporting pathway for non-communicable diseases for diabetes. And there is a convergence of the two. And this is the referral slip for referring suspected diabetic patient to NCD clinic. And if you look at this, anybody with random blood sugar above 140 is referred to the NCD clinic. So screening for diabetes in patient with tuberculosis and screening for tuberculosis in patient with bidirectional screening is something which is emphasized here. And there are a number of other responsibilities of program staff, sensitization training, information, education, communication, implementation, and supervision. So it's a very, very detailed document which was initiated in 2017. But then a number of barriers. And if you look at that the screening is not implemented despite we having such a detailed document. Only 24% were screened in this particular study, and the low patient awareness, poor knowledge of guidelines among healthcare providers, lack of staff, inadequate training were barriers to screening. And if you look at the statements from some of those who are providing care, government says that we are doing enough. But you know what is happening in PSC? There is no specific program for control of diabetes. This is the real problem. Now, this is documented in this particular research paper. Say whatever human resources are available for TB care should be fully devoted to TB management, but they are assigned to many other duties, and therefore we cannot optimize TB case destruction. And this is after 40 years of tuberculosis control program. And similarly, the third person says there are healthcare facilities face manpower shortage. There is no doctor. Front level staffs are stressed. There is no sufficient sputum microscopy or gene specs facility. How will diagnosis happen? So a stronger political commitment, effective integration of the program, so better horizontal vertical strategy, better district level and TB-DM program, the coordination, closing the training and skills gap, resource mobilization. So many things are needed to strengthen this program. And especially in the era of COVID-19, there are three epidemics which are going on. Diabetes, as you have heard earlier, was people had uncontrolled diabetes during COVID era, and there was new onset diabetes. And there was activation of the SARS-CoV in patients with tuberculosis. And both diabetes control program and tuberculosis program suffered during COVID-19. Thus, suboptimal governmental care was there because of COVID. But it is possible to integrate management in rural setting. And as you can see, there's one last slide before I summarize, that in 120 patients, if the management is given to auxiliary nursing midwife, and they were trained in Android-based smart health web application, then they completed the DOTS treatment, and feasibility of control of both tuberculosis and diabetes could be done by these ANM. So I summarize my presentation. Diabetes and tuberculosis are both highly prevalent in India and coexist in substantial number of patients. Tuberculosis and diabetes may present in atypical manner with high mycobacterial load. Treatment failure and mortality may be higher in tuberculosis diabetes as compared to tuberculosis alone. And some patients with TB may show reversible hyperglycemia. Household contact of tuberculosis diabetic patient should be screened for diabetes. Detection and bidirectional screening is aggressively warranted in India. Health system upgrade and strengthening is required for management for both in frontline areas, particularly for diabetes, and finally for all physicians. Use of metformin should be universal in these patients. It should be more liberal in patients with tuberculosis diabetes, in addition to insulin, and which may impact mortality and recurrence favorably. So once again, Dr. Banshi Saboo, thank you for giving me this opportunity and putting the lecture in front of all of you.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Anup. May I please, sir, now ask a question? We understood from your lecture that both diabetes and tuberculosis might affect each other. Now, I just wanted to understand, would there be any effect on the tests which are immunological in nature? So quantiferon gold, for example, for detecting TB in a person with diabetes with reduced immunity. Do you think that's going to affect the tests to detect tuberculosis?
Yes, it could be, but frankly, if you ask me, Supratik, that I don't believe in tuberculosis quantiferon gold at all. And I don't do it in any patients with suspected tuberculosis. So whatever effect it may have, it's immaterial if you don't believe in a test. But what is possibly more important and a very simple test is the MON2 test. In a patient who has a marked immunity problem and the immunity is markedly suppressed, there may be some effect on the MON2 test that we know. So your question is well taken, that if a patient is markedly immunosuppressed in view of a low protein, high mycobacterial load, plus diabetes, and certainly some effect will come to immunological based tests, surely.
Perfect, sir. Second question that I wanted to ask you was, do you think somebody with diabetes and tuberculosis, will there be any effect on the micro and macrovascular complications that arise out of diabetes?
Well, since the hyperglycemia in many of these patients is quite high, but if it is managed effectively, it will last for maybe 1 month, maybe 2 months. That kind of hyperglycemia lasting for a short period of time may affect the microvascular or macrovascular complication. To what extent it will affect, only a long-term study will show. Unfortunately, we don't have enough data as far as that is concerned.
Perfect. So I open this house for questions. So anybody would want to ask any questions to Dr. Misra, you're welcome to ask, please. If not, a big thank you to you, sir, for this wonderful talk. And it's been a pleasure having you on board. It's an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we will move on to our second speaker, Dr. A. Ramachandran. He's very, very well known to all of us. He's the chairman of Dr. A. Ramachandran's Diabetes Hospital, Chennai, and internationally renowned for his work on epidemiology of diabetes. His project, the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program, has been acclaimed internationally. His pioneering work on use of mobile technology in primary prevention of diabetes is well known, and he has published more than 400 original research papers. And this is only probably just a summary of what he has achieved. So he's going to be talking on should drugs be used for diabetes prevention. So we'll look forward to hearing from you, sir.
Sure. Yeah. Can you see my slides?
Yes, it's visible, sir. If you just put it on full screen mode for me, please.
I'm trying that. Is it okay?
Try moving the slides for me, please, sir.
Sure.
I can't see the slides moving, sir. So we have to ask the technical team. Can Mayank please comment whether you can see the slides move? Yes, it's moving now, sir. Yes.
You're moving?
Yeah.
Perfect. Very good. All right. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm also going to congratulate Dr. Banshi for this fantastic idea of doing that again for the Lisbon meeting. So I'm going to talk to you on the should drugs be used for diabetes prevention. And I'm going to give you some arguments in favor of using lifestyle modification because there is no conflict of interest. You can see my slides and can hear me well?
Yes, perfect, sir.
Good. Well, what I'm going to talk about is that both lifestyle modification as well as drugs can prevent or postpone diabetes in people with high risk of diabetes or pre-diabetes. But there are some differences. What are the differences? First, the post-trial sustainability of the efficacy with lifestyle modification is definitely better because drugs merely treat hyperglycemia and does not prevent diabetes. The other thing is improvement in insulin sensitivity and insulin secretion has been noted even with lifestyle modification, even better than even drugs. Of course, drugs have adverse effects while lifestyle modification has beneficial effects. You should remember you are using this in people who do not have diabetes, who are otherwise very healthy. Lastly, it's important to consider the cost effectiveness of using a strategy to prevent diabetes. Now, this shows you a histogram showing the results of prevention trials in different ethnic groups. And what you can see is that lifestyle modification has shown to reduce the incidence of diabetes in all ethnic groups, starting from China, Sweden, Europeans, Indians, Japan, and the United States.
Sir, I'll be stopping you once, please, because I don't see the slides moving again.
Yeah?
No.
Yeah?
No, sir.
So what is that problem?
Mayank, would you please want to help Dr. Ramachandran?
Sir, please stop share and share it again.
Sure. Can you see now?
Yes, but please try moving a couple of slides. No, your slide is stuck on results of prevention trials in different ethnic groups.
Okay, not moving even now?
No, sir.
So please make it in footprint mode. There is a 64%. You can see.
It moved now, sir. It moved.
Sorry?
It moved to lifestyle interventions versus drugs.
Yeah, that is the next one. Yeah, because I think internet is just a little slow here. I think. Let me just
yes, it's moving now, sir. Please try now.
Is it okay?
Yes, it's on the prevention trials.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Is it okay? Yeah.
Yes, perfect, sir.
Lifestyle modification has shown to reduce the incidence of diabetes in all ethnic groups. And the results vary with different in the intensity of intervention. Studies have shown weight loss accompanied with reduced risk of progression to diabetes, and the risk reduction has been ranging from almost 30% to almost 67%. Can you see this next slide now?
No, sir.
Let me change.
Yes, yes. Now we can see.
It's pretty slow, right?
Yes, sir. It's slow.
Just do some small change in the. Just wait for a minute.
Sure, sir.
You can see this now.
Yes, it's on lifestyle interventions versus drugs.
Can you see now?
So it's on lifestyle interventions.
Correct. Yeah, what is shown here is that lifestyle intervention as well as pharmacological agents can both reduce diabetes almost equally during the trial period. It ranges from about 20 to almost 60%, both with lifestyle, what is shown on the top, and with pharmacological agents. The difference is that lifestyle intervention continues to have an effect, but most drugs will not have that effect. Now, is the change slide shown to you? Seen?
Not yet, sir.
Oh.
There's a sort of a help from Mayank, who is saying that now onwards, if sir would please, press on the down button, it will go to the next one. If you could try doing that, sir. Yes, it's moving now, sir.
Okay,
it's on the
what
finish.
is shown here is the diabetes prevention trial, which is showing a 58% relative risk reduction. And this next slide shows you the incidence of diabetes in the DE trial in the US, showing 31% risk reduction by metformin and 58% reduction by lifestyle modification. You can see the slide?
Yes, sir. It's shown there.
Now what I'm going to show you is the Indian diabetes prevention programs, two of them. One of them is the first study called the IDPP, in which we had recruited subjects with impaired glucose tolerance and randomized them into 4 interventions. First, a control population, and then lifestyle modification, then metformin, and then a combination of lifestyle modification and metformin. And the results said that the control group had 55% cumulative incidence, while lifestyle modification and metformin, as well as the combination, had almost 40% cumulative incidence. So the results showed that the relative risk reduction was almost 30% with all the strategies which is used for the IDPP. But most with metformin when it combined with lifestyle modification. So the drug did not have an added effect on lifestyle modification. The next study was what is the Indian SMS study, in which what we did was we randomized people with impaired glucose tolerance into 2 groups. One of them was given standard care, and the second one was given regular messages through mobile phones in order to change their behavior to prevent or reduce the risk of development of diabetes. The study was done for 2 years, and what we found, and this is the design of the study, in which the messages were actually computer had analyzed the messages from the people, and according to the stage of their behavior, the messages were changed in order to encourage them to adhere to lifestyle modification, both dietary aspects as well as exercise. And what we found was in a 2-year period, you can see my slides changing?
No, sir, it's not moving anymore. So if you try pressing the down buttons, sir, and see if it moves.
Now I'm in the SMS study risk reduction, 36%. Can I see this?
No, it's stuck at finish diabetes prevention trial, sir.
All right, just let me do another thing. 1 minute. Reduce. over here with the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program, in which we have done the IDPP as well as the Indian SMS study. Next slide. IDPP was one of the first studies done in Southeast Asia, where we took people with impaired glucose tolerance, and they were actually randomized into 4 groups. There was no intervention in the control group, then a lifestyle modification, metformin, and a combination of lifestyle modification and metformin. And the next slide shows you the results that in the control group, there was a 55% cumulative incidence of diabetes, while in the groups which had the interventions, there was a 40% cumulative incidence. And the next slide shows you the relative risk reduction was almost 30% in all the intervention group, which was significant. But the additional information was that there was no benefit of adding metformin to lifestyle modification. So the drugs did not have an added effect to lifestyle modification. Next slide. Then we did what is called the Indian SMS Diabetes Prevention Trial, in which we used mobile phones in order to change the behavior of people. Next slide. This was the design of the study, in which we recruited people with impaired glucose tolerance, and they were randomized into 2 groups. One was getting standard care, and the other one was getting standard care plus motivational messages through text messages on the mobile phones in order to change their behavior. And the next slide shows you that and this is the design of the study, in which we actually analyze the data according to the messages and their change in behavior, and then optimized the messages in order to make their behavior adhering to the change in behavior in order to prevent diabetes. Next slide. Surprisingly, within a 2-year period, there was a 36% relative risk reduction in the incidence of diabetes, showing that within 2 years, by sending SMS messages on the mobile phones, the change in behavior could reduce the incidence of diabetes significantly. Next slide. So what I said at the beginning was that the intensity of the intervention can change the incidence of diabetes. In fact, there was a big difference between the Indian studies and the European or the American study, showing that we had used only 500 milligrams of metformin, and the lifestyle modification was moderate, while both the American study and the Finnish study had intensive lifestyle modification. And more importantly, there was no significant weight loss in our people with impaired glucose tolerance. You must remember that the BMI of our subjects with impaired glucose tolerance is much lower or almost normal compared to the high BMI seen in the American population or the European population. Next slide. So the next point is that when you talk about lifestyle modification, the question is asked, does the components of lifestyle modification do really work? Which means diet, physical activity, and the weight management. And the next slide shows you that in the Finnish trial, Jaakko Tumilehto published this data in New England Journal of Medicine, showing that the incidence of diabetes was changing according to the score in the Finnish prevention trial. In other words, better adherence to lifestyle modification gave better results. As the score increased, the incidence came down. Now, we did the similar thing in the Indian study. Next slide shows you that in the Indian study, we looked at the scoring. What it did was the success in each lifestyle change was determined based on achieving lifestyle recommendations given to the participants during the study period. And how did you do the scoring? We used what is called a scoring 0 to 5, in which you looked at decreased consumption of carbohydrate, oils, portion sizes, and change in BMI and increase in physical activity. And the next slide shows you that very exactly identical to what's shown in the Finnish trial, where after increasing the the lifestyle score, there was actually a decrease in the incidence of diabetes. In other words, there is no doubt that the components of lifestyle modification diet, physical activity, and weight management have a direct positive effect on reducing the incidence of diabetes. Next slide. Well, the next question is that whenever you do a trial, the success of the trial depends not only on what happened during the trial period, but even after the trial is terminated. Does pharmacotherapy does that, or lifestyle modification does? And that is a big question. Next slide. One of the studies, a Chinese study, showed that the cumulative type 2 incidence during the follow-up up to 20 years was maintained even after the 6 years of trial. In other words, after lifestyle modification was terminated in the intensive period of the trial, up to next 20 years, there was still effective decrease in the incidence of diabetes in the group that was following the lifestyle modification in the first step. So the intervention during the trial had a post-trial follow-up effect for many years in the lifetime of these individuals. The next slide. So that is the time, 6 years was the intervention, and then you can see that the graph continued to be again separate for up to 20 years. Next slide. Actually, there was also benefits, which are secondary benefits, in that they found during a 30-year follow-up that diet and exercise delayed not only the onset of diabetes, but also had reduced cardiovascular complications as well as microvascular complications and even all-cause mortality. So this is one of the longest follow-up studies after a diabetes prevention trial, which has been published to show that the benefits of the trial for 6 years had sustained for up to 30 years, not only in preventing diabetes, but also preventing cardiovascular events. Next slide. This is the Finnish trial showing that again, a 7-year post-trial follow-up showing that up to active intervention was done for a median period of 4 years. But the follow-up up to 9 years, there is a time span up to 13 years from baseline, there was a continued risk reduction of 43%. Next slide. Now, you may ask the question, what about the Indian population? So we also did a post-trial analysis. This is the Indian SMS study. And what we did was, can you just go to the next slide? Yeah, for the next 3 years, we followed up these individuals who had terminated the trial. In other words, the trial was only for a period of 2 years, and then they were left alone, free from the trial, and they were again re-examined 3 years after the trial was terminated. Next slide. And what you can see that the effect of that 2 years intervention persisted up to 5 years from baseline, and the relative risk reduction continued to be 30% compared to 36% at the end of the trial. So in other words, a short period of lifestyle intervention of 2 years has beneficial effects for a long period of time in the lives of people who do lifestyle modification to prevent type 2 diabetes. Next slide. Well, the next question is, when you use pharmacological agents to prevent diabetes in people with impaired glucose tolerance, are you preventing diabetes or actually treating hyperglycemia? Next slide. Okay, this is the study from the the American DPP program. And what they found was that effects of withdrawal from metformin on the development of diabetes was published. And as you can see, a 1.5-fold increase in the development of diabetes was seen in the metformin group compared to placebo during the washout period. In other words, once you stop the pharmacological agent, the effect of prevention goes away. On the other hand, people who had followed lifestyle modification, the efficacy of risk reduction continues to be there for a pretty long period of time. Next slide. Oh, this is a more interesting study. There's a study called the ACT NOW study, which is showing almost a 60% reduction in the incidence of diabetes, published by Ralph DeFranco, showing pioglitazone 45 milligrams reduced the risk of diabetes by almost 60%. But look at what happened following the cessation of therapy. Following the cessation of pioglitazone, diabetes developed in 12.3% in placebo and 11.2% with a P not significant. However, what it shows is that the effect of pioglitazone wanes off after discontinuation from the ACT-NOP trial. So in other words, when you're using drugs for preventing diabetes, we are only treating hyperglycemia, not doing a physiological approach to prevent the development of type 2 diabetes. Next slide. Well, the next question is, what about the vast differences in the efficacy of prevention? Metformin is supposed to be a very good drug, which is almost an innocuous drug. But look at the differences in its effect in different ethnic groups. Next slide. The top one shows you the DPP, which showed about 38% reduction, but the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program showed almost a 26% reduction. The DCLIP study in India showed 32% reduction with metformin. But look at the last study, and that is, can you just press the next slide? This is a very important study done in the United Kingdom called the Early Diabetes Intervention Trial, or the EDIT trial, where they took people with impaired fasting glucose, that is impaired glucose tolerance, and put them on metformin and also lifestyle modification. And you can find that metformin did not have any effect on preventing diabetes in this particular study. So therefore, drugs have shown a different wide variation in its efficacy to prevent diabetes in diabetes prevention trials. Next slide. This is showing the effect of pioglitazone. Many of you may not be aware, there was an Indian study called the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program 2, in which we used pioglitazone as on a double-blind, placebo-controlled, randomized controlled trial. And we found that the hazard ratio was 1.08, showing that there was no significant effect of pioglitazone in reducing the incidence of diabetes. The cumulative incidence of diabetes in the placebo was 32%, and pioglitazone was 30%, and that was not significant. However, on the second one, on the bottom, you see the ACT-NOP study done in the United States, where pioglitazone 45 milligram reduced the incidence up to 72%. So therefore, there was a wide variation in the effectiveness of drugs in reducing the incidence of diabetes in people with pre-diabetes. Next slide. This is the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program, in which we use pioglitazone and a placebo-controlled randomized double-blind study showing there was no decrease in the incidence of diabetes using pioglitazone in the Indian patients with pre-diabetes. Next slide. Well, of course, as physiologists, as our knowledge of insulin kinetics is concerned, we can imagine that improvement in insulin secretion as well as the insulin sensitivity in pre-diabetes is the physiological way to prevent worsening of hyperglycemia and conversion to diabetes. Does lifestyle modification work that way? Next slide. What is shown here is the changes in insulin secretion and action in those who develop diabetes in the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program. Next slide. On the left-hand side, you can see that the beta cell function, next slide. Can you press it? Yes. The beta cell function came down significantly in those who develop diabetes. Next slide. And the insulin resistance significantly increased. This is exactly what happens when you develop diabetes. Next slide. What happened in prevention of diabetes? Can you press the slide again? Next slide. The insulin secretion remained same, which means we preserved the beta cell secretion. And what we did, next slide, we improved the insulin action by decreasing insulin resistance. Therefore, lifestyle modification has got the most physiological effect in preventing diabetes by not only preserving the beta cell function, but also improving insulin sensitivity, or actually compacting what is called insulin resistance. Next slide. We have also shown that in the SMS study, and this is called oral disposition index. On the left hand, you can see that those people who became normal from impaired glucose tolerance to normal had improvement in insulin secretion compared to those people who developed diabetes. Next slide. Lastly, and of course, cost effectiveness. When you use a prevention trials, when you use a strategy, you cannot be using very expensive drugs or expensive strategies in order to prevent diabetes. You have to use as cost effective as possible. Lifestyle modification is far more cost effective than pharmacotherapy. And I'll show you two examples. Next slide. This is the slide published by the Diabetes Prevention Program in the United States, showing that lifestyle modification, they had $1,000, but metformin, $31,000. Next slide. The Indian Diabetes Prevention Program, we found that lifestyle modification, we had to use over $1,000, while in metformin, we had to use $1,200, and with combination, $1,500. So therefore, lifestyle modification was much more cost effective and can be used in larger perspective. Next slide. The last point that I want to discuss is that adverse effects of drugs used in primary prevention. Intervention to prevent diabetes is a long-term process. It's a lifetime process. There is no pharmacotherapy without adverse side effects. I'll give you two examples. Next slide. You know that metformin is used, but metformin has reported very gastrointestinal symptoms in many patients who had metformin. In the long term, it can also produce vitamin B12 deficiency, and prevalence of anemia is also higher in the metformin group. And of course, when you're using metformin in people who are healthy to prevent diabetes, you have to warn them that metformin should also be discontinued during times of restricted fluid intake and dehydration or during surgery. So that is a side effect. Next slide. Of course, the other drug which has shown a very significant effect, the TZD or pioglitazone. The adverse effects of events related to cardiovascular system numbered about 23 compared to 26 in the pioglitazone. One unexplained sudden death occurred in the placebo group, and 3 occurred in the pioglitazone group. So you imagine we are talking about mortality. And of course, there was a weight gain in many people who had pioglitazone. And of course, pioglitazone is also associated with the risk of fractures and has been implicated in risk of bladder cancer. So I don't think this drug is one of those choices to prevent diabetes in our population. Next slide. So to conclude my talk, lifestyle modification has shown to be effective in reducing incidence of diabetes in all ethnic groups. The effect size varied according to the intensity of intervention. The Indian studies have shown even moderate lifestyle modification, even without weight reduction, can work and reduce the incidence of diabetes. Long-term benefits with post-trial follow-up has been demonstrated with lifestyle modification. Improvement both in the beta cell function and insulin sensitivity can be achieved with lifestyle modification. That's the most physiological way of preventing diabetes. Lifestyle modification has no side effects, as you know, and of course, it has got beneficial effects. And it's the most cost-effective strategy to prevent diabetes and can be implemented in large communities. Next slide. And that's my clinical team. Thank you. Next slide. I should also my acknowledgement to my research team and my collaborators, Jaakko from Finland, Des Johnson from Imperial London, and Nick Wareham from Cambridge. Next slide. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And again, thank Bansi for this fantastic idea. I really enjoyed other talks too. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, sir. It was great. We all enjoyed.
It was a wonderful talk. So thank you. Thank you so much. So sure. With that, we are a bit behind the time. So if there is no question, we can move forward to the third talk. And the third speaker is Dr.
What we do is,
yes, sir.
We can have some question here because Dr. Makkar's talk is a recorded one. So we will take it on, and we will, the next session we will start. And if any question or any comment is there, we can have it. We have with us Dr. Suram from Mauritius. He is in the panelist himself is here. If he wants
Sudhir has come. Sudhir is my friend. Where is he?
Sudhir is not there. He was there before. But there are many doctors, sir, who have joined from different countries because this one is Southeast Asia. So we were having the doctors from Bangladesh and from Nepal. But many of them are as a delegate. So you may not see them here. But if anyone wants to make Dr. Vipul or Supratik, any comment for the sir? Or any question?
No, I think it was very well explained. So I just wanted to understand. So lifestyle and diet is beyond question for anyone, whether those who are in the pre-diabetic zone or those with diabetes. But I just wanted to understand, is there any role of medications for that matter in the very high-risk individuals who are at a risk of developing an event, those who are with a very strong family history, in this cohort of patients, and especially since the data is coming up in those patients, like in the EMPA kidney trial, we saw that there was a cohort of patients in the pre-diabetic zone who did not go into diabetes, or who did not develop diabetes and remained in the pre-diabetic or became normal, glycemic. And so in these individuals who is already having an event or at a very high risk, do you think there is a place for pharmacotherapy?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, you know that empagliflozin, these SGLT inhibitors have shown a decrease in the incidence of diabetes. But unfortunately, we do not have a trial in which the primary outcome was supposed to be looking at prevention of diabetes using SGLT inhibitors, except with metformin and pioglitazone. But it is a possibility that we have high-risk individuals. And as you can see that the only study, the cardiovascular event reduction by prevention trial, was only from the Chinese study, in which lifestyle modification did prevent cardiovascular events. But your question is very valid. Of course, we do not have data to show a primary outcome, whether these can be used in pre-diabetes and preventing diabetes. The only study was the ABC trial done in people with impaired glucose tolerance in China by the group from Oxford, in which they took people with impaired glucose tolerance. They were given placebo and carbos in order to see whether they can prevent cardiovascular events. But unfortunately, it was a neutral study, except that they reduced the incidence of diabetes by 16 to 18%, but not cardiovascular events. So we are not sure whether in people with pre-diabetes, what a high risk, any of these drugs still have a very good positive effect in preventing cardiovascular events. Good question.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. So I think I'll open the questions to the House. And if there are no questions at this moment,
what is more important is that we don't have the data for like newer drug for SGLT2 and GLP-1 for prevention. Rather with metformin, sir had also done an Indian diabetes prevention program, which was a paper which is well accepted all over the world. But we are more confused whether we can use these type of molecules for pre-diabetes, because we don't have the data, and can they be used, particularly the patient which you are talking of high risk. A pre-diabetes patient with cardiovascular disease. Now we know that even with established cardiovascular disease, in a non-diabetic patient also you can use SGLT2. But what about the GLP-1? Can we give that molecule or not? So that's a question, and maybe in a future prevention program of Dr. Ramchandran, he will be using these molecules.
Well, remember that we are using these drugs in absolutely healthy people. We are talking about preventing diabetes. These people are not diabetic.
I know.
They
are not having
any right. So therefore, we have to always think of the side effects of these drugs for long-term use. And the strategy to prevent diabetes is not short. It's pretty long period. The trials are done only for 2 years to 6 years. But the effect is seen for many, many years to come. And that's the point that I'm trying to drive, that you are using an intervention which has no side effect, but only beneficial effect, and the effects are pretty long period. So therefore, using a drug is really still controversial in order to prevent diabetes. However, using a drug to prevent cardiovascular events in people with diabetes is very well established. It's a big difference. That's the point. Okay. Right.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Okay,
we will be requesting you to come to Indore for Diabetes India. We have already sent you the invitation. I did not get your mail of acceptance.
Okay, I would send the mail again.
For discussion, Dr. Ramchandran will be available to Diabetes India meeting in month of April. In advance, I am announcing that. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bye.
So, Supratik, should we close this session and we can invite the next session chairperson? We have with Dr. Makkar, but he's recorded talk. He's been busy at Chennai for some other meeting. I think that will be better. So we invite the chairperson for next session, which is very, very interesting. And we have with us Dr. Purvi and Dr. Rakesh. Purvi is a senior diabetologist based in Mumbai. She is the director of clinical research, Lina Diabetes Care Diabetes in Mumbai. She also runs the Diabetic Research Foundation. She is a core team member, rather a senior member, and she is the one who is running RSSDI social media team. And she is also Arrow executive member, recently elected. Dr. Rakesh is a diabetologist based at Jaipur. He is also a fellow of American College of Endocrinology. I don't know whether he has joined or not. Vipul, if you please call him. He's also fellow of Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons. He has done his College of Physicians and Surgeons from Mumbai. He's also from RSSDI Executive Committee member. He's a founder of Metabolic Society at Jaipur. He's also co-founder of Diabetes and Technology Meeting, which he's organizing at Delhi in month of May. With these words, I invite Purvi for the next session.
Good evening, everyone.
Rakesh join and the other speaker join. We can talk about the Southeast Asia meeting, and then we can invite them to join.
A big hello to Dr. Purvi, and once again a big thank you to Dr. Bansi sir for this invitation, and Dr. Vipul. Over to you, Dr. Purvi.
It's always an honor, and I think after a long time I was introduced by Dr. Bansi sir, and it's always an honor and my pleasure for being here. I think this has been, this is of course the brainchild of Dr. Bansi Sabu sir, but really fantastic idea, because getting IDF to all those who could not attend it in person or were not able to enjoy the wonderful scientific sessions and the camaraderie there, I think this has been, this is a gift. So over this weekend, 11th and 12th of Feb, I think we are enjoying this academic fest. And let's go to the next session, which is we have the technology honchos, so to speak. And for the first talk, I'm not sure if Dr. Manoj has been able to join in yet.
Manoj sir is joining. You can introduce me.
Okay.
He is joining within few minutes. And Dr. Pratik is also joining. He is at Dubai. And Dr. Rakesh joined. So till that, Rakesh also be introduced again.
Great. So we have three diverse topics today, and three really great speakers and researchers. So, it's just a great pleasure to introduce them. May I have the first slide for Dr. Manoj? So he's the director and consultant diabetologist at Lina Diabetes Care and Mumbai Diabetes Research Center in Andheri. He's also a consultant at Fortis Raheja, PD Hinduja Hospital in Khar, as well as BSES and other hospitals in the suburbs. He is the elected All India Executive Council member for RSSDI 2022. Organizing Secretary of Diabetes India 2022, Honorary Visiting Faculty at DY Patil Medical Sciences, Navi Mumbai. He's been awarded the RSSDI Fellowship and Fellowship of the Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh. He's been an avid researcher and the investigator for several global trials for not only new molecules, but also devices at BSES and Global Municipal Corporation Hospital in Andheri, and a technology task force member for RSSDI with several papers published in national as well as international journals. Also the associate editor for International Journal of Diabetes in Developing Countries. So without much ado, may I welcome Dr. Manoj. What's the status, Dr. Vipul?
Sir has not joined yet. Let's wait for a couple of minutes.
Sure. So while we're waiting for him to join in, why don't I just pose this question to some of our panelists who are here, Dr. Supratik and Dr. Vipul. So tell me, what does technology, and I'd like, just your open thoughts. What do you think of technology in diabetes for India as such? We are a developing economy, and we have several things that we can access, but yet there are many things that we always look at, or we review in conferences, international conferences, and then wish that we also had access to. So tell me, what does technology mean to you for diabetes in India? And also, what is that one piece of technology that each of you choose that should be available in India at the earliest, and why?
So, Dr. Vipul, you want to go first? Okay, so I think we are embracing technology every single day, and I think we're getting better at it. So our confidence comes from using it. I always say at the end of my talk that, the proof of the pie lies in eating it. So it's only when you have used technology, then only you get to see the benefits that come out of it. So I think the patients are on board. So if you sit with them, teach them how to use technology, I think they embrace it. And we are very happy to have on board Dr. Manoj Chawla, who has joined today. We'll be talking more and more about technology, and he's the man. So I leave it to your able hands, and maybe we'll come back for a panel later regarding this. So over to you again.
Sure. So without much ado, may I request Dr. Manoj to start with his talk. It's on time in range metrics and its association with glycated hemoglobin in routine clinical practice.
Hi, evening everyone.
Hi. Good evening. So we had the honor of introducing you and the topic as well, and we hand over to you now. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, just 1 second.
Sure.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Purvi, Supratik, Vipul, and of course Banshi and team. So let me start by sharing my screen here. Okay. I believe my screen seen. Full screen mode by now. Yes, okay.
It's not in the slide. Yeah, it is now.
It's now, right? Okay, yeah. Thanks. So thank you, Bansi, and everybody from IDF Southeast Asia who's joined in. Did have the privilege of being there, representing Diabetic Association of India, being there for the General Assembly, and also presenting our data from Lina Diabetes Care. The topic that I've been asked to speak on is time in range metrics and its association with glycated hemoglobin and in routine clinical practice. Now, we've been advocates of the use of technology and CGM. This is the Continuous Glucose Monitoring Indian Consensus, which came out in 2019. I had the privilege to work with all the experts, which largely have spoken about the various clinical applications and the need to use CGM regularly, both in patients with type 1 and type 2 for their multiple benefits, whether it's detection of hypoglycemia or targeting postprandial glucose and so on. There have also been various other attempts to again look at the use of ambulatory glucose profile through CGMs again, even in patients with type 2 diabetes receiving oral anti-diabetic drugs. And I can't overemphasize the fact of the importance of monitoring and use of technology in patients with both kinds of diabetes. What we've also learned over the years is the need to move beyond the traditional glycemic triad and to move towards the glycemic pentad, which largely is also looking at glycemic variability and means to monitor and pick up glycemic variability. Why the need for metrics beyond HbA1c? So A1C, are aware that we recognize it as a key indicator for long-term diabetes control and the connect between complications in both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. While the HbA1c reflects the sugars over the last 2 to 3 months, it does have limitations in short-term period. So A1c, as we understand, does not reflect the acute glycemic excursions. It does not tell us about the hypoglycemia and hyperglycemic excursions. It fails to identify both the magnitude and the frequency of intraday and interday variations, which we understand today is a big contributor to glycemic variability and to generation of oxygen-free radicals and related to the link between complications and this glycemic variability. And also, of course, various clinical situations which would interfere with the HbA1c assays like anemia or hemoglobinopathies, just to name a few. So we understand that there is a need for us to move towards a more accurate metric, which is time in range. Just like the way we have evolved in our maps today, even within the city, I know most of us would be using that, especially if you have to get to the airport in most of the cities in time. How do we measure time in range? Well, two basic aspects: continuous glucose monitoring, of which I am a strong advocate, especially for looking at TIR. And then, of course, SMBG is also a means of doing that. But SMBG, evaluating time in range, has its own limitations. SMBG still continues to be an excellent tool for glucose monitoring, especially in a self-pay country like India and across the Southeast Asia, where affordability and pay out of pocket would be largely the norm. So SMBG is an excellent tool. But when you talk about time in range, SMBG does have its limitations. Now, this is a simple example of one of my patients who's used both the tools. And while using the glucose meter app and looking at the time in range, when they do that, a lot of digital apps and connectivity also throws up the time in range. So this individual's time in range shows as 47 for the previous period and then 61. Around the same time, we did a CGM, and which is, of course, picking up many more values, say 99 values per day as compared to on an average, this patient had 1.5 to 2 readings per day. What do you see? You see a different time in range, and you are able to pick up the 68% time in target as compared to the much lower time in range seen based on SMBG. So SMBG is not the most accurate way, which was also the conclusion from the replace BG data set, which concluded that the percentage time in all glycemic ranges reported by SMBG and CGM differ significantly, suggesting relationships between time in range and complication status may be different depending on the monitoring modalities. In addition, it also said that varying methods of calculating percentage TIR from SMBG, different formulas used, or the methodology may completely affect the outcome, and hence looking at TIR from other sources than a complete glucose monitoring may be a challenging means. So moving on, time in range is something that we've accepted as an important tool. We need to be aware that time in range does impact diabetes. There have been different conversations about validation of time in range as an outcome measure for diabetes clinical trials. There have been challenges there, and I believe Professor Battolino would be speaking next on some of these aspects of the challenges with regulations for metrics like these. Also, does time in range really matter? You had another group talking about its perspective from people with diabetes on the success of current therapies and drivers of imported outcomes. But the fact is, whether it's based on the extrapolation of the DCCT-based model or other indirect aspects, there is a linkage which shows that TIR is linked to both micro and macrovascular complications. Today, we understand that for every 10% reduction in the time in range, the retinopathy increases by 64% and microalbuminuria or complications leading to nephropathy worsen by 40%. So there is a link clearly established. You look at macrovascular complication, well, TIR has been found to be associated with carotid intima media thickness. Every 10% increase in time in range, that means improvement in time in range, would lead to 6.4% lower risk of abnormal carotid intimal medial thickness. Time in range clearly provides us more actionable information than A1C. We know that your three aspects that you're looking at there are the time within range, the time above range, and the time below range. And the primary goal when you're using this metric is safe glucose control to increase the time in range, while most importantly, reducing the time below range. And that's what led to the consensus. So there have been a lot of conversations on use of CGM, the different metrics, but no real consensus till 2019. The ATTD consensus recommendation, and we do have the privilege of having Professor Battolino with us today, who will be speaking next. And the whole group came together with the recommendations, including Dr. Banshi Sabu, who has been very much a part of this group. The panel selected 10 metrics which would be most successful or most useful in clinical practice. And out of those, 6 actually are the time in range metrics, whether you talk about the different levels of time above range, the time within range, and the 2 different levels of time below range or hypoglycemia. And these are the targets that most of us are gradually now familiar with in terms, just like everybody would know that the HbA1c universal target is 7, but you may have some differences for different populations. Some you may target 6.5, some you may target 7.5 or above. Similarly, for the TIR metrics, you have the larger goals for people with type 1 and type 2 diabetes. You have somewhat leniency there for patients who are older or at high risk with comorbidities. And then you have probably more stringent targets for those with type 1 pregnancy. There's also been an interesting paper by the Indian or the South Asian group led by Dr. Sanjay Kalra, which have postulated individualizing the time in range goals in management of diabetes and in different populations. So you have for those who are at high risk of hypoglycemia, it talks about having your time in range more than 70% with reduction in TBRS to less than 5%. People with microvascular complications, it has similar goals. But then you look at people with concomitant infections and it wants to be more stringent and talks about having time in range more than 75% with the time above range dropping to less than 20% and so on. So based on different scenarios, different clinical conditions, this group has recommended different TIR targets, which may be an emerging concept across the globe. Extremely interesting. So every time that we talk about time in range, and we're trying to say that it's an alternate metric to HbA1c, we still need to draw parallels or understanding between TIR and HbA1c. Just the way when you started doing HbA1c several years back and explaining the concept to your patients that look here, why HbA1c and HbA1c of 7% may mean an average sugar close to 150 or 160, people needed to understand that metric. Same here, even though time in range is simple to understand that you're spending 70% of the time within a specified target range, you are trying to draw parallel to A1C because that's what your patients have been used to. And you have 2 different studies, one by Beck et al., which was largely in patients with type 1 diabetes, which have shown the correlation, where they say that about the 70% of time in range will coincide with an HbA1c of 7% largely. Vygotsky and McMahon, in their data, both on type 1 and type 2 patients, have a little different finding, not too far from this, that 70% TIR may lead to an A1C of 6.7%. But just like HbA1c has a huge variability, something that we don't speak about often, time in range will also have variability in different age groups, in different populations, in different ethnicities. And that's largely the talk or the topic which I'm speaking on today. And that was the paper that we presented at the IDF. To throw more light on what I'm trying to emphasize, I'm going to take you through 3 small cases, which the actual cases where you're trying to see, as we do CGMs in routine practice, the disparity between HbA1c and what you see from the CGM. So this is a 73-year-old female who's both on insulin and oral with the A1c at 9.3%. She's been having fluctuations and I was advised a CGM because in spite of good efforts, the A1c is at 9.3%. The CGM does show some variability, not the interday, some intraday variability, and you see excursion here in the post-breakfast period. But the time in range comes as 71%. So I go back, the A1C is 9.3, but the time in range is 71%. So we see some disparity here. Look at another case, 60-year-old female, diabetes for 10 years, multiple oral drugs, HbA1c constantly around the 7.3, 7.4 mark. The patient wants to do better. We say, okay, let's do a CGM. So A1C 7.3, 7.4, you do the CGM, you do see some excursions occasionally in the evening period and 1 or 2 days on different days, but the time in target largely is 83%. So I go back here and said A1C 7.3, 7.4. From those formulas, you may expect a time in range to be less than 70%. What are you seeing? 83%. And then we look at the other case of a 50-year-old male, diabetes since 7 years, and A1C at 7.6% on multiple OADs. Again, this individual prefers to use real-time CGM on a continuous basis. And what does he see? Though his A1C 7.6, when he's doing his real-time CGM, he's seeing that he's in target only 41% of the time. Now, of course, when you see some data like this, you should verify what is the target that the patient has set, and the recommendation is 70 to 180 for such an individual. But he's seeing 41% in time and 59% above in those days. So again, a disparity here, the other way around, that patient's A1C was 7.6, but his percentage in target is much, much lower at only 41%. There have been other recent papers looking at this association between A1C and the TIR metrics. This was a study largely of 999 Japanese patients looking at this relation, and what they concluded was that our data showed predicted HbA1c corresponding to TIR largely depends on the study population, and it is not uniform. Our results provide new insights on the management of type 2 diabetes. However, caution should be exercised depending on, in fact, they go on to say that the relation may also differ between different sensors or different CGMs used. So you cannot draw parallels between, say, the Abbott CGM used and the Medtronic CGM, and it may differ completely. Very interesting data coming from one part of the world. A very recent paper by Ana Maria Gomez from Colombia. In fact, this is very recently published online. This is ahead of print. And they were looking at the determination of time in range with A1C less than 7 in a prospective cohort of patients with type 1 diabetes using CGM for 3 months. And what they found, or they rather concluded, was that their data suggests that percentage TIR adequately identifies patient with A1C less than 7.7, less than 7%. But they are saying that target of more than 75% in range is something that will correlate better with an A1C of less than 7. And they may not be too wrong. In fact, my personal belief from the CGMs that I'm seeing, that a TIR of 70% may not always get your patients to an A1C of less than 7, and you may need 75 or 80% in some of the patients, the time in range, to get their actual A1C to less than 7. So very, very interesting paper. Now, this was our paper that we presented at the IDF of the same topic that has been given to me, and I'll elaborate on the same quickly. And we had good people joining in to listen to this paper. The objective was to look at the relation between TIR and HbA1c. TIR, we know, stands for overall glycemic control, probably an alternative to HbA1c and a marker for glycemic variability. So we conducted a cohort study of about 319 patients which underwent professional CGM by using the Libre Pro. Based on the current consensus, we analyzed the data set of patients who had time below range of more than 5%. So our focus was those patients who are spending what is considered as significant time below range. So anything more than 5%, we looked at those patients, which was 157. Of them, the HbA1c at that time point was done only in 133 patients. So we included 133 patients in our study. We looked in those patients, those 133, the different TIR metrics, and used the GraphPad 9.3.1 for statistical analysis and ANOVA and t-test for the descriptive analysis. The results, the patients were classified into 3 groups. those 133 patients were classified into those who had an HbA1c less than 7 at the time that the CGM was done, 7 to 8, and more than 8. And the results which are listed here, I'll describe them better in this graphic manner. So when you look at the time in target between the 3 different HbA1c groups, it did not differ much. The less than 7 had about 60% time in range and more than 8 had about 51-52%, which was not found to be statistically significant at all, the difference. When you looked at the time below range or time below target in the 3 groups, that differed. The time below target was highest in the less than 7 A1C and it came down. And these differences between the 3 A1C groups was found to be statistically significant. Similar was the case for time above target, that those who were less than 7 were spending the least of the time above target. As the A1C increased, naturally, the time above target was found to be high, and these differences were statistically significant. In terms of age, we just saw that those who were more than 8 tended to be older than the other ones who had better HbA1c profiles. So we conclude that they found statistically significant differences in the time below range and time above range between different A1C categories, something which is improving our understanding between the TIR and the A1C metrics. However, we did not find any significant difference in this small cohort of 133 patients in the time in range across A1C. And that's important. That's something that we are beginning to see, that you may start doing CGMs, but your time in range may not be just the time in range, may not be the best indicator of correlation with A1C. And there's going to be much more to it which has to be looked into. It appears that CGM in routine clinical practice is helpful to look at the variability, especially time below range, which I think is one of the larger facets of doing a CGM. It's important to identify this variability and optimize the type 2 diabetes management. And hence, A1C should not be considered as the only parameter for glycemic monitor, and CGM should be used more routinely, especially to look and prevent, to detect and prevent the time below range drops or hypoglycemia. With that, it gives me great pleasure to invite all of you for DTech. Our patron, Professor Batalino, speaks next. So does my co-scientific chair, Pratik Chaudhary, after that in this session. With this, let me conclude and thank Dr. Bansi again and the whole team for inviting me here for this Best of IDF session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that very strong delivery on time in range and its association with glycated hemoglobin. I just have one question, which is, do we have any questions in the chat box? No, not yet. But yeah, so I just have one question. Do you believe that CGM studies would be a good way to supplement the SMBG data, especially in pregnancy, and then we may never need to do HbA1c? I'm particularly talking about pregnancy.
So great question, Puri. I think all of us have doubted the significance of HbA1c in pregnancy. Too much of variability. It's just that because we didn't have any other metric at that point beyond SMBG, we were doing that. Yes, CGM today would be the metric of choice, or CGM would be the monitoring of choice in patients with pregnancy. Probably in patients with GDM, you may still do a professional CGM to look at the profile, but type 1 patients getting pregnant, I think there's no better tool than the real-time CGM for them to keep themselves under control. And that's where in pregnancy, it's going to be important. And probably the moment we start doing that, I see no sense why we should at all be looking at HbA1c during pregnancy, which has anyway been questioned forever.
Great. Thank you for that.
Pratik have made some comments.
Yes, Dr. Pratik, please.
You can make some comments also.
Pratik can do his muh dikhai.
Yeah. So I'll open the video there. Sorry, yeah. Thanks, Manoj. I think it was a really good talk, and I really like the data that you showed from your own group, and it's nice to see, some nice data coming through from India. Just to say, I don't know if you know Ramzi Ajan from the UK, but he's got a study with Abbott, and we're measuring lab A1C and GMI every 2 weeks in a group of people with a high ethnic mix, because one of the reasons for the difference is is supposedly different in how long your red cells last. We are taught in medical school it's 120 days, but there's a huge variation in that, and that is also a factor affecting A1C. And in fact, if you take that into account, the preliminary data showed that it reduces that gap significantly. So, and in pregnancy, that's important as well, as red cell turnover increases in pregnancy. So, yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
But Pradeep, just a quick question. Do you feel that all this data coming from different parts, say from Colombia, from Japan, from India, that we cannot really generalize the correlation? It's going to be much wider than that, and you will see a lot of differences. It's not as simple as 7% as 70.
No, I think that's absolutely right. And you know, one of the points I think you were making, but I make it maybe in a slightly different way, is that if you're looking at glucose lowering, how to adjust the glucose, you look at the time in range and you make your adjustment. And at the moment, until we have proof that time in range is a better predictor of complications than A1C, I think the way I think about it is if you've got a tight time in range but a high A1C, I say you may be at a higher cardiovascular risk, and so let's push harder on the cholesterol and the blood pressure. But in the opposite, if the time in range is, if the A1C is target, but the time in range is high, you're not going to low rather. You're not going to leave someone with a high glucose. You're going to say let's increase the time in range. So time in range affects glucose management, and then A1C till now, let's use that as a marker of cardiovascular risk, because we can't say is it the glucose or is it how the glucose attaches to the protein that's relevant. We don't have those data. Or I've not seen those data.
Great. Very interesting.
Great.
So, Purvi, what we can have now, we can start with Pratik talk. Dr. Tade may take time, or if Tade will not join, then we will have the recorded talk of Dr. Makkar, which can be there after Pratik talk also. So, you can invite Dr. Pratik for the next talk.
Yes, great. So it's an excellent honor and opportunity to have Dr. Pratik Chaudhary with us from the UK. He's a professor and honorary consultant in diabetes at University of Leicester. He's also professor and honorary consultant in diabetes with a special interest in type 1 diabetes and technology at the university, and honorary consultant at the Leicester NHS Trust Group also. And after completing his medical training from India, he completed his MD thesis on the use of CGMs in the study of hypoglycemia from Sheffield before moving on to King's College London. So with such an illustrious career, he's really at the fore of technology use in the world. And he was also the clinical lead for type 1 diabetes, as well as the islet and pancreas transplant program, with active clinical and research programs around education, psychology, and technology in type 1 diabetes. His work package lead for the Hypo-Resolve Consortium, within which he was also the principal investigator of Hypometrics, a large multinational study evaluating the biological and psychosocial impacts of sensor-detected hypoglycemia. He's been very, very well published. He's also a great teacher, and he's currently the chair of the UK Diabetes Technology Network and member of the EASD Postgraduate Education Committee, and the associate editor for diabetes medicine and member of the Secretary of State for Transport Medical Advisor Panel for Diabetes.
Thank you so much, Purviji. That's I need to make sure that introduction is shorter. That's too much. Let's have a look. So thank you so much for the invitation, and I hope you can see the slides and hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, okay. So thank you. And at the IDF in Lisbon, I was invited to talk on something that was probably not the major part of my work, but something I'm getting increasingly involved in, and that is integrating healthcare ecosystems in the era of big data. And actually, my latest big grant is using big data to look at outcomes in real world and compare them to the outcomes from randomized controlled trials. And that's, in fact, tomorrow I have to be in Austria for that meeting. These are my disclosures. And so when I was speaking here, I said there's been 4 major industrial revolutions. The first in the 1700s was steam power and mechanization that led to industrialization of the world. In 1870, with electrical power, assembly lines, we got a bit more production based. In the late 70s, electronics and computers became part of our world. But it's now in the 2010s, 2020s that AI, big data, and robotics are starting to change the way we think, starting to change the way we work. And if you think about it, artificial intelligence controls so much. I don't decide how I get to work. My satellite navigation tells me where to go. Another car just behind me, going to the same destination, the satellite navigation, Google might tell it to go a different way to ease out the traffic and make sure we all reach where we go to. So much, what we see on Facebook or on Google isn't governed by what we want to see. It's governed by artificial intelligence, by big algorithms. So it's something we need to take attention to. And the main trigger for this has been the smartphone. So, all of us living through have experienced the pre-smartphone world and the post-smartphone world, where now so much of what we do, where we are, what speed we're traveling, what apps we're using, how we connect to. And the main thing that these smartphones are doing, and, you were talking about CGM just now, is they connect devices into the phone and up into the internet, where anonymized data can be collected, analyzed, and resent back down again to govern the way we think and act. And also the borderline between consumer electronics and healthcare is getting blurred. A few years ago now, Tim, the CEO of Apple stood there with I think it was generation 5 of the Apple Watch, saying this can now detect atrial fibrillation. And every now and again, I will click my watch and record my ECG that will get transmitted into Apple and go into its record database of ECGs. Sensors are now giving pulse oximetry, and wearable technology is becoming a huge part of life. My watch now counts my steps, tells me how often to stand up, and all that data is collating together. There's large numbers of companies at the moment who are using CGM, activity data, food data, connected blood pressure machines, connected weighing machines to guide healthcare lifestyle change in the fight against type 2 diabetes. And that's, again, this merging of the commercial, wearable, academic, and healthcare delivery worlds together to improve health. So when we think about type 1 diabetes, or even type 2 diabetes for that matter, diabetes therapy is undergoing a technological revolution. Broadly speaking, there are 3 kind of steps at any moment in time. You need to measure the glucose. You need to make a decision, is any action needed? And if so, what action is needed? And if that action involves insulin, then you need a way of delivering insulin. And of course, this has moved from we have patients who in the 1950s and 60s, or even 70s would be using, peeing in a bucket and using a urine strip to measure glucose, and then taking an injection with syringes. From the 80s onwards, home glucose monitoring was a thing, and clinical practice was using these sort of diaries, asking our patient to write things down in the diary, and then taking insulin. Pens were introduced in the early 1980s. And again, we all know about how kids, particularly adolescents, are famed for drawing up these diaries in the waiting room outside, and we've replaced that now in the latest time. Certainly in Western Europe now, with increasing reimbursement for CGM, and now we're doing a lot of our consults are data driven. We're getting connected pens, connected meters, connected CGMs. So we see the data in the cloud. We're delivering insulin through pumps. And of course, the next step of that for us in type 1, looking after type 1 diabetes, is closed loops. Sorry. And what all these connected devices, connected pens, connected blood glucose meters are doing is generating big data. One of the main challenges for us as clinicians is that we were taught in an analog world. And dealing with this huge amount of data is really challenging. We don't have this, we don't have the skills to do it. We don't taught to do it, and it's just drowning in data. And the other big problem, certainly in the Western healthcare system, is that data exists in different ecosystems. So there's a patient-centric ecosystem on the left there, where you have data sitting on glucose and insulin devices, blood glucose meters and pens. We have data on patient-reported outcomes, what their mood is like, what their food intake is like, how many severe hypos they've had, the impact of those hypos. And we've got data sitting on wearable apps, sitting with Apple, sitting with Fitbit, sitting with Garmin. And then on the healthcare system side, we have data on what's been prescribed to the patient. We have data for imaging. We have data on bloods and genomics. And in a healthcare system like India, of course, all of those data sit in completely different data sets. Even in the UK, we may be able to merge some of that, but it's still, we don't get that holistic picture. So the doctors have access to one type of data and the person living with diabetes has access to a different type of data. And until we break that barrier, it's very hard to maximize the value of that data. You know, in England now, before clinic, I have one screen with the electronic health records open on the left, on the right-hand side, where I can access the electronic health records. And I'm very lucky. I work in a place in Sheffield, in Leicester, where I can access every single contact that person has had with any healthcare professional, cardiologist, GP, nurse, podiatrist, or the hospital. And on the left, I have a second screen in which I upload or access data from their wearable. I have to open LibreView for access to Abbott, Medtronic's website for access to Medtronic, Dexcom's website for access to Dexcom, and I have to open 5 or 6 tabs and try and sift through the data, and then across the 2 screens, put that data together to help the person living with diabetes. And the trouble is, you know, in the course of a year, the person makes lots of different stops. They might see the diabetologist, me once, and I might say, come back in a year. But in between, they might see the specialist nurse, they might see the dietitian a few times to help them adjust their dose. They might go to the eye screening team. They might access a pharmacy for prescriptions. They might miss some prescriptions and run out of tablets. And, you know, we don't have access to that full comprehensive view of what's happening. They might see the cardiologist and get some tests. And if that's in a different hospital, then I don't know when I see the person the next year that all these things have happened to them in the meantime. And so we need a way in which electronic health records, you know, patient passports follow the patient, where a patient has an app or has some sort of way in which wherever they're seen, all their data, the data belongs to the person they live with. It doesn't belong to us. It doesn't belong to the hospital. It belongs to the patient that's working with it. Data on how often they picked up their drugs, data on who they've seen, data on what their blood tests and scans are, data on which hospital they've been to. This needs to be combined into an electronic health record that the person living with diabetes has. And if he goes to see you, you can log in and access that data to help you make a more comprehensive decision. It needs to follow the data and have a different dashboard. Maybe the dashboard for the nurse is different to the dashboard to the pharmacy. You know, different healthcare professionals need to see different aspects of that data. And if we look at the, you know, I just did a Google search there, and if you look at the top 10 systems, you see in the US, Epic has a 36% market share, Oracle has a 23% market share. You know, you can see there's lots of different players there. And as patients move their insurance in the US, as patients move their hospital in the UK, suddenly their data doesn't seem to follow them as they move across places. And so data exists in silos. You have patient data in one silo, in one category. You have industry data in another category, CGM data, smart pen data, connected meter data. You've got hospital data in another data bank, and then primary care data in another data bank. And a big challenge for us as people working in this field is how do we connect data across these silos, help the data flow across, and we can maximize the value of that data. At the moment, we're just not using the data at its full proportion. You know, there's lots of programs available. Just in a research study I'm doing, we've been able to combine data from an app looking at patient-reported outcomes with a CGM device that's looking at the glucose, with Fitbit looking at activity and sleep, and put it in a dashboard and correlate the activity, the hypoglycemia, the heart rate, and other factors, and use that to help people with diabetes. And the value of integrating this big data and electronic health records will help us do research that will help us, you know, get more precision medicine. It will help us with healthcare planning, help the funders find out how many slots do we need for hip operations, how many people are going to need insulin in the next 10 years. And for the individual, it comes down to personalized care planning, making sure that every person, every stop on that journey knows what's happening. You know, how much appointments are wasted in my system because I don't know when the person is coming back. And I say, come back in 3 months, but they have another appointment with the nurse next week. And I can't see that because the appointment systems are different. So, you know, by integrating, we can really help make our health service more efficient and utilize the resources we have in the best way. There are different points of view when you look at big data as well. From the point of view of the patient, they want data security. They want to know what their data is being used for. Patients need to have the choice to say, my data should be shared with all my healthcare professionals, shared with anonymously, can be used for research, or say, I don't want to. They want to get the most out of data. They want to know how they're doing, get a report of their, you know, their improvement, their progress since the last appointment, and they need to use that data so they get the right advice. As a healthcare professional, I want to say if there are, the way I work in the UK, across Leicester, I know there are about 59,700 people when I last looked registered with type 2 diabetes and 5,573 with type 1 diabetes across Leicester. I want to be able to rank those patients by their glucose products, by their patient-reported outcomes, and say, who is the person who needs the most urgent care? Who is doing well, and I can push them back, and I can be more efficient with the time my team uses to see those patients. And then from the hospital, they can see what activity is happening. They can plan for better care. They can say, okay, we've got an increased requirement, or this is where the resources are needed, and move that around. So big data can have a huge value in efficiency of healthcare. And if you're more efficient, you can either deliver healthcare to more people with the same budget or to the same people for a much more effective time. And if you think about it in the kind of field that I work with in type 1 diabetes, at the moment, the devices are very fixed. And what you wanted is, I don't know if, people may have been to a Subway restaurant, and if you go to Subway, you choose your base, which could be choose your pump, you choose your filler, which could be your CGM, and you choose your algorithm, which could be whichever algorithm works. At the moment, you have to choose a fixed sandwich. But wouldn't it be great if people could choose the pump they wanted and the sensor they wanted, the algorithm they wanted in an interoperable way? So with big data, we can avoid some duplication. We can prioritize patients using data dashboards, which is what we're starting to develop in Leicester where I'm working. And we do that with LibreView. I have 2,500 people on LibreView. I rank them by the time in range, and I can choose the people I see, review the dashboard, and then do a video consult with them. Big data is useful now to say who do you need to see annually for their eye screening, and who can you see every 5 years, and who can you see with foot care. How can you use the real world big data to advise people who are going to have a recurrence of their foot ulcer or not. So I think I'm running out of time. I'm just going to say, across that 70,000 people, we've been able to map the different GP practices and see what proportion of patients are meeting all their targets in green. And you can see the huge variability practice to practice on how many people achieve green and how many people are in the red zone. So how the data should be shared. This was in the UK, there's a professional record standards body that's making the standards for data sharing across industry. And by doing this, they can, there's some metrics that we've said that they should use. And this has now gone out as a standard of care to all companies working in the UK. You can see some examples of that there. And so ultimately, we want to fit it together for better care, get the prescribing, appointments, imaging, wearables working together so that we can get better care for people living with diabetes. I think I will leave it there with integrated systems. Yeah. And finally, I'm just going to say, at the moment, the way we use data is a bit like when I first bought an iPhone. I only use it to make phone calls. I didn't realize the power of that phone, what it could do for us. At the moment, we are with intelligent dose and lifestyle, with integrating apps. We're using it kind of like a mid-stage thing, but we're still not using the full value when we get interoperable devices supporting personalized care. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not checking the time. I hope I've been on time there.
Rakesh.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Pratik. It was an excellent presentation, and I believe there will be some questions. So let me start with a question from my end first. Now we have access to such a huge data from patients, and recently we have been reading about several tools using the AI and use of data along with the AI algorithms. Do you see there is any chance of the AI plus data replacing the role of ours in near future?
So I think that's always a concern. Will it replace our place in society? I don't think AI has replaced humans anywhere. I think the touch is important, but the reality of the matter is that with the increasing numbers of people living with diabetes, I think the way I look at AI is how do they ensure that your expertise is focused on the people who need it the most? And how do you be more efficient in the way you deliver healthcare? Ultimately, I think medicine is there's an art to medicine about interacting with human beings, understanding their challenges, their needs that we need to do. But the AI can help us, see the people who we can help the most, I think.
I think, I see that maybe not in totality, but partially, our roles are going to be taken care of by the AI in future
at some stage, like, the way you have the data from the CGM, and algorithm can always tell you the doses adjustments that are required. Maybe that it doesn't need to call you or come back to you for follow-up. So, I don't know what will happen in the whole, in the next decade, but there is some kind of thread that I see, which might, and people might...
Alternate profession. Rakesh, you need to find an alternate profession.
Right. So, should we move to the next? Are there any questions for Dr. Pratik? Anyone in the panel?
So can I ask a question, Purvi and Rakesh?
Yeah. Yes.
So, Pratik, integration, different data aspects, I don't know, maybe possible in the UK, but here it all seems too disconnected, because the providers are all too different. Then the issue when it comes to hospitals, none of them is going to share. Each hospital has its own software. Everybody's going to talk about their own data protection. So I think that's going to be a large challenge in the developing world. And I'm specifically saying that because this is the Southeast Asia IDF conference, and most people here will have similar issues. So some thoughts on that?
So I think that's not unique to Southeast Asia. In the UK, every hospital, my hospital uses System 1, the hospital next door uses Epic. We can't share data. My patient goes there with a heart attack. I can't see any of that data. So in the US, it's even worse, because all the insurance providers, people switch insurance every 3 to 4 years. So it's not unique, but it's a recognized challenge. And I think there's a lot of pressure moving on that patients will ultimately, the only way that the data can move around is if the patient has access and right and authority over their data. And, the centers might keep their data, but you need to have a patient passport that will move along. That's something that there's a lot of to develop. It will take time to develop, but that's what a lot of the people who work in this field, that's what they're looking at, that, and to make it mandatory. So that PRSP slide that I showed, that is a government initiative that says, if you want to operate in the UK, we make it mandatory for you to share key metrics that we've done. Not your raw data, that might be your personal protection, but key metrics you need to share in a shareable file that the patient can take out. And that's the way in which you can encourage some of this movement, I think. Yeah, but it's a challenge, not just in the South, not just in India, but everywhere.
I have a slightly different question. Do you think that, overuse of technology for our patients, do you think it's causing more anxiety?
Really, really good question, of course, Purvi. It's how we educate the patients to use the data. I think that's different. I think on the whole, like with anything, there's going to be pros and cons. And the fact that having a data-driven consultation where I know what the glucose is and what the insulin is being taken, I will make much better decisions than the sort of conversation we have. What's your glucose reading? Between 120 to 100 in the morning, 260 to 80 in the evening. What dose do you take? 15. And let's take it to 17 and come back in 6 months. This is veterinary science, right? There is no other branch of medicine where you change a lethal drug's dose without knowing what the result is. You don't change blood pressure medication without measuring the blood pressure. But we do it in diabetes and insulin all the time. And data-driven consultation make a huge difference. Does it impact the patient says, I know you're going to watch me, I missed 4 injections that day, or I did something. We have to learn how we alter our communication to balance that. But ultimately, it's in the good of the patient if we have the data than if we're flying blind.
But I think the Purvi, what the question is very, very right, because many of our patients, they just deny for any of these gadgets to be used. I mean, even they are affording, they don't want to do the continuous monitoring. Even they are having the continuous glucose monitor with them, but still they don't want to check it. Those patients with Libre, I'm seeing the patients, they are not even flashing it. So we have now a lot of patients, type 1, type 2, because in India, there are few patients who are very affording. They can buy anything and then they don't do it. So a lot of patients who are on older pump system, they are only using that pump only for the convenience, not for the monitoring. They are changing that anything. So that's a problem. Real challenge.
So what I say, so even here, people have Libre, they have free access to Libre, they don't have to pay for it, and they still don't use it or don't scan it. And I think there are 2 categories of people. So the people who are not injecting, not scanning, their mindset, their acceptance of their diabetes, that's where the consultation has to go. No point adjusting a drug that the patient isn't taking. So the focus of the consultation there, above 9%, is about what's their thinking, what's, understanding their thought barriers, their psychological barriers to why they're not doing it. And the other guys who are below 9%, I would say to them, who don't bring them data, So I would say to them, are you the sort of guy, if the car has a funny noise from the front wheel, you go to the mechanic and you say, hey, can you have a look at this car? It's making a funny noise. And the mechanic says, show me your car. So I left that at home. Can you fix it? That's the same coming to me without your data. So why are you spending money on a diabetes consultation if you're not going to give me, you're going to the mechanic paying fees, but you're not taking your car? How can you fix the car? So and these are the exact words I say in clinic.
So the same words now we are going to use for our patients. The next patient has not come with his glucose monitor and not showing his reports. I'm going to ask the same question to you. So Purvi, that Tade may not join and he is busy somewhere. So what we can do, we have a recorded talk of Dr. Makkar, which we just missed in last session. And we can ask the IT RX event guy to start Dr. Makkar. Please share the the CV of Dr. Makkar. Dr. Purvi, please introduce Dr. Makkar and then we can have his talk. And we will ask him to join online for questions.
Sure. So thank you once again, Dr. Pratik and Dr. Manoj, for that excellent session. And we're moving on. So Dr. Makkar, sir, is the director of Dr. Makkar's Diabetes and Obesity Center, New Delhi. President of RSSDI, Honorary Secretary of RO, Honorary Secretary of RSSDI from 2017-19, ex-chairman of RSSDI Delhi chapter, and many, many important positions held. He's also the course director of Advanced Certificate Course in Diabetes in collaboration with Cleveland Clinic as well as EASD. Until today, and lots of publications and books, as well as peer-reviewed journals. Without much ado, may I have RX Events start the talk for Dr. Makkar, sir?
Good afternoon, friends. Greetings from New Delhi, India. At the outset, I would like to thank my friends Dr. Azad Khan, Dr. Bansi Sabu, and Dr. Shashank Joshi for this opportunity to be speaking at this very innovative meeting, Learnings from IDF Lisbon. I will be speaking in next 20 minutes about remission of diabetes. Let me share my screen. And let me convert this to full mode. So, the topic for my presentation is remission of type 2 diabetes, how true it is. I don't have any disclosures for this presentation. In this presentation, I'll be briefly talking about definition of remission. I will be using the remission and reversible words synonymously without, dissecting between them, and also talk briefly about how does it happen. So let us see how we define remission. Remission is defined as hyperglycemia level below the threshold levels of diabetes. Hyperglycemia going below the diagnostic threshold for diabetes, at least for 1 year duration in absence of any active pharmacological therapy or ongoing procedure. So this means this includes people who are in the pre-diabetes range, and this is called partial remission. Complete remission is defined normal glycemic measures, that means glucose levels below the cutoffs for pre-diabetes, that fasting less than 100, postprandial less than 140, A1C less than 5.6 for at least 1 year duration in absence of pharmacotherapy or ongoing procedure. And if this is lasting for more than 5 years, it's called prolonged remission. Now we know type 2 diabetes is characterized by two hallmark features, insulin resistance and compromised islet cell function, which includes both beta cell dysfunction and alpha cell dysfunction also, but we'll be talking primarily about beta cell dysfunction. We know from UKPDS that during the course of type 2 diabetes, there is a progressive decline in beta cell function, leading to progressive loss of insulin secretory capacity, which leads to loss of control of glycemia with monotherapy, and progressively one needs to keep on intensifying therapy till everything else fails and person needs to be given insulin. So because of this, type 2 diabetes is regarded as inevitably progressive disease requiring insulin, increasing numbers of oral agents and eventually insulin. And this seemingly progressive deterioration of glucose control has been interpreted to mean that the condition is treatable but not curable. The first hint that type 2 diabetes is possibly reversible syndrome came from bariatric surgery almost 3 decades back, when Walter Porras and his group showed that blood glucose levels normalized in obese individuals with type 2 diabetes who were undergoing bariatric surgery, and they remained normal for almost 10 years in almost 90% of the individuals. Now, before we go on, let us have a look at the link between obesity and diabetes. We know significant percentage of people with type 2 diabetes are overweight or obese, and obesity contributes to anything between 60 to 75% of type 2 diabetes individuals. Now, this is prevalence data over 2 decades in North America and shows that as the prevalence of obesity increases, there is a parallel increase in the prevalence of type 2 diabetes, and this has been seen in other countries also. It is not just US. And this is, the ICMR in diabetes study, which looked at the prevalence of diabetes and pre-diabetes in 15 states of India, and showed that the cities or the states with the highest prevalence of diabetes also had the highest prevalence of obesity as well as abdominal adiposity. So there is a very strong established relationship between type 2 diabetes and obesity. And there are a number of studies which have shown that overweight and obese individuals are at increased risk of developing type 2 diabetes. And as there is an increase in the prevalence of obesity in a population, this predicts an increase in the diabetes prevalence also. Now, there are at least 3 distinct mechanisms which have been proposed to link obesity and insulin resistance. One is the increased production of adipocytokines from the ectopic fat, which includes increased secretion of TNF-alpha, interleukin-6, resistin, and RBP, which contribute to development of insulin resistance. Second is the ectopic fat deposition, especially in liver, pancreas, and perhaps also in skeletal muscle with this metabolic sequelae. And third is the mitochondrial dysfunction, which has been shown as decreased mitochondrial mass or function in various studies. This could be one of the many important factors which underlies the defects linking obesity to diabetes, both by decreasing insulin sensitivity and also by compromising beta cell function. Now, insulin resistance influences the progressive beta cell failure by putting more load on the beta cell on one side, and possibly there is, insulin resistance is also directly responsible for beta cell failure because of lipotoxicity. So, critical determinant for insulin sensitivity is not just degree of obesity, but also the distribution of fat. So, ectopic fat is more important, which relates to insulin resistance and not just the degree of obesity. So if we look at the unified field theory, possibly both obesity and type 2 diabetes share a common underlying defect, and defects which favor progressive weight gain and metabolic impairment also contribute to beta cell decompensation. Now, according to this theory, the sustained cell exposure to nutrients in excess to the cellular requirement leads to damaging effects on the cells, leading to impairment of inflammatory signaling, ER stress, excess production of free radicals, mitochondrial dysfunction, and leads to a cascade of reactions which leads to hyperglycemia and insulin resistance. And mitochondrial dysfunction is an important component which I'll touch upon during the presentation later. So if you look at this diagram, this just tells that in people with obesity, there is surplus energy getting stored in adipose tissue. Once the adipose tissue storage is full, it goes and stores in the ectopic sites like pancreas, muscle, and in liver, leading to insulin resistance on one side, beta cell dysfunction on other side. Insulin resistance leads to increased demand of insulin. Beta cell dysfunction leads to decreased insulin production. So there is a vicious cycle going on where lipotoxicity, glucolipotoxicity is causing damage. So in this way, there is a obesity-induced nutrient access triggers inflammatory response that leads to insulin resistance, greater demand on beta cell dysfunction, declining insulin secretion, and so on. Now, if this hypothesis is correct, then caloric restriction should be able to reverse these core defects. Now, let us see how acute caloric restriction leads to remission of diabetes. Now, the initial understanding which came from bariatric surgery that there is normalization of glucose in type 2 diabetes within days of bariatric surgery before the substantial weight loss. This led to, thought that possibly there is a change in incretin hormone. So, and this was shown very clearly that within a week, the glucose normalized even before the weight loss occurred in bariatric surgery. So this led to the thought that there are specific changes mediated through changes in the hormone secretion as a result of bariatric surgery. But what was overlooked was that there is an acute, profound decrease in caloric intake after bariatric surgery, which may be leading to all this change. So acute massive reduction in caloric intake that happened after bariatric surgery possibly led to sudden reversal of traffic of fat in fat stores. That means there was no fat entering the fat stores and the fat now is getting released from this ectopic sites. And this led to change in the intracellular concentration of fat metabolites. So hypocaloric condition, fat is mobilized first from the ectopic sites, then from the subcutaneous tissue. Now, if this hypothesis is correct, and if the rapid change in metabolism following bariatric surgery are consequence of sudden change in caloric balance, then defects both insulin resistance and hepatic insulin sensitivity type 2 diabetes should be correctable by change in diet alone. Now, this was the basis of counterpoint hypothesis, beautiful study involving only 11 adults with type 2 diabetes who were subjected to very low calorie diet, 600 kilocalories per day, and they were followed up for 8 weeks, and they were assessed for presence of beta cell function, the changes in beta cell function, liver and muscle insulin sensitivity, liver and pancreatic fat at baseline, 1 week, 8 weeks, and 4 weeks and 8 weeks. And study showed that within first week, there was a weight loss of about 4 kg. And by 8 weeks, there was a loss of weight of 15.3 kilos. But look at the glucose change. Within 1 week, the glucose levels normalized. And the insulin secretory response started improving. Within first week, there was a significant response and went on improving over 8 weeks. Now, if you look at the pancreatic fat, there was significant reduction in pancreatic fat within first week and went on going, for 8 weeks. And this was paralleled by the improvement in first phase insulin secretion. And the MRI images also showed significant reduction in the pancreatic fat and significant reduction in the ectopic fat in liver. So study concluded that both the improvement in beta cell function and the reduction in insulin resistance was achieved by dietary restriction alone, and that abnormalities underlying the type 2 diabetes are reversible by reducing dietary energy intake. And this was followed by a direct study we know from Roy Taylor, presented at the IDF meeting 2017 in Abu Dhabi. Study aimed to assess whether intensive weight management within routine primary care would achieve remission of type 2 diabetes. It was a primary care setting study. People were given very low calorie diet of about 850 calories per day for 3 to 5 months. And the co-primary endpoints were weight loss of 15 kilos or more and remission of diabetes, defined as A1C level going below 6.5% after at least 2 months of all anti-diabetic medications were taken off from baseline to at least lasting for 12 months. So at the end of study, at the end of 1 year, 24% of the people in intervention group lost more than 15 kilos of weight, and 46% of the people in intervention group achieved a remission of diabetes. And people who lost more than 15 kilos of weight, 86% of these people achieved remission of diabetes. And this is the 2 years follow-up data. The people who were maintaining the weight loss had a high percentage of remission. So it is now certain that disease process can be halted with restoration of normal carbohydrate and metabolic fat metabolism, and type 2 diabetes can be understood as a potentially reversible metabolic state precipitated by a single cause of chronic excess of intra-organ fat. And we know the twin cycle hypothesis proposed by Roy Taylor. When there is excess calories available, there is a positive energy storage in body. There is increased free fatty acid turnover, which goes to liver as well as to pancreas, leading to insulin resistance on one side, leading to increased demand for insulin. On the other side, there is lipotoxicity leading to decreased insulin secretion. So both contribute to development of hyperglycemia. And once there is a weight loss, there is a balance which is achieved. This twin cycle is reversed to normalized, and there is an improvement in the glucose level. Now, to understand the role of mitochondria, we have to understand what is the normal energy homeostasis or normal energy metabolism. And we know mitochondria are the powerhouse of cell metabolism, and they utilize both glucose and lipid and they oxidize both for production of energy. Now, mitochondria during physiological state, they, depending on the nutritional circumstances, they flexibly use glucose for oxidation or lipid for oxidation, and this flexibility to or adaptation to the substrate available for oxidation is called a state of metabolic flexibility. So normal state of mitochondrial metabolism is a flexible oxidation of glucose and lipid depending on the availability of the nutrients. So what happens in obesity and related cardiovascular disease? There is an excess nutrient availability, which leads to increased availability of glucose and lipid, both and competing for oxidation at mitochondrial level, leading to a gridlock and loss of this mitochondrial flexibility, leading to a state of mitochondrial inflexibility. So once there is mitochondrial inflexibility, there is changes in the genetic expression mediated by the FOXO1. So a normal cell or happy cell has normal state of mitochondrial flexibility, and the FOXO1 is inactive. Once there is metabolic inflexibility due to excessive nutrient supply, this leads to activation of FOXO, which leads to expression of different genes which are involved in maintaining the normal lineage of endocrine cells. And if this metabolic inflexible state is prolonged state, there is exhaustion of FOXO, and there is expression of genes which lead to de-differentiation of the endocrine cells towards the null cells or precursor cells, leading to increase in the decrease in the beta cell. So studies have shown, this is work from Dominical actually, who clearly showed that there can be de-differentiation of type beta cells towards null cells, alpha cells and null cells in people with type 2 diabetes. So in direct study, there were two groups of people, responders and non-responders. So responders were the people who had the capacity to reverse to the have a normal cell type, while the non-responders were these people where the beta cell had differentiated to the null cell level. So what happens is, in healthy cell, when they are exposed to ongoing nutrient access, there is a metabolic inflexibility or metabolic stress, which leads to loss of specialized function at beta cell level, which move towards the alpha cell lineage or the null cell. Now, this status between the stage between healthy beta cell and loss of function is a reversible stage. But if it is prolonged, then it becomes irreversible once the cells have moved to null cell, and there is loss of beta cell function, which contributes to development of hyperglycemia. So it is very important that intervention is to be done at early stage to achieve remission of diabetes. So to conclude my presentation, type 2 diabetes is caused by nutrient excess leading to fat accumulation in liver and pancreas beyond a trigger point, and this results in development of both insulin resistance and beta cell dysfunction, and acute caloric restriction helps in lowering liver and pancreatic fat, may be able to reverse the disease provided you are at a stage, you are early enough in the course of disease before the beta cell dedifferentiation has reached the level of null cells. So with that, I conclude my presentation. I hope I have been able to finish in time and to do justice to my topic. Thank you.
Is Dr. Makkad is there?
No, sir, he's not here.
Okay, no.
I can't see him.
So any comment from chairperson?
So we thank Dr. Makkar sir for this very comprehensive talk, very well explained. Yes, I think Dr. Banshi sir, I would like to ask you one question on diabetes reversal. Do you, often patients with long-standing duration of diabetes, even without any established complications, they come and they want to know if their diabetes can be reversed. Even though we discussed that, it's at least studies have shown that, if it's the early onset of diabetes, we can still do a lot of things to reverse it. But do you think extreme weight loss or extreme transformation in lifestyle can actually reverse diabetes even of long-standing duration?
So there are few who can be reversed. If we see the subtypes of type 2 diabetes, there are severe insulin deficient, there are severe insulin resistant, but there are patients who are obesity induced. I mean, that's a variety of patients which is primarily because of their overweight and obesity, they have developed the diabetes. Now, even with the longer duration of diabetes, maybe more than 5 years or 10 years, they can be tried or planned, but it is not like that a pakka case of that they will be reversed. Instead of telling them that it will not be reversed, what idea is, yes, whatever the reversal which will happen, it may not happen that we will able to stop your medication completely. But still the lifestyle modification and the weight loss is going to help you a lot. It is going to help you to reverse many of the medication. You might be on insulin, you might be on multiple tablets. It may be reduced to significantly. You may be, after some time, you may be only on metformin or one more drug. It is going to happen. Even if you're not stopping the medication, the lifestyle modification is going to help them and the weight loss is going to help them for prevention of the complication. And one of the important complications with the diabetes, with obesity, is a cardiovascular disease. So I always promote that, forget about the reversal. The lifestyle modification is very, very important. It is going to help you a lot for preventing the complication. The diabetes may not get reversed, but your complication can be definitely prevented. That's the biggest benefit which you are going to have. And some medications can be reduced significantly, which may not be required. But there are patients who are insulin deficient, looking lean type of patients. I mean, we can straightway say that you have more than 15 years of diabetes, already on basal bolus therapy. I mean, these are not the patients or candidate where we should talk about the reversal, where we should talk about the good control and complication prevention. That's a better way of doing it.
Do you think C-peptide levels can help in this case to at least understand
whether... We were just discussing today morning also that C-peptide with Nihal Thomas, that whether C-peptide we should do for all patients, and to classify the type 2 diabetes, we had used C-peptide also one of the marker. I mean, whether to decide that whether they are long-standing diabetic patients having less C-peptide, or we can consider them that they are the one who are insulin deficient. But clinically, there is no such data to use the C-peptide in our day-to-day clinical practice. Neither of the guideline is also recommending. It is only recommended for type 1. Definitely for India, it is very cost-effective. And some of the patients where we are clinically suspecting severe insulin deficient. I do use for third type of patient with a severe insulin resistant patient. where we find that C-peptide level is very high, and then you would like to use, other than metformin, other all insulin sensitizer also. Indirect marker is definitely severe hypertriglyceridemia, is also indirect marker of insulin resistance. And then you have clinical markers like acanthosis and NAFLD and all those things will be also clinical. So not required for a clinical practitioner to do C-peptide in a regular practice.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Rakesh?
Yeah, so I think if we don't have any more questions, maybe we can conclude the session.
So we
Sir,
can...
I have a question. Can I?
Yes, Amir.
Yes. Sir, so some of us who are practicing obesity and we see patients coming to us with weight regain, especially after a bariatric surgery or even a procedure like a gastric balloon or even any weight loss diet. So two things. So one is that we often see these weight loss surgeries being referred to as a diabetes surgery. So how is that term? A kind of a thought, your thought on that. And the second is, as an obesity physician and as a clinician, especially in those patients who are having long-standing diabetes, when they're in that phase of weight regain, their blood sugar tends to go up again. So how do we approach these cases? Just a brief overview from
So one is that weight gain is going to happen because whether you get the bariatric surgery or lifestyle modification, I think it's a disease of brain. It is your temperament to lose the weight. So it's very, very difficult if somebody may lose the weight even by the lifestyle modification or by the bariatric surgery and he will not regain. No, he may regain again. Even we do whatever the procedure which you do for that bariatric surgery patient. So the post-bariatric surgery, we started using GLP-1 for many of our patients for weight gain. Again, a problem for them. For that also, it's off-label at present in India, but there are clinical trials which are going on post-bariatric surgery for regain, particularly purpose of weight regain. Now we are talking of the patients who have lost the weight. There is a possibility they have reversed the diabetes. Again, they develop obesity or again they gain the weight, and there is always a possibility they will again become diabetic too. So there is no terms like a diabetes reverse mean 100% they will not develop diabetes. It is like that once they develop obesity again, they will again develop the diabetes too. So we call them a post-diabetes patients rather than we call them a completely cured of diabetes. Diabetes is not curable. We say that now with a very good lifestyle modification, your diabetes is controlled and you may not require the medication. But all these patients will continue to get benefit if we continue them on a GLP-1. The problem is the cost in India and again the injectable. And now we have oral. Again, there are challenges of taking that oral medication also. So I always say that it's a lifestyle modification, and if they can change their lifestyle with their temperament also, they can at least maintain the diabetes or maintain their weight regain also.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now for the next session, we have Amit with us. And along with Amit, we have the chairperson, Dr. Sudhir. Sudhir is from Mauritius. Amit is a diabetologist based at Kolkata. Sudhir is a health promotion coordinator from a NCD cell from Mauritius. Now I request Dr. Amit to introduce our first speaker and then he can take the session forward. Over to Dr. Amit.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, thank you to Dr. Bansi Sabu, sir, for giving us this opportunity for a global connect and sharing scientific knowledge in the virtual IDF Southeast Asia conference. So we move on to the next session. And our first speaker is Ms. Irina Vlasenko from Ukraine. And over the last year or so, we've all been following over the tragedies that has been happening in Ukraine. And Ms. Irina Vlasenko is a PhD pharmacy associate professor, vice president IDF, and is also a responsible scientific editor. And she's a member of the European Medicine Agency Working Party with Patients and Consumer. And she's been a member of the steering group of the European Network of Centers for Pharmacopedia and Pharmacovigilance, as well as she's been a member of informal advisory group for the Practice Transformation Program on Diabetes of the International Pharmaceutical Federation. She's also a member of the NCD Research Prioritization in Humanitarian Setting Steering Committee. She's an international expert in diabetes. She has taken part in the development of regulatory documents, medical standards, etc. on national as well as on international levels. Her areas of research is pharmacoeconomic of diabetes, pharmaceutical care for people with diabetes. Also therapeutic education for people with NCDs, reform of the healthcare, reimbursements, physical activity and diabetes, and digitalization of education, along with development of technology of drugs for diabetic foot wounds, digital solution in diabetes. So with this detailed introduction, I would like to invite Ms. Irina Blesenko to present her talk on managing diabetes during the war, the recent experience from Ukraine. Do we have Dr. Yeah. So we have a recorded version. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for Dr. Banshi who invited me to this conference. And I can share our, unfortunately, not good experience, but it's reality. Diabetes during war, recent Ukrainian experience. The humanitarian crisis in Ukraine is the result of the Russian invasion. Political instability and conflict have resulted in record number of people being displaced from their home. Humanitarian crises represent a major global health challenge. Healthcare during emergency response can understandably focuses on trauma, infection disease, and other acute condition, and chronic disease have historically been given low priority. I would like to share some view about what we have before war. Insulin is included in reimbursement system, inclusion of non-insulin medication as part of affordable medicines program together with medication for hypertension and asthma. We have this program, state program. Prescription, electronic prescription and inclusion of insulin in the affordable medical program. Rapid diagnostic tests include in public health care benefits package and diagnostic and specialist consultation free of charge upon referrals. But look what happens from beginning. The stroke, a lot of places, a lot of pharmacies and hospitals. And in that time, mostly it will be like three parts. It's hospitals where people can get medical care, hospitals, pharmacies, and volunteer. It's a lot of volunteer who help our people. In the beginning of war, the system of reimbursement was broken. Insulin was in the storage of all companies, but there were problems with delivery. A lot of distributors didn't want to deliver a drug to place where shelling, of course. People could not take insulin through the pharmacies because they could not deliver it there, because pharmacies did not allow the affordable medical program continue support pharmacy. A voluntary organization, patient association, and business have certainly played a big role in helping millions of people with chronic condition. But many children with diabetes have moved from Ukraine to another country. It's also saved their life. And as you know, from beginning, IDF involved to this humanitarian help to Ukraine. And what we do with from beginning, we make like good communication and partnership and management with Ministry of Health, WHO, Pharma, Direct Relief, who deliver this help, governments and other countries, member association, IDF, NGO, patient association, and professional organization, like doctor organization and others. And I want to share this problem which we have from beginning, limited access to medical care. Hospitals provide mainly emergency care, but many regional diabetes center hospitals continue to function. The lack of the possibility of doctor consultation, limited access to pharmacy supply, as I say, half of pharmacies were closed, and there were no necessary medicines. Glucometer and test strips were on sale. It's okay. The need for short insulin increased in many patients, probably due to stress. It's not probably, I know this through my experience. It's you can continue eat same, but you worry all the time, and even not understand that you are worried. But anyway, you're all the time in stress, and this is increased short insulin. And the migration of population to west region of Ukraine require an increase in supply to region during the distribution of medical product. And I say that it's a direct relief and IDF through the direct relief help to Ukraine. And I want to say many thanks to every organization and the many people who help to us from over the world. It's really very important and save our life. And this is direct relief not only provide medical supply and also grant to member of the association for help them and supporting Ukrainian refugees, like for example Polish association of IDF, and give to them grants for help our people, Ukrainian people. What Ministry of Health did during beginning of the war? Organize a special service, crisis hotline, call center to easier to obtain insulin that is available. Allow hotline to collect needs of patient, but to be honest, it was not so successful because it's Ukraine is a very big country and it's not possible to deliver like to many people to some supply, but we find some solution. They deliver it to big city, and then through this medical care, medical system, all this region spread to a small city, small town. Introducing new rules for prescription of insulin. This is very interesting. I think it's very good for us. MAID is dispensing insulin by a paper prescription along with an electronic prescription. Allow getting insulin free of charge. It was from beginning, it was only half year, and then we continue our reimbursement system, which work now. Update the list of pharmacy that had insulin, and doctor offered online consultations. After that, next 2 3 months, over the next 2 months, we have another problem. The work of outpatient clinic, laboratory, and pharmacies begin to improve. The range of drugs expanded, but price for drug have increased by 20%. But I must say that we have now more than 30, maybe 40% up. It's not only drug and medication, and also price for our food. A problem with pushage of glucometers and strips. Hospital provide mainly urgent care. And it is very important. I would like to that you take this information that some Alliance Humanitarian Crisis and Diabetes make this very important for us. Information for healthcare professionals, insulin product switch guide, switch between insulin product in disaster response setting. This is very important. Look on this. This is also link for this document. We have this is why it is important, because we can use this not only for refugees and also for our people, because this will be it was translated to Ukraine and to Ukraine. What the very important, we must teach our patient, because it's my experience. I don't know about this. I don't thinking about this before, but it is very important to be prepared and have emergency care kit, which you have things which is very important and save life of people. They also need look on guideline like storage of insulin, but also we understand that insulin, if it's not fridge, insulin in fridge, because sometimes it's not available, like now you see we have not electricity, and but anyway we can use this insulin before we find insulin which was in fridge. This is also very important because this is save our life. But need to remember about other health concern, the dialysis. If person is on dialysis for chronic kidney disease, getting dialysis treatment may not be possible, especially if the power is out of, roads are closed. And thanks to another country, our neighbors who give this opportunity and give the patient this care. Thanks a lot. And big concern of this war, mental health. To be honest, I never believed how it's influence. Disaster and emergencies can take a toll of mental health. Need to take care of emotional health during an emergency. Children will also have strong emotions during the and after the emergency. This also we must need to find some skills which we can push down our stress. It's very, very important. And intervention by pharmacists. Pharmacists are uniquely positioned during military conflict in Ukraine to provide healthcare, continue and medication management to affected community. Pharmacists are most widely distributed healthcare professional, being more accessible than supermarkets, bank of medical center. And the International Federation of Pharmacists makes some guideline for pharmacists. And thanks to our IDF Europe, who make this system which solidarity, connect solidarity and give to our refugees help. But terrible things which now continue, this is medical collapse in occupied territory. And unfortunately, a lot of people also with diabetes have not any supplies and they were dead. But what now? Where territory is deoccupied and also people have not any medical care. They our government make with collaboration with another partner make this mobile team which include general practitioner, psychologist and nurse, and deliver not only medical care and also supply for some chronic disease and another things. I spoke with ministry about our people because I think about complication and this must be checked also feet and eyes. Highlight of the last 9 months. Resilient institution, finally they work. Resilient provider of service, thanks God. Very quick pick up on the affordable medicines program and coordination of humanitarian response by the government. Reactive service delivery, not proactive outreach, and strength capacity of providers, staff displacement, and service delivery model. And this is last my research, which I show that we have plus and minus influence on the war to the reimbursement glucose-lowering drugs. And it was, of course, as I say, increase price, amount of patient co-payment, and decrease number of glucose-lowering drugs that is subject on full reimbursement, but in same times increased in the amount of reimbursement and the number of these drugs include in the system reimbursement, and including at the expense of extended dosage form and increased number of glucose-lowering drug that subject to full compensation reimbursement. And finally, diabetes and conflict zone. In this crisis context, majority of people have extremely limited access to resource. The burden of diabetes in humanitarian setting is not being captured. Clinical guides in influence and diabetes is not being adequately addressed. The complications of diabetes, such as blindness, amputation, kidney failure, and cardiovascular illness, are a heavy burden on individuals and their families, as well as on the health system. This is, we must thinking about this, because I'm very worried about this, because 2 years COVID, we have absolutely have not any for prevention diabetes complication, any opportunity check this, and now it's war. This factor, combined with the stress and psychological challenges associated with the crisis, the cause of additional suffering for people with diabetes. And this raises two issues for people with diabetes: the need for better management to avoid excess patient mortality, and logistical challenge of ensuring and continuous supply of treatment, especially insulin, in conflict area. Gaps of action in Ukraine. The health system was not ready. Lack of coordination, lack of communication, problem with logistical and available diabetes care in pharmaceutical provision. Look on this, and that we must prevent this. And health promotion challenges for future health promotion and targeted screening outreach capacity of healthcare provider. Also, we have problem with healthcare provider gets moved to another country. Access to medication for residents and controlled and non-controlled area. Availability of regular HbA1c testing for diabetes patient to monitor treatment effectiveness. Adherence to treatment and life-changing behavior, because more focus on another things, and continue programs of medical guarantees and affordable medical program, because we don't know what happens next, and mental health support. And as I say, that we also, it's a lot of now documents which have already development, which we can use for teach, and also for give government and show what we must do for prepare for some emergency. And of course, I only show in conflict zone, but this could be happens with nature disaster, and we must be anyway ready for this. As you say, now in Turkey, big earthquake, and also people need help. They not expect this. And thank you very much for your attention. Save Ukraine. Don't be tied from this. This is unfortunately this continue. This is war, and we need support. We need your heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Irina, for the talk, and our heart goes out to each and every one of you back there. And most importantly, from across the world, I'm sure I would be going many individuals' voice that we sincerely acknowledge and applaud the strong resilience shown, especially by all of you in the healthcare sector, in managing the crisis. Just a quick question from my side. We looked at a crisis during the first lockdown of COVID in managing diabetes of our patients, wherein we saw that some of the patients suddenly could not get a supply of insulin, and there was a huge panic amongst them because of the lack in the supply chain. I mean, how did you address this, and who are usually the first point of contact in your country when this kind of crisis came up? Just
you are asking to Aina? She is not there.
Yes. Okay.
It was recorded talk.
Okay, that was a recorded talk. Okay.
So Jackie is there now, but she can answer the same.
Sure.
Yes, hello everyone, and thank you for this really interesting conference. I've been listening to many colleagues with their interesting interventions. Regarding what Irina just finished saying, unfortunately, what's happening is we start seeing some relief in one area, and then we have a disaster in another. So I'm sure you are all aware that we had the Beirut blast in 2020. The war in Syria has been going on for many years. Then the war started in Ukraine. And then now we have a huge disaster that happened in Turkey, and again, Syria and some parts of Lebanon. So what I would say is that we need urgently a very strategic plan to respond to any disaster anywhere. I think it's on us as IDF, and I'm speaking here as IDF Vice President. So we will discuss this in our next board meeting, and hopefully we will have, I have to say something, we are never ready for a disaster. Talking about preparedness and readiness is sublime, but it's not realistic. So it's always like we think it can happen to others, but it cannot happen to us. So we just have to be realistic and work on education so the patients are self-sufficient. And this is my next talk about therapeutic patient education. Work on having enough medication to cover at least 1 or 2 months, but then we never know. We just have to pray and ask God to be merciful on us. And my heart goes, to those suffering now in Turkey, in Syria, as well as in Ukraine and anywhere in the world. It's really difficult enough, not to mention how difficult it can be for people living with diabetes. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can have her introduction slide, then it would be an honor to introduce her before she takes over for her talk. So Dr. Jackie Malouf is the founder and president of DIALEB, the National Diabetes Organization, a leading diabetes organization in Lebanon, which she founded with her daughter Sylvie, living with type 1 diabetes in 2010, and has been the president since. She's also a candidate for the position of vice president, non-healthcare at the IDF.
I am already vice president.
Yes. Okay. So this is okay. She holds a PhD in public relations and communications from the University of Cortland in Virginia, USA. She has 12 years of experience in leading DIALEB's awareness campaigns and activities all across Lebanon. And she also believes in the power of education and has organized several educational courses to professionals, nutritionists, nurses, sports experts. She has also collaborated with Lebanese Ministry of Public Health, launching herself the Diabetes Campaign of Lebanon. So with this brief introduction, over to you, Dr. Jackie.
Thank you. I will be sharing my slides. Because I'm a regular speaker with you, probably this is why the biography was not updated. Let me just 1 second open my presentation. Oh, it is open in the background. Okay. All right, so I would like to thank Dr. Banshi and all the organizers for having me once again as a speaker. It's really an honor to attend this interesting conference, not to mention to be a speaker. And today I will be talking about something you might think is far from crisis and wars and everything else, but actually it is directly related, as the more educated our patients and our community are, the better we can handle any type of disaster, crisis, wars, etc. So we're going to be talking about the importance of therapeutic patient education, known as TPE, in diabetes management. To do so, I will be mentioning very briefly the non-communicable diseases, the types of diabetes with a specific purpose. Of course, you all know the types of diabetes, the management of type 2 diabetes and how it is affected and related to therapeutic patient education, how big is the burden of the disease, what is and how we can implement therapeutic patient education. We will mention some research supporting TPE in the MENA region and in the rest of the world, and what obstacles or what challenges do we face when implementing TPE. 1 second. Okay, so the non-communicable diseases, I will mention 3 of the 4 in this graph that you can see in front of you. So talking about cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and cancer, they have 4 modifiable shared risk factor. And when we say modifiable, it means, yes, we can somehow have a certain control over those risk factors. Talking about the tobacco use, of course, it's on us to decide whether we want to be smokers or not, knowing the high risks of multiplying complications if we are smokers. Unhealthy diets, yes, also it is on us to have the willpower and to take the decision to live and lead a healthier lifestyle. The physical inactivity is a very high risk factor. It depends on us whether to be more active physically or not, and we don't have to be athletes. We can start with walking a little bit, walking the dog, walking the children, the grandchildren, etc. And the harmful use of alcohol, again, another modifiable risk factor, as we have to decide how much alcohol intake we can have. All of that, knowing that the non-communicable diseases known as NCDs kill 41 million people each year, and that is 71% of all deaths globally. So imagine what would be the impact if we could prevent somehow those numbers to happen. And it's expected to increase the mortality rate. So many things are up to us, really. To talk about the types of diabetes is with a simple purpose. If you take a look at type 2 diabetes, which accounts for 90% of the total cases of diabetes, yes, it can be prevented. Also, gestational diabetes can be prevented with proper diet, exercises, leading a healthy lifestyle. And of course, we're talking about the majority of cases. Nothing is absolute here. So that's the purpose of mentioning the types of diabetes, knowing that for type 1 diabetes, which is between 7 and 10% of the total cases of diabetes, unfortunately, it cannot be prevented. But even the people living with type 1 diabetes, by leading a healthy lifestyle, by having a proper therapeutic patient education, they can prevent the complications. And that is a lot to say, because everything we do is to prevent the complications. Now, when we talk about management of type 2 diabetes, and all of you professional, esteemed faculty members, you know that everyone nowadays is stressing more on the lifestyle changes, talking about a healthy diet, regular exercise to keep a healthy weight. We're not looking into ideal weight. We're looking into a healthy weight. And the most important part here is the sustainability. We don't want to drop drastically with the weight and then gain it again. And there were talks from other esteemed colleagues prior to, pardon me, prior to my talk about obesity and how it may or may not reverse diabetes and how people are gaining again the weight. This is why it's important to stress on sustainability, on leading a sustainable, healthy lifestyle that can last a long period and not change it back to our bad habits. Because although when we do the surgeries related to obesity, whatever that kind of surgery is, yes, the numbers will go down, diabetes is under control, but it does not mean that if you go back to unhealthy lifestyle, diabetes will not visit again. So this is very important. And of course, we never neglect to mention the medication to control the blood sugar as per the recommendation of your endocrinologist. And the self-management through lifestyle is what we stress on. Now, we all know that the burden of diabetes is very, very heavy nowadays. So according to IDF, the International Diabetes Federation, 537 million adults worldwide have diabetes, and 73 million of them in the Middle East and North Africa, which is my region. Knowing that also in the MENA, 1 in 3 adults are diagnosed, and this is very dangerous. Now, we have to think that we have 541 million adults in the world with increased risk. Although this might seem a very dark picture, those people with increased risk, they can still prevent diabetes from happening because they are at increased risk of developing type 2 diabetes mellitus, which is preventable. So notice the importance of leading a healthy lifestyle, of having proper education for the community at large, and then for people living with diabetes. Again, talking about the heavy burden of the disease, it can be very difficult to manage. And I'm talking here being a mother of a daughter living with type 1 diabetes. Diabetes can be very heavy on the person living with the disease. Just managing it, counting the units of insulin, counting carbs, knowing when to take the medication, it can be very heavy, not to mention the result that can affect the person psychologically. It can have familial consequences. We can talk here also about social consequences at Dialab within our community, especially people living with type 1 diabetes. I've seen people living secluded, not wanting to talk about their diabetes, staying away even from family members. It can be very hard. And here we have to mention the mental health importance, especially for those living with diabetes. This is a topic never to be neglected. I believe it can be half of the treatment. And the financial consequences, or may I say the financial burden, coming from Lebanon myself, I can tell you that it's been really, really difficult for people with diabetes. First, to find the means and enough financial resources to buy the insulin. And second, and most importantly, to find the insulin. We've been having scarcity of medication, diabetes medication and insulin. And since we've been trying to provide and help our patients, it's been really hard even for us to find the medication in the country. So we have to know that the burden is really heavy. All of that may lead to low treatment adherence, and that would directly affect the quality of life. The QOL, the quality of life, is the golden expression for me, because everything we do will affect our quality of life. We don't want just to live. We don't want the patients simply to live. We want them to live a good quality of life. As a result of all of that, you can see the importance of therapeutic patient education and how critical it can be. Now, what is it? When we talk about TPE, it enables our patients to acquire and, most importantly, to maintain the abilities that allow them to optimally manage their lives with their disease. They need to know how to manage diabetes in a very optimum way. It is also a continuous process. We don't do TPE now and then it's over. It should have a sustainable program. It's a continuous process, and it should be integrated in the whole healthcare. Now, the education can be offered. We're talking about ideal situation at diagnosis and during lifetime impacting follow-up, such as somebody getting married, a lady getting pregnant, and many other lifetime life happenings, during a decrease in motivation that may affect the compliance and adherence to the treatment. This is very important. And after onset of complications. Again, I mentioned that this is the ideal scenario. Now, even if we were not able to offer TPE or therapeutic patient education at diagnosis, whenever we can, we should start. It's never too late. So it's very important, even if we don't have the ideal scenario, to start therapeutic patient education whenever we can and to follow up with it. What does it include? It includes organized awareness, a lot of information that the patient needs to know, self-care learning, and this is very important. The patient needs to be problems. Whoops. Okay. Sorry about that. Psychological support, as I mentioned, mental health is very, very important, extremely, I should say. And the hospital and the healthcare settings should be ready for that. Organizational information, all the staff need to be aware about TPE. It's a multidisciplinary approach, and the behavior related to health and illness, what to do in cases of emergency. Now, TPE is not only for patients, it can also and should also be for their families as well. They need to understand the disease and the treatment. They need to cooperate with healthcare providers. They need to live healthier mentally and physically. They need to maintain and improve their quality of life. Again, the golden word or sentence, quality of life. It is very important. I will never get tired of stressing on the quality of life. Incorporating the therapeutic patient education role into our care practices requires some adjustments. One is specific training of healthcare professionals. Now, again, we are talking in the ideal situation. When we are talking in crisis, it's a different scenario. It requires planning of structured educational programs. And here we talk about diabetes self-management education, known as DSME. It is important as it helps the patient to be only relying on himself or herself, of course, under the supervision of the healthcare professionals. It assesses the results and use of quality standards and promoted by the American Diabetes Association, ADA, and other, of course, guidelines, important ones. And here I will mention the last in the standards of medical care published by ADA. That was in 2020. There were more standards of medical care published, but I like the sentence that mentions all people with diabetes should participate in diabetes self-management education and receive the support needed to facilitate the knowledge, decision-making, and skills mastery necessary for diabetes self-care. And I like it because it's a very clear sentence. It resumes in one sentence what we need to do when we talk about therapeutic patient education. This graph here simply mentions that when we offer diabetes self-management education and to our patient as versus the regular treatment alone, we see more adherence, we see lower hypoglycemia risks, we see better control for the weight. The side effects are none when we are talking about DSME. as it is not a pill or an injection. The cost is much lower when we talk about therapeutic patient education and diabetes self-management education. And even furthermore, the psychosocial benefits are extremely high when we talk about patient education as opposed to treatment with pills or insulin alone. And, it's very important to notice the benefits so we can be more inclined into implementing therapeutic patient education. I will mention now a few of the studies I came across when doing my research about therapeutic patient education, specifically in the MENA region, where we had a cross-sectional study of 100 Lebanese people living with type 2 diabetes, including several of our own members at Dialab. TPE was efficient in contributing to better glycemic control, better diabetes management, self-efficacy, and in summary of diabetes self-care activities. And that was done by Dr. El-Jirgis, one of the members of our scientific committee at Dialab in 2020. In another Lebanese pilot study, a diabetes education intervention about improved self-care, glycemic control, and body adiposity and lipid profile of 27 adults with type 2 diabetes also showed better adherence to the treatment and many other benefits. And you may think those are small numbers. Please remember that Lebanon is not the size of India. It's a very, very small country in the Middle East with a 5 million people population, or 5.5. So those studies, even though they have small numbers, they were done very thoroughly. And in another intervention study in Turkey, for example, it found that diabetes education and SMS reminders, this is interesting because sending an SMS reminder on the very own phone of the patient, they showed to be very effective in improving metabolic control, talking about HbA1c, FBG, lipid values, BMI, etc., and the better disease management in 101 adults with type 2 diabetes. Let me go into a study done in Iran on 142 patients with type 2 diabetes. Those who received usual care plus a nurse-led diabetes self-management education showed a very significant improvement in their HbA1c, body weight, efficacy, expectations, and diabetes self-management behaviors compared to those who received usual diabetes care. So if we keep going on, another Iranian study of 240 people with type 2 diabetes, subject in the intervention group talked about very significant, better metabolic and glycemic profiles. And isn't that what we all want? What you all want as endocrinologists, what we all want as when we manage our associations, our groups of people living with diabetes? Don't we all want to see lower HbA1c, a better quality of life, better adherence to the treatment? So all these studies are telling us it's very important to work on therapeutic patient education, as it helps us see the results we want to see in our patients. In another observational study of 1,316 participants with type 1 diabetes mellitus from different Middle East countries, those who had received diabetes education were more likely to practice self-management. And this is what we are seeking, to see an independent patient reliable enough to manage his or her own diabetes. So if we look at all the cases I mentioned here, they all showed very, very positive outcomes in this when they studied patients, whether with type 2 diabetes or type 1 diabetes of different age groups. It shows us that therapeutic patient education, when implemented, gives us the desired results of better weight control, better adherence to the treatment, better self-management of the disease, and this is really a great outcome. Now, nothing comes without challenges or obstacles. And of course, TPE faces many obstacles. One of them is insufficient teamwork, and that is being seen in many countries. And let's not limit ourselves to think that only in underdeveloped countries. I have worked with Diabetes Canada, with the American Diabetes Association. We exchanged expertise, and trust me, they face the same challenges when it comes to teamwork and TPE implementing therapeutic patient education. So it's not only us, it's everywhere. We need all to work on it. Difficulty in assuring valid TPE. So although you may think there are many studies, there is still some difficulty in convincing the healthcare professionals and all the medical bodies how valid is TPE, and to have specific guidelines in relation to therapeutic patient education. Now, the conservatism of educational institutions. Some educational institutions go by the old book, and they don't want to recognize the efficacy and the efficiency of implementing therapeutic patient education, although it has been somehow proven by many, many studies. Here is an important other challenge, which is the lack of educational and financial resources. Now that, yes, we face it more in our underdeveloped countries than in the developed countries. So, and then we have the tradition and culture of the healthcare professionals. Sometimes religion, sometimes social beliefs can be a challenge in implementing therapeutic patient education. And lastly, insufficient motivation within institution and among policymakers and health professionals to be inclined toward implementing TPE. And this is something we have to work on with our own government, with our own ministries of public health, in order to make it a rule to implement TPE, knowing all the benefits and all the very important outcomes we may have. Before I speak about the points of my conclusion, let me state this very, very important sentence said by the late Nelson Mandela, which states that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And I will add here, to live a better quality of life. And so the points of my conclusions, I will start with saying that people living with diabetes who have access to education to manage their disease are considered to be healthier than their counterparts, those who are only receiving treatment. And two, despite all the efforts of many specialists, as well as endocrinology departments and diabetes units, the access of therapeutic patient education in patients with diabetes mellitus is lacking worldwide. We are not there yet. We are not even halfway. We need to work a lot on implementing therapeutic patient education, knowing the huge benefits it can offer to our patients. And lastly, the recommendations for educational institutions. First, to review and revise as needed, as many times as needed, the educational objectives, the teaching and learning methods, and evaluation process of educational programs. As always, we have updates. We need to refresh those programs that we have for healthcare providers to ensure that therapeutic patient education receives the attention it deserves. Now, again, we know it faces many challenges. We are talking about ideal situation. At least we need to strive to be there. If we're not there yet, and I know we're not there yet, we need to work hard to go in that direction. Secondly, to incorporate TPE in the curricula, to put courses, maybe a degree, anyone study in public health or in the faculties of health and sciences should understand through a course maybe or more the importance of therapeutic patient education and diabetes self-management education in order to, when we have the future generation of graduates in that field, they know and they understand and they appreciate and they implement therapeutic patient education. Grant academic credit to participants who satisfactorily complete continuing education courses in TPE. This is for healthcare professionals, for nutritionists, for sports professionals, for nurses, for pharmacists, and why not for physicians to update their knowledge about TPE and to give them academic credit. This could be a motivation to ensure that everyone in the healthcare circle is aware of the importance of therapeutic patient education. Here you may see my references, and with that, I conclude my participation for today, stating again what a pleasure it is to participate at this important conference. Thanking you for inviting me, and if you have any questions to me, I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackie, for your wonderful.
Sorry about the sun. I'm seated in.
Absolutely not. It was a wonderful presentation, Doctor, and thank you for your detailed insights on therapeutic patient education. May I invite any quick questions or comments from any of the panelists who are joined in? All right. So, Dr. Jackie, I would like to come up with one question.
Yes.
We've been seeing an extended use of technology into the field of diabetes management, and as you showed in some of the that you presented also in RCT, that sending SMS reminders and using technology, patient education has improved. Now, with the introduction of artificial intelligence per se, do you see a paradigm shift in therapeutic patient education, especially in the context of resource-limited settings or in crunch situations, like in a war-like situation, in a disaster situation, where AI can actually continue to give the therapeutic patient educations where human connects cannot happen? Your thoughts on that?
Yes, absolutely. Artificial intelligence technology are advancing very fast, but we need at the same time to acknowledge the challenges. Sometimes we don't think of those challenges because we don't have them, and they can be very simple as having electricity cuts, for example, or not having proper internet. And I'm speaking that, and now I have excellent internet because I happen to be in Washington, D.C. in the U.S. on a work trip. And on the other hand, if I were in Lebanon, I would be facing the challenge of the internet cutting off many times during my presentation. I would have had to record my presentation and send it to you. So those little things, and we have to think that the marginated community, they don't always have a phone in their hands so we can send an SMS. They might seem to the advanced world as silly little things, but we have seen them happen. So, sorry. Something is happening with my electricity, even in the US, as it's disconnecting. No, I'm okay. So we need to think of those challenges and provide whatever is needed in whichever means possible, even if that means visiting through our volunteers, through our professionals. And this is what we do actually in Lebanon, on the ground visits, in order to ensure that, although we have to recognize that having the advances of technology, if we had proper internet, if we didn't have electricity cuts, it would be the ideal scenario. Let me tell you that our last patient support group was about how to preserve insulin facing the electricity cuts. Imagine something you would never think about maybe if you don't live in that kind of a situation. So the challenges are huge, even though I do acknowledge how important it is and how beneficial to have all the advances of technology.
Absolutely. I mean, we resonate your thoughts because we in India we deal with a diverse population, and we do see patients who are quite friendly with technology, at the same time just the opposite part of the spectrum, wherein they don't even have a refrigerator to store their insulins in. So yes, I mean, like you said, everything comes with limitations, and it's our way of dealing with it and overcoming that challenge. Thank you very much for your valuable time and for the wonderful discussion.
Thank you. And I want to send a special thanks to my dear friend, Dr. Banshi, for always making sure that I participate in your events. And this is really an honor. And I want to say it's a very important conference. What you're doing is great at IDF Southeast Asia. And I'm very honored to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of Sir, if I can say, it's always a pleasure having you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's move on to our next speaker. And I presume it would be a recorded session. We have Dr. Abdul Basit from Pakistan. He's an MRCP UK, MBBS FRCP UK, a diabetologist, a director of Bakai Institute of Diabetology and Endocrinology in Karachi, and he is a member of the IDF Diabetes Atlas Committee. And we shall have his talk on dual burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases in Pakistan.
Assalamu alaikum, and a very welcome good afternoon to the audience. Because it's a global one, so it may be good morning or good evening. I am Professor Abdul Basit, and my topic is covering the IDF presentation, dual burden of diseases, i.e. communicable and non-communicable diseases. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Professor Azad Saab and Shashank and Banshi for organizing such an event, having global speakers, and the hard job which Banshi is used to doing, and we are used to knowing about it. That is tremendous. So congratulations. My topic in one way is very simple, that we in Pakistan or similar LMICs are facing dual burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases. So what causes the most deaths, for example? So the red ones are communicable diseases, maternal, neonatal, and nutritional diseases. And the blue ones are non-communicable diseases. So we have dual burden. Neonatal disorders, ischemic heart disease, strokes have increased from 2009 to 2019, and diarrheal diseases have decreased. Lower respiratory tract infections, tuberculosis, same infection numbers in 10 years' time. And so COPD, cirrhosis, chronic kidney disease, diabetes, the same. So the causes of deaths almost the same in the last 10 years. Signifying that we are not the ones who have now major non-communicable diseases burden, but in fact facing with a dual burden. Same here, a different way, that in 2020 or 21, we have now got ischemic heart disease going over the top, which is the blue line, followed by the green line, which are neonatal conditions, followed by the blue line, followed by the green line, NCD, followed by CD, then NCD and CD. And so in fact, it's almost the same. We are having burdens of both. When it comes to number of deaths by major disease groups in Pakistan, so you can easily see that these are the deaths because of NCDs. These are the injuries, the green one. And then the NCDs, deaths have gone higher compared to the NCDs, compared to the communicable diseases. So this is a change which you can say have taken place, that the deaths because of the communicable diseases have increased and NCDs have decreased. But total deaths are obviously on the rise. This is because of the population explosion we continue to have. These are the burden of infectious diseases globally. Still represents communicable diseases having 18% of deaths, but this is global. When it comes to places like Pakistan, we are having a high burden of infectious disease deaths still. So when it comes to individual infectious disease in Pakistan, for example, measles. So these are the cases, the red one most affected and the yellow one affected with measles across the country. And so is polio. These are the polio cases reported still, unfortunately, and very embarrassingly. Dengue fever reports still some places which are having a higher affected areas than hepatitis B. Hepatitis B most affected areas and still affected areas. Hepatitis C is still a menace in Pakistan. And so is Congo virus. So what it says is that despite its existence for more than 4 decades, there's still a high prevalence of infectious disease according to WHO. The country is facing endemicity of hepatitis B and C and is among the top 5 countries with tuberculosis and a high HIV prevalence. So you can imagine the burden of infectious diseases in Pakistan. So this is the full plethora of the infectious diseases. Viral hepatitis. Within the region, which is Emerald region, Pakistan and Egypt bear 80% of the disease burden. 80% of hepatitis B and C is in Egypt and Pakistan within the region. HIV prevalence is going high. So this is 2019, 2020, but we had a very unfortunate incident in which in 2022 we had reported around 10,000 cases of HIV. And this is the alarming, striking effect of HIV positive data. Then we had flood, unfortunately, in 2022. And the flood then brought a upsurge of malaria. 3.4 million suspected cases of malaria in Pakistan from January to August 2022. Dengue fever became endemic to Pakistan. A total of 25,902 confirmed cases of dengue, with deaths because of dengue, unfortunately, were reported. And this is again during the flood and post-flood areas. Cholera outbreak affected Pakistan. So we had 290 cases of cholera reported. Tuberculosis has never settled in Pakistan, i.e. the numbers have never gone down. Pakistan ranks 5th amongst the highest burden countries in the world. The prevalence and incidence and mortality rate per 100,000 population per year is respectively 348, 276, and 34. Very high numbers. So with an estimated 500,000 new cases of TB emerging each year, approximately 15,000 developing drug-resistant TB each year. It accounts for 61% of the TB burden in the WHO Emerald region. And as we know, because of these numbers, we have the 4th highest prevalence of multi-drug resistant TB globally. And this is again TB numbers, different way, 46,000 deaths because of tuberculosis in 2020. And if it's HIV positive, then you can imagine the higher numbers compared to HIV negative TB mortality. The treatment coverage is still in the country reported is 48%. 48% reported, though we expect or we would like to have a number around 90% or so. Success rate is good. In those we are able to get the treatment done, 93% is the success rate. COVID is another infectious disease which we face like others globally. In COVID, we can say that we fought better, and the confirmed cases of 1,500,000, deaths only 30,000. Only I use the word comparing to other countries which had the same proportionate cases of COVID, but very high mortality. But still 30,000 is very unfortunate, losing life because of COVID. We had still reports of polio coming in, which is very unfortunate. And I must say that the attempts are there and serious attempts are there to eradicate polio So it's something we really need to look into seriously. Malaria, roughly 60% of Pakistani population lives in malaria endemic regions. So these are high risk malaria endemic region, and these are low or no risk malaria regions. So you can imagine around 2/3 of Pakistan does have endemicity. And this is the reported cases of malaria from 2010 to 2020. Afghanistan and Pakistan have about a quarter of global Plasmodium vivax cases. So though the mortality rate has reduced, but it's still high morbidity numbers. This infant mortality ratio, we can see under 5 mortality coming down, infant mortality, neonatal mortality. But if you look at the graphs, we compared to other LMICs are not doing that good. So in fact, we have the highest in our region. The mortality rate is still, though it's coming down. So the decline is there, but the speed of the decline is slow, you can say it this way. So these are the numbers which are declining. So each year we report a decline of 1.8 to 1.9%, but still it's a very high infant mortality rate. So the details of the epidemic outbreaks, we just shared with you about COVID. We had this polio vaccine derived issues. In 2019, dengue fever, HIV cases, and again in 2011, epidemic of polio. And these are the pictorial representation of those outbreaks. These are the seasonal variations for these outbreaks. So when do you expect which infection to come along? So apart from polio, which can obviously be reported around the year, these are more seasonal, and you can see the red ones. Diarrheas come along in May, June, July, August. Usually, so is viral hepatitis, which is more prevalent. So is cholera. And later on comes dengue when it's a bit colder for mosquitoes like heat strokes, malaria, etc. So these are the seasonal variations. We have some success programs. Worth not time, we're not allowed to go into the details of the disease surveillance programs across the country. But there are some success stories coming up for AIDS control or HIV control for hepatitis. Now coming to NCDs, which is the other part of the talk, we had this survey done in 94 to 98, which showed around 20% have problems with either diabetes or IDT. But then we looked into what we in the past used to call metabolic syndrome, and this was highlighting after 10 years of that survey that we are going to have a higher number of diabetes. So we did another survey in 2016-17 with the help of the ministry, and the numbers are very high. 26.3% is our diabetes in Pakistan, and if we add on pre-diabetes, it's 14.4%. So in fact, from 94-96 to 2016, in 20 years' time, the diabetes, pre-diabetes have doubled. And if we look at the latest atlas of IDF, we are now third, only next to China and India, and these are because their populations are high. Otherwise, if we look at the country-wise prevalence, then as a bigger, large country, we are the unfortunately highest amongst the prevalence of diabetes. Along with it, we do have high numbers of hypertension, obesity, dyslipidemia, tobacco smoking. This is the cholesterol issues we have. Overall dyslipidemia, very, very high. May it be a high LDL or may it be low HDL. Low HDL is our main issue. Coming to cardiovascular disease, 29% deaths in 2020 were attributable to heart-related disorders. 240,000 people lost their life because of coronary artery disease. We are ranked 30th in the world as regards the high death rate from coronary artery disease. Coming to cancers, we have an increasing number of cancers. First and predominant usually, which is, I suppose, universally, is breast cancer, but then lip oral cancer, lung cancer, esophagus, colorectal, and others. Smoking is increasing, and unfortunately, despite all the efforts made by respiratory associations or civil society, etc., we are failing to curtail smoking and failing to get the taxes rise on cigarettes. So the overall prevalence of smoking in Pakistan is 14.5%. The overall prevalence of young using e-cigarettes compared to conventional one is getting higher. I like to end here, as I am conscious of the fact that I have 15 minutes to speak. I once again would congratulate the organizers, especially Professor Azad Saab, Shashank Joshi and Banshi for the tremendous job they have done in getting international speakers talking about what they have said or what they have learned or shared or contributed in IDF Lisbon, where I must admit the attendance was not as we expect in IDF Congress. And again, I must thank personally Banshi Sabu for inviting me and for arranging this talk. Thank you all. Bye for now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Basit from Pakistan, for your insights on the disease burden currently prevalent in your country. We do have another speaker, but I presume she has not joined, Dr. Sonia Sidhu from Canada. So in that context, we can move on to the next session. And yeah, so what we can do is, RX team, if we can go on to the next session, we can start with the first speaker of the next session, Dr. Shashank Joshi from Mumbai. And can we have Sir's introduction slide? Also, kindly let me know if and when our chairpersons for the next session joins in. So I would be happy to hand over. So it's a privilege and an honor to introduce Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir. He is an MBBS, MD, DM Endocrinology, FRCP, FSCP, and FACE. He's a chair of IDF Southeast Asia as a past chair, and he's been the president of the Indian Academy of Diabetes, former president of the Association of Physicians of India, ESI, and the RSSDI, and the All India Association of Advancing Research in Obesity. Dr. Shashank R. Joshi was honored by the Government of India by awarding him the Padma Shri in 2014 in recognition of his efforts to the cause of medicine. Sir is an individual who needs no introduction. He has detailed publications of more than 800 research articles in peer-reviewed journals and more than 1,000 books. So I would request RX team to kindly start his recorded presentation.
So diabetes in the young is a huge problem worldwide, and South Asian region is no exception. At the onset, I want to thank everybody from the region of Southeast Asia. We are the second largest region on planet Earth, and we might be the largest region in terms of population because we have 8 billion people on planet Earth. 500 million of them have diabetes. Another 500 million are living with pre-diabetes. And young or youth is the focus. I don't have any duality or conflict of interest for this talk. I have to thank our current chair, Dr. Azad Khan, sir, for allowing me to continue this project of diabetes in the young, which I started when I was the chair. And we had discussed. These are my personal disclosures. Domain experts from Southeast Asia region will finally come out with the final consensus document, which will be published in times to come. This consensus was developed with the help of 1MD and Insignia and supported by MSD. So clearly we are all here to listen. What we listen, we learn. What we learn, we need to adapt. And today's focus of my presentation is mainly on diabetes in the young. Is it a huge challenge in the South Asian population? We all know that the term is pre-diabetes, and pre-diabetes means simply early diabetes. And today's diabetes management centers around the theme of early action. And type 2 diabetes in the young people has become very prevalent in many populations, and Southeast Asia region is no exception. And therefore, there is a call for action for type 2 diabetes in the young adults, and that is where this consensus is aimed at. If you look at the burden of type 2 diabetes in young adults, worldwide, the prevalence of people living with diabetes or individuals living with diabetes below the age of 40 from our region has significantly shot up decade after decade. And it's a huge burden which we are currently facing. When we really look at type 2 diabetes mellitus in young adults, we need to differentiate other etiologies of diabetes mellitus in the young. We should never forget to do a C-peptide, and we should never miss a case of type 1 diabetes. We know that in parts of our region, we get secondary type of diabetes called fibrocalcific pancreatic diabetes. We still see a unique autosomal dominant variant of monogenic diabetes called maturity onset diabetes of the young. We also see very rarely flat blood diabetes, and exceptionally rarely we see mitochondrial diabetes. So remember that when we are looking at type 2 diabetes mellitus in the young, always do a C-peptide, look for a strong family history, look for other etiologies which are rare and few, but we should not miss them at any cost. Why is there a call for action for type 2 diabetes in the young adults? Because we know that if somebody is diagnosed young with type 2 diabetes, there is a rapid deterioration of beta cell function compared to people with later onset of diabetes. They are also more prone to develop more complications because the overall phenotype is more aggressive. The course of type 2 diabetes in the young population is more rapid, more disruptive compared to people who develop the disease later in life. And this leads to early morbidity and poor quality of life. See, it is the youth which we need to protect. It is the middle age which we need to protect. And this is something which we know that one of the largest young populations on planet Earth is going to be in regions like India and Southeast Asia region. Also, we know that there are a lot of societal impacts, because when there is a chronic disease for a longer period of duration's life, the societal impacts are huge. So clearly, type 2 diabetes traditionally was considered as a condition which was geriatric, is now becoming more popular in the younger age group. And that is why there is a call for action. The young adults are tending to be more aggressive compared to the older age. There is a greater risk of morbidity, of various micro and macrovascular complications, and early mortality has been a major red flag, and which is why there is a call for action from our region. A holistic approach is obviously needed for optimizing care on young people with type 2 diabetes, and engaging young individuals with type 2 diabetes within the diabetes care ecosystem is critical for positive outcomes. Now, the definition of young onset has always been challenged. Some people say 35, some people say 40. Pediatric is 19 in some countries. In India, the pediatric cutoff is still 12. So there is no consistency of age on the upper age limit. Some people say 45 is the cut point, and so on and so forth. That apart, 40 is an overall figure, or 35 as a cut point. Now, this youth onset phenotype, which is the key driver for development of type 2 diabetes in young people, usually tends to have a very strong familial underpinning. So familial history is strong. There is a greater association with obesity, particularly abdominal obesity, with acanthosis nigricans, as well as insulin resistance. Usually there is an early loss of both the first phase and the second phase of insulin secretion. So there is usually a dual defect disease. The first and second phase of insulin secretion is lost, as well as there is severe insulin resistance. And we'll talk of the clusters a little later. There is an early onset and a rapid progression of micro and macrovascular complications. There is definitely the poor sustainability of responsiveness to oral glucose lowering therapies, necessitating sometimes even an early insulinization. So if you look at the common characteristics of youth onset type 2 diabetes, usually seen around adolescence, but rarer before puberty. All ethnic groups are affected, Hispanics, African Americans, Native Americans, but South Asians are also having a propensity for youth onset. Female preponderance is seen. Lower socioeconomic strata is affected. So we have countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Mauritius and Maldives, and therefore very, very strong family history is positive. Usually overweight or obese, metabolic syndrome, biomarkers or clinical markers like acanthosis, insulin resistance, dyslipidemia, hypertension, polycystic ovaries in women can be seen. And as I said, signs of insulin resistance like skin tag and acanthosis is quite vivid. Usually recurrent infections, including genital infections, fungal mycotic infections are common. Usually they don't have much of an insulin requirement, and usually they have a persistently normal or an elevated C-peptide even after 1 year of diagnosis. And there is absence of autoimmunity in most of these cases. And sometimes some of them can rapidly progress and deteriorate on their beta cells needing insulin. So if you look at the risk factors of early onset type 2 diabetes, it is overweight and obesity. It is sedentary behavior, low socioeconomic status, Asian ethnicity, which is us, strong family history of gestational diabetes or PCOD, and in utero exposure of type 2 diabetes or low birth weight. Typically, Asian Indian phenotype is low birth weight or thin fat Indians, lower age of onset at type 2 diabetes, increased fatty liver, abdominal or visceral fat, increased inflammatory markers like high hsCRP, sarcopenia or low muscle mass, low B12 and D3, lower threshold of BMI for type 2 diabetes, insulin resistance, rapid loss of beta cells, lower adiponectin, microbial changes in the gut, and of course a typical triad of dyslipidemia, low HDL, high triglycerides, and high LDL. So that's clearly the situation. So what drives the phenotyping of this youth onset type 2 diabetes in Asian population? Well, the key driver of type 2 diabetes in young Indians is insulin deficiency, whereas obesity and insulin resistance is more common in the European individuals. So we definitely need to cluster, because today is the era of cluster and precision medicine. And I'm sure many other speakers across will talk on that. But we need to clearly subclassify and subclass accurately. We need to plan pathophysiological based treatment. We need to predict prognosis and prevent complications and move towards precision or personalized medicine. But is it impactful? Do we really need to focus on this youth onset type 2 diabetes in the young? Yes, absolutely. Younger than the older age of diagnosis is associated with higher mortality and higher vascular disorders. Here you can see a standardized mortality ratio according to the age of onset of diabetes. And younger the age, the higher is the SMR. And here you can see on the left-hand side, clearly you can see the younger age of type 2 diabetes diagnosis is associated with increased mortality, macro and microvascular complications. And for every 1 year increase in age of diabetes, there you can clearly see that we need to ensure that the microvascular disease, the all mortality, the microvascular disease, all needs, it goes up exponentially. Is there data? Am I just talking off the head? No, there's very, very good published data now worldwide, both within India and outside India, within Asia, from the regions of Bangladesh, from regions of Sri Lanka, Nepal, and various other regions from our area, that the average age of onset of type 2 diabetes is declining. And the age standardized diabetes incidence in South Asia has clearly decreased as the type 2 diabetes prevalence has gone up. And also the generalized adiposity, the truncal adiposity, all of them has gone up significantly. And also there is a severe beta cell defect which comes in despite of a short duration. So despite of a short duration, the beta cell deterioration is more rapid compared to the later onset. For example, typically from a study from North India, you can see, and various studies across the world, that the beta cell deterioration is around 15% per year compared to 6% per year in later onset. Also, the insulin sensitivity gets blunted very quick and fast. So that data is also available. And as I told you, that we get this huge cluster. The old variant, the mild age-related diabetes, now is going away. And it is making the space for severe insulin-resistant diabetes or severe insulin-deficient diabetes or mix and match of both. And the mild obesity-related diabetes and mild age-related diabetes is going through an extinction. So compared to the European cohort, the Asian cohort has much more beta cell impact and much more insulin resistance compared to that. However, very, very uniquely, we need to recognize that the Asian young type 2 diabetic patients have a very, very augmented response to GLP-1. And this is very, very unique. And the blunting of incretin effect is different because the exposure of the carbohydrates on the L cells and of the intestine is much more. And this was a study which was published by Dr. Anup Mishra. I would like you to highlight here that in non-obese young type 2 diabetic people in India, they demonstrated a higher DPP4 enzyme activity compared to control. So what Dr. Mishra's group did is they took youth or young onset type 2 diabetes and they took a control group adjusted for age. And they looked at the increasing circulating DPP4 activity and levels which were reported both with hyperglycemia and obesity. And in the non-obese Indian patients with type 2 diabetes on metformin therapy, there was a significantly higher level of DPP4 compared to the non-obese non-diabetic controls. So these levels correlated well with insulin levels, LDL levels, the upper limb subcutaneous adipose tissue, intra-abdominal adiposity and presence of diabetes. So clearly, probably this explains also the exaggerated insulin and leptin response which we see in our population. Clearly, we have seen that in the Caucasian population, gliptins will drop the A1C typically between 0.6 to 0.8. But we have seen in our clinical practice, the gold standard gliptin like sitagliptin drops the A1C up to 1 to 1.2, 1.3%, only because the more carbohydrates we eat, the more robust is going to be the gliptin response. And some of the answers can be illustrated from this study. Clearly, when you see young youth onset diabetes, clearly there's a lot of abdominal and intra-abdominal ectopic fat. There is a variable degree of beta cell failure. There is an insulin deficiency as a driver. There is a blunted incretin response and a higher DPP4 enzyme activity compared to control. So obviously the early onset subjects appear to be more aggressive in phenotype with a greater beta cell failure. And this data is clearly seen here that more people have needed insulin compared to the older onset population. And the adults with onset of type 2 diabetes at the younger age were more likely to, less likely to achieve control compared to the older population. Also, the youth onset or young onset people living with diabetes have a higher risk of insulin non-persistence. So they are less likely to adhere to treatment plans. The biggest burden which we face as a challenge is the diabetes-related complications. And younger the population, this is the Indian data, the likelihood of retinopathy, triglycerides, LDL is going to be higher. So the vascular impact is huge. While older the individual living with diabetes, peripheral vascular disease, neuropathy, hypertension, impact is more. So people with diabetes less than 40 or 45 years have higher relative risk of cardiovascular disease and all-cause mortality compared to age-max controls. And clearly the hazard ratio of developing a myocardial infarction in a type 2 diabetic patient is 14-fold higher compared to the control subject in early onset diabetes. So this is huge. They used to say that AD and AHA in 2003 said that onset of diabetes is equal to a heart attack. And here you can see that if you are a young onset type 2 diabetes, it is as good as getting or maybe worse than a myocardial infarction. And if you look at the metabolic profiles and if you look at country-wise, and this is country-wise data of Hong Kong, China, India, Philippines, South Korea, Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, Taiwan. And if you look at the various profiles, okay, of youth onset or young onset versus late onset, and you match them, clearly the percentage of people, at A1C below 7% is only maybe 1/4 compared to half above 40. And if you see the people receiving medications also is much less in the younger population. So obviously we recommend an aggressive intervention to reduce cardiometabolic risk. We need to have a more aggressive statinization. We clearly need to address the fatty liver problem, which is also being now increasingly recognized in young onset type 2 diabetes. It's twice as more common in the younger patients compared to the older patients. The NAFLD or the MAFLD, which is now a new term for that, is coming up. Also, the young onset, early onset type 2 diabetes have a higher propensity to develop premature retinopathy and hypertension. The odds ratios are higher. And also the renal risk is higher. If you look at the equation here, the diabetes kidney disease or the DKD risk profiling of a youth onset diabetic versus a late onset diabetic, clearly the risk of DKD is higher in the younger population. So the early onset diabetes also increases the risk for stroke, the risk for dementia, and the cumulative risk for dementia and stroke also goes up. The other challenge which we face is this creates a huge societal burden impact and psychological impact on quality of life of these individuals. Clearly, the younger the person, the more is the diabetes distress. And that lowers the motivation for self-care because it's a long-term chronic disease. And that leads to a lot of emotional trauma, physical downregulation, poor glycemic control, a lot of glycemic variability, a lot of complications, a lot of poor medication adherence, and increased mortality. So the societal impacts are depression, economic consequences of limited work experience, reduced quality of life due to complications, frequency of healthcare appointments, and lifestyle constraints. And therefore, compared to the older onset of diabetes, the early onset diabetes have a lifetime complication risk greater. Life expectancy is reduced, fatty liver is more common, retinopathy is more common. They have a higher ApoB compared despite of statinization, higher likelihood of MI, reduced fertility and pregnancy challenges, risk of premature decline in cognitive function is high, high level of psychological distress, psychological issues and depression, and limited work capacity and quality of life. Are there any management recommendations? Yes. We need to motivate them. We need to educate them. We need to make them adhere to their medication and follow it up better. So for early onset diabetes, most of the evidence base has come from late onset diabetes. Lifestyle, weight loss, and exercise are still the first key, but obviously we have not done adequate data and definitions. We also know that the cardiovascular risk markers are often present in early onset diabetes. So overall, early onset type 2 diabetes is an aggressive condition. Hit hard, hit early, manage A, B, C better. The A1C, the blood pressure, and the weight should be aggressively managed. Fewer women with type 2 diabetes patients are treated for hypertension than men. So we need to be also gender mindful and probably concerns of conception. Obviously, we need to focus on weight loss and cardiovascular protections, and we need to ensure that the motivation part, the burnout part, adequate time, structured education, continuous learning needs, educational and behavioral approaches need to be there. Obviously, we have a lot of glucose lowering strategies, and we now know that many of these strategies are available for adults, and we are trying to look at it. What about evidence of gliptins in management of type 2 diabetes in the younger population? We all know, and I've already said that there is a higher DPP4 enzyme level, and you can clearly see a meta-analysis of RCT showed sitagliptin in type 2 diabetic younger population showed a very, very significant impact with metformin. So obviously the impact of gliptins with metformin as an early combination, has been useful in early onset diabetes because of lack of hypoglycemia, which is particularly seen. And then of course, we can pretty much use a lot of agents which are available. For brevity of time, I'm not going through all these studies. There's enough data in the young Indian population on some of these agents. For example, a secretagogue versus a gliptin, the durability of a gliptins like sitagliptin, metformin is far superior to that of a secretagogue with metformin. And for quality of life, for long-term control, hit hard, hit early, without hypoglycemia and weight gain is still the mandatory concern. And it even at primary care level, it can be very, very easily used. So obviously, we need to use every strategy to ensure that the glycemic control is maintained and adherence of adults, young adults with type 2 diabetes is maintained. Surgery is a very late option. We have malabsorptive procedures which can even cause remission. We also know that we can cause remission through technology, like we use the digital twin technology. And there is some data from the surgical standpoint as well. But one thing is very clear cut, that one size does not fit all in diabetes management. And good glycemic control in early onset diabetes is the key. But we have to be very clear and mindful that primum non nocere. So first of all, do not do any harm and ensure that your patients get a simple regimen like a gliptin metformin, early onset diabetes, who have adequate C-peptide on board without hypoglycemia and weight gain, and individualize the patient because patient safety comes first. Because it impacts mortality. This is data to show where the cause of death with the age of onset of type 2 diabetes corresponds with matched controls. And you can see the aggressive nature of type 2 diabetes in the young. It is clearly a mortality marker and a cardiovascular complication marker. And the coronary artery disease and mortality and heart failure is highest in people with early onset type 2 diabetes. So how does one screen for people who are young with type 2 diabetes? Asymptomatic young adults who are overweight or obese should be screened for type 2 diabetes and prediabetes if they have one of the following factors. There's a maternal history or gestational diabetes during individual gestation. There's a family history if there is a high ethnicity and we are in the high ethnic group, or evidence of insulin resistance. Clearly, we need to screen them. We need to have a tight glycemic control. We need to follow them up. We should avoid therapeutic inertia. We need to control their blood pressure and lipid targets early. And we need to have multidisciplinary care. Nutrition is still the key. We need to reduce the energy intake, the nutrient-dense foods, the snacking and the portion control, eliminate the sugar-sweetened beverages like soft drinks and fruit drinks. We need to ensure that they have fruits and vegetables. We need to have a partnership between the physician and dietitian. We need to reduce the overall fat content and the carb content. We need to give them carbohydrate knowledge of high fiber, low glycemic, and we need to make them eat healthy food choices. We need to inculcate mindful eating behaviors, take their medications regularly, and eliminate processed, pre-prepared or takeaway foods, and have this. Also, we need to reduce sedentary time. We need to reduce screen time, and we need to make them sleep well. And try to hit hard. Try to keep the A1C below 6.5 without hypoglycemia and weight gain, and keep them following up very regularly. Education is the key for delivering for people or young adults with type 2 diabetes. More multidisciplinary the approach, more impactful will be your strategy. And that should be the key delivery model. So obviously, early onset type 2 diabetes needs a framework. Right diagnosis, differentiate it from other types, differentiated complication risk, early aggressive management is the key, and use simple strategies like gliptin, metformin. It's easy to do. So be very mindful of your approach that youth onset type 2 diabetes has to be handled like a urgency or an emergency. Differentiate it from other types, assess the complication risk, and hit hard, hit early. Well, my final mantra, whichever talk I give, is to prevention mantra. Whatever we do, we have to be the brand ambassadors to prevent diabetes on planet Earth. Eat slowly, eat less, eat on time, eat right, walk more. Of course, do some yoga and pranayam, sleep well, sleep on time, and smile. We also need to ensure that our youth are at risk. There is a global emergency for diabetes. Southeast Asia is no different from the globe. We are in a digitally intoxicated world. We need to do a 1 hour of digital detox every day. And we need to be healthy and happy. Thank you so much for a patient hearing.
Thank you, sir, for the thorough insights on diabetes in the young. And as always, it's always a privilege and it's listening to you. And also thank you, sir, for taking the trouble of joining us, although you're traveling. So if you're able, sir, I would invite you for a quick comment.
No, I think this is a global emergency. We need to recognize youth onset diabetes, particularly in the young below 40 years, which is type 2. Because that's an early call for action, and that's why we are developing this consensus. And this is the first dissemination of that. And I wish that we treat this as an aggressive phenotype and give attention to our youth, because India is a young country, and we are going to have a large population in this, which needs simple addressable measures. And that's my call for action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we have Dr. Amit Gupta has joined us, and also Dr. Rutul Goklani is there. So I would like to invite both of them to take over the session and introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Amit, for giving me the charge. And thank you very much, Shashank Joshi, sir, for a wonderful talk. It was really amazing. And what I liked the most was the way last two slides that you always emphasize, and it's really helpful in our patient. We do really explain to our patient these two mantras. Thank you very much. So with this, we'll move forward to the next talk of the diabetes epidemic in lower and middle income country, using big survey data to get to the heart of the problem. And for that, we have none other than Dr. V. Mohan, sir. Can we have the slide for Dr. V. Mohan, sir, introduction? Amit Gupta, sir, you may introduce, sir, please.
Thank you, Rutul. It is an honor for me to introduce Dr. V. Mohan, sir. And Dr. V. Mohan, sir is Padam Shri, and he is well-known diabetologist and researcher from India, and he has numerous publications, and he has done some extensive work when it comes to public health and different studies. So, and he has been awarded several national and international awards. He is a fatherly figure to all of us. Welcome, sir, and we would like to hear your presentation, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me get my slides. You can see it now. You see it? Okay. So let me, first of all, thank the chairpersons for the kind comments, Dr. Thakkar and Dr. Amit Gupta. Also like to thank Dr. Azad Khan, Chair of the IDF Southeast Asia region. Dr. Shashank Joshi is the past chair, and Dr. Banshi Sabu, the chair-elect, and the organizing committee of this meeting. My topic is diabetes epidemic in low and middle income countries. Now I'm giving the talk which I gave at the IDF in Lisbon, because it's supposed to be an IDF Lisbon talk. I gave 2 talks. I chose to give this one at this conference. I have no conflict of interest to declare. These studies are funded by the ICMR. So talking about big survey and data from India, there are people who, poo-poo epidemiology. And I've heard people say, what is epidemiology? It's a sheer waste of time and all that. I respectfully beg to disagree with them because they say, oh, we knew that diabetes, is a huge problem. Before we do the study, they'll say that there's no diabetes in India. And when we do the study and we show it's high, they'll say, oh, we knew it's already there. That means there's no need to do any study at all in the world. I believe that accurate data done in a proper way without bias is very important. And that's why this data is very important, because all the data which comes in the international field from India has to be very authentic. And that's where the ICMR INDIAB study, which is actually started in 2008, and for the last almost 15 years, the study has been going on. You can imagine producing data after data after data. And this is the largest epidemiological study done on diabetes, not only in India, but in the world, because I think a sample size of more than 1 lakh people in a representative sample of 1.4 billion people has never been attempted either in China or in US or anywhere else. And therefore, I wish to congratulate the ICMR for actually supporting the study in the Ministry of Health. Now, the sampling frame for the ICMR INDIAB study, I'm not going to go into it in detail, it's all been published, is that we've taken the whole country, all the states and the union territories. Now, we're also doing the islands now. Right now, as you speak, we're doing the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and all the other islands. But first we did on the mainland, taking a sample size of 4,000, 2,800 rural and 1,200 urban, keeping the urban-rural divide. Now, the representativeness of this is so good that if you take the ICMR INDIAB graph and plot it over the census of India, the 2 graphs are indistinguishable. That's how good the representation is. We aim to get 1,20,000 and we got 1,13,000 only because Jammu and Kashmir was deferred to the next phase, and that is currently going on now. Right now, we are doing Ladakh, Leh, Jammu and Kashmir, and also the islands. So we almost got a fantastic response rate of 1,93,000, more than 95% response rate, which is again almost a record in any epidemiological study. Now, what data do we have? It's unbelievable. It's almost mind-boggling. On these 1,13,000 people, we have 1,000 data sets per participant. It's not just glucose and so on. We have 1,000, which means there's 113 million variables in the data set. And it's growing because we're now having the next phase coming in. We have started redoing Tamil Nadu and Arunachal Pradesh to see how much it has grown in 10 years. So the data is just going on and on and on. Now, these 1,13,000 people, as we've kept the representativeness more in rural, less in urban, male, female, almost 50-50. What happens in many studies is that you don't get the men because they're out working. We have managed to get that. And of course, the age range is above 20 years. Straight away, plunge into the results because I have a lot of results to show you. First, let's look at diabetes. Now, this was published when the first 15 states was over. It was published in Lancet Diabetes in 2017. Now that you've completed the entire study, the next paper, completing the complete ICMR INDIAB, it's almost like a compendium of diabetes, as Dr. A.K. Das always says. on diabetes. That is under publication now. But this is the first 15 states. But here is the data. Only, as you can see, Jammu and Kashmir and few of the islands outside the mainland are left out. So you have the prevalence rate across every state in the country. Now, there is one small problem here. If you see Kerala, it is 24%. Tamil Nadu is 13%. So it doesn't mean that Kerala is double that of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu was done 11 years ago, and Kerala was done a few months ago. So within this 10 years, there's been a huge increase. And we're using mathematical modeling to say how much per year in each state it will go up. And that all this will be published in our next paper. But suffice to say that what is shown in red here, and this is in urban areas in India, the red is where it's about 12%. And you can see that predominantly in the south and the east, and in some other parts in the north like Punjab and Chandigarh and so on, the prevalence about 12%. Whereas a large part of India, it is still in the next category. And there's no part of India in urban where the prevalence rates are low. Compare this with rural, where you'll find there's a lot of green, hardly any red. The red is now seen only in Kerala, Goa, and Puducherry, the three latest states where we studied. I'm sure Tamil Nadu will also be red now when we are resampling it. The resampling is going on now in Tamil Nadu. But you can see that in rural areas, as compared to the urban areas, a distinct difference. So still there's a big urban-rural divide as far as the diabetes rates are concerned. But this point, which I think Dr. Shashank Joshi just mentioned in his talk about the youth onset diabetes, is very relevant in India. Now, if you see the age at takeoff, where the epidemic actually starts to increase, it is at 25 to 34 years. This is unheard of in European populations. If you do the same graph in, say, Europe or in US or somewhere else, you'll find that this graph is almost flat up to 45 to 54 years. And only after that, the graph will begin to increase. It is this burden of youth onset diabetes, which the previous speaker was talking about, which is a huge problem in India because it increases the risk of complications. Now, you saw the figures for diabetes, and I showed you the big difference in the colors between the urban and rural. But if you look at the pre-diabetes, it's a different story. Almost the whole country is red here as far as pre-diabetes is concerned. But if you look at, this is urban, if you look at the rural, lot of red. If you remember in diabetes, it was all low here, whereas it is very high as far as pre-diabetes is concerned. Now, what does this mean? It means that in the places where the diabetes is low, the pre-diabetes is very high. That means you're waiting to convert into diabetes. The epidemic is still progressing. And that's the reason why we need epidemiological studies. And I said I entirely disagree with the people who say that such data are not needed because they don't do the data. They keep saying this. Now, you can see that in a few years' time, you're going to find huge increases in diabetes in these states, which are shown in red. Now, another point of interest is that if you look at the diabetes to pre-diabetes ratio, now that's very interesting because if you look at Tamil Nadu, for every one diabetic, there's only half of pre-diabetes. And same thing in Kerala, you can see. For one, it's 0.7. That means the diabetes conversion has already occurred, which means in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, it's not going to hit 50%. They already reached 25. It may stabilize somewhere around 30%. In the next 5 years, we'll be able to tell you that. Whereas, look at some other states. Look at Uttar Pradesh. For every one diabetic, there is almost 4 with pre-diabetes, which means that in UP, the state with almost 200 million population, the diabetes is waiting to explode. And in the next 5 to 10 years, you will find huge increase in numbers in India due to UP and other states which are going to really explode as far as the diabetes is concerned. Now let's look at the epidemiological studies in DIAB is not just about the measurement of diabetes and pre-diabetes. It also gives you a handle on how good our control is. And Dr. Shashank just mentioned about the ABC. Now, the ABC that is normally measured comes from clinics. And you know, these clinics have a lot of bias. People are uncontrolled, come to our clinics. So you will get a huge burden, which you think is a real burden in the country, but it only reflects a referral bias in our respective clinics, including mine. But if you look at the level of glycemic control across the country, in a population base, by going to their homes and with no selection bias, you will get the true picture of how diabetes is controlled in India. And we did not have this data until INDIAB was done. And this was published again in Lancet Diabetes, you can see that the journals which are publishing these are the best journals in the world. If these studies were not important, these most important journals in the world will not be publishing this data from India. Let's look at A1C. If you look at A1C across India, and this will be published in 2023 now, only 34% of the urban and 37% of the rural people in India as a whole have their A1C below 7%. And if you look at the other end of the spectrum, if you look at those who have poor control, A1C above 9%, almost 30% of India, whether it's urban or rural, has an A1C above 9%. And you know what will happen if you have an A1C above 9%. These are the people who are going to develop complications of diabetes. So we can expect huge rates of complications unless something is done. Let's look at blood pressure. Little better, because you can find that in urban areas, about 46% have the BP under control, in rural areas, about 50%. So about half, you know the rule of halves in blood pressure, that is very true here. Half of the people have their BP under control, so we still got work to do about the other half. If you look at cholesterol, it's a little better. If you look at total cholesterol below 200, triglyceride below 150, LDL below 100, is about 40 to 50%. Total cholesterol below 200 is about 60%. This is because a lot of the rural people have lower cholesterol because they are thin, they are not obese, they don't have much to eat, and they don't have much of fatty foods because they can't afford to eat. And that's why these figures are very good. Also, the use of statins is slowly improving. So as far as lipids are concerned, we're not doing very badly. What about medication for the ABC? If you look at, I'm showing you only the A1C. If you look at how many people who are diagnosed with diabetes are actually getting an oral hypoglycemic agent or any agent, it's about 89 to 90%. So about 10% of people who are diagnosed are refusing to take any treatment. They're not on any treatment, okay? And this 80-90% is comprised of about 85% or 88% on oral drugs and about 10% only are on insulin. Now, you'll remember that there's a myth going around in WhatsApp that Indian physicians are putting everybody on insulin, it's unethical and so on. Only 10% of entire India's population is on insulin. So you can imagine why we are not getting under control, because many more people need to be put on insulin. What about physical activity? We have data for the first time in India on physical activity, and this was published in a physical activity journal, the topmost physical activity journal in the world. And you can see shocking results. You can see that if you look at urban India, almost 72% of people in India are inactive. They don't do any physical activity at all. And in rural areas where you'll think that there's a lot of physical activity, 56% are inactive. What about those who are highly active? And those who are running or walking, doing exercise every day? It's 3% in urban India and 9% in rural India. This includes all the people who do physical labor and so on. So physical activity, very poor, as I'll show you in my last slide. Now, WHO says that you should do at least 150 minutes of exercise per week. What percentage of people actually do it? If you look at it, it's only about 10% of the males and even less in the female. Virtually no physical exercise in females. If you look at rural females, 2%, overall 3%, in urban, it's about 5%. So no physical activity at all. Dietary factors is a big thesis by itself. We're just beginning to write those papers. We'll have several papers to come. I'm just going to show you one of them. This is for the first time in India. We have a map of India with what is being consumed in every state of the country, including the entire Northeast. So you can see which are the places where wheat is consumed, which are the places where rice is consumed. You can see mostly in the South and in the Northeast, it is, and the East, it is rice, whereas in the West and in the North, it is wheat. Of course, there are a few places in Karnataka where little millets and all are consumed, but it's very, very little. It also gives you data on non-vegetarian, vegetarian, and every type of dietary data that you want, we have gotten in depth. And these are now being correlated with the various NCDs. These are under publication. This is a summary slide of the entire ICMR INDAB study, reporting on HbA1c, systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, lipids, smoking, alcohol, fruits and vegetables. And the last one is physical activity. And you can see that if it is green, it means they have reached the target. If it is orange, it means they have not reached the target. And if it is red, it means it's very bad. A1C is above 9, for example. Look at Punjab. As a whole state, the A1C is 9%. So Punjab is doing very badly as far as the diabetes treatment is concerned. Lipids are a little better. Blood pressure, not too bad, but could be better. But look at HDL, very, very low throughout India. Okay, and the triglycerides being very, very high, the so-called Asian Indian phenotype. But the worst is physical activity. Fruits and vegetable intake, there is very little green. Okay, that means people are not eating enough fruits and vegetables. And you look at physical activity, almost the whole, from this in alphabetical order from Andhra Pradesh to West Bengal, every state almost is in red, showing that Indians are uniform as far as physical inactivity is concerned. So a lot of work to be done as far as increasing physical activity. The last part of my talk, I'm going to talk about a question that we asked. Using the INDIAB data on diet, we asked the question, can diabetes be reversed at a national level? And what should you do? Because we looked at the diet of normals, we looked at the normal diet of pre-diabetics, and we looked at the diet of diabetic people and said, what change will have to be done? Now, people will talk about, oh, eat zero carbs, go on keto diet, go on this, go on that. All these fancy fad diets can only last for a month or two. We are not planning for you to, show and, in social media before, after pictures showing you are like this before, no, you are like this in a different angle and, getting a lot of likes and applauds. We are not looking for that. We are looking for how to change the people on a long term so that they follow a diet which can be followed for a long time. So at a national level, what should you do? This was published, and this paper is rated very, very high when it is published in Diabetes Care very recently, and I'll show you the applause that we got for that. Now, the sum and substance of this is that currently we are taking 60 to 70% carbohydrate. If this can be cut by about 10%, just 10% to 15%, the carbohydrate comes down to 49 to 54%. The protein can be increased from an average of about 10% to about 18 to 20%. That means about 7 to 8% increase in protein. The total fat can remain the same, but include a little bit of the monounsaturated fats, the MUFA and the PUFA, and cut down on the saturated fat and avoid trans fats and have the right ratio of the N3 to N6. And finally, the dietary fiber, which is very low in our population, has to be increased from 3% to about 5 to 6%. So a doubling of the fiber. This is all that is needed. If you add the protein, you'll get the fiber anyway. So we proposed using mathematical modeling that you can produce remission of diabetes, and you can also prevent diabetes in those who have pre-diabetes if you just make these minor changes. This was very much appreciated from Nita Faruhi from Cambridge, who wrote this is in the December issue of Diabetes Care just 8 weeks ago, where she has praised this study very much, saying it's very practical, it has to be done. Of course, you need to do RCTs to prove it, but she says on a national level, on a policy level, this is very important. In fact, she quotes it and says the study by Anjana et al. Contributes meaningfully to that evidence base and should provide a strong base for doing further research studies. Of course, based on this, we are now taking up, we did the DCLIP study, which proved it, but now we're doing more extensive intervention studies to show that reversal of diabetes is possible on a long-term basis. And this actually very nicely, this figure is actually drawn by Dr. Nita Faruhi, who says that you just decrease the carbs, increase the proteins, and just readjust the fats. And then you can get remission of newly diagnosed diabetes, remission of pre-diabetes, prevention from pre-diabetes to diabetes, and from normoglycemia to diabetes. And she has very beautifully summarized all the guidelines that we had laid down at a population level, what needs to be done, and at an individual level, what needs to be done. And also which carbohydrate to be taken, which protein to be taken, which fat to be taken, everything in one beautiful figure. She took so much of effort to summarize our entire paper into one figure. And if you just see this one figure, this is enough for you to learn about prevention of diabetes. So what have we learned using these big data? Of course, we know that the prevalence of diabetes is high, but it's not over. The epidemic is not over because pre-diabetes is very high in many places. Maybe in some places like southern India, it will begin to flatten off, but it is now affecting the poor people. From the rich people, it's affecting the poor people. So we need widespread screening. And if anything, the screening should actually increase. Second is, only a third of people have A1C less than 7%. and only 16% are doing SMBG. And use of insulin is very low, even in those who have very high sugars. And therefore, we should educate our patients better. Less than half are having the BP and LDL under control, so we need to improve that. Physical activity very low, so we have to provide them spaces, green spaces to walk, and increase the awareness about physical activity. And as I mentioned, reduction in carbohydrate, increase in protein can help to prevent diabetes and achieve remission of diabetes. So this big survey from the ICMR INDIAB study, which has taken 15 years and several thousands of hours of work to get in, is finally producing results, leading to policy changes. The government has been approaching us now, the Lok Sabha and the Ministry of Health. They have been very excited about the INDIAB data. And I'm happy that this is beginning to change the lives of people in India and also helping to produce a solution for the rising epidemic of diabetes in India. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you, sir. You have, as usual, every time, sir, we revisit in INDIAB study, something new comes up and we become more wise and we learn so many things. And you have to actually demonstrated that the power of big data is really big. And not only it helps you in understanding your population in a better way, it also allows you to make certain policy decisions. As you see, recently, the government of India was celebrating Millet Day. So probably these are the learnings which these kind of big data can provide and can shift the entire focus of the government policies also. Sir, one quick comment, as this is the IDF Southeast Asia region we are talking about. And we are the second most populous region in terms of the IDF Atlas when it comes to the people living with diabetes. So now the data from the India is there. I'm sure that other countries from the other region will also be there. So what is your message to the IDF Southeast Asia region, because we have the international delegates?
Here. So I think as far as Southeast Asia and South Asia is concerned, we have a lot of homogeneity, because the findings that we always show from India are almost the same in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Maldives, Sri Lanka. All these places have a very, very similar profile. The body weight structure is the same. The youth onset diabetes is the same. The complications are the same. They're all rice eating. Now, what we found in the PURE study is that, for example, we looked at rice intake throughout the world, in all the continents. Only in South Asia and Southeast Asia was rice intake associated with diabetes, because the amount of rice which is consumed per day in Southeast Asia was 630 grams, whereas it was 200 grams, 50 grams, 80 grams, 100 grams in other places. It was double, triple in other places. And therefore, in other places, the rice itself was not enough to produce diabetes. They was taking sweetened drinks and sugar and sodas and other things, obesity, that was contributing more. Whereas in Southeast Asia, clearly it was coming. So the message to Southeast Asia is, number one, diet, cut down on use the plate concept, take vegetables a lot on your plate, take protein with every meal, cut down the carbohydrate. Number two, exercise, because I think lack of physical activity, Southeast Asia is one of the worst places for physical activity. Even China and other places are much better. Korea, Thailand, look at the body structure. If you see the Thai, Koreans, and they are much thinner than us. They don't have this abdominal obesity that we have in South Asia. So I think regular exercise, and of course, we can always bring in yoga, sleep, and other things, goes without saying. That's all part of healthy eating. But I think watching the calories and eating the right stuff, adding protein and fiber, and building muscle mass, because that is also very important. Sarcopenia, something which you talk about, is also very important in the South Asian context, because we tend to lose muscle very quickly. So some kind of exercise, the FAR principle I talk about, the flexibility, aerobics, and resistance training. So I think all this, if you bring in, and these are very simple, low-hanging fruit, and if you just bring that in, it's good. You mentioned millets. Millets are very good. But the problem with millets as available in the market today is that they're highly polished millets. For the traders to keep the millets, they polish it. Once they polish it, it becomes like polished wheat or polished rice. And so it is, from the glycemic index, no difference at all. Of course, phytonutrients are still better even in the polished millets. But we should bring back the original millets. We should bring back the brown rice. We should bring back the whole wheat. That is what our grandparents ate. And that if you bring and introduce a physical activity like our grandparents did, is going back to the basics. If you do that, I'm sure you will find that rapid rise of the diabetes is kind of slowed down. In Western countries, already they're showing a decrease in the incidence of diabetes. We are not seeing it here. Their heart disease has gone down dramatically in the West. We are not seeing it here. So we've got work to do, but I think in 10 years, if we put all this into action, we will also begin to see a much healthier India and Southeast Asia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your wonderful talk and the beautiful comments, sir. Over to you, Dr. Rutan.
Yeah, that was really a wonderful talk. And we have very high hope on ICMR INDIAB study. That was one of the best talk of today's all the lectures, sir. And the way you presented the data of that big data of pre-diabetes and diabetes and how can we prevent, you simplified it very nicely. The main thing that important stuff that you told, to decrease 10% of carbohydrate and to increase a little bit of fibers and protein. So thank you very much, sir, for wonderful lecture. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Move forward. Yes, thank you. So we'll move forward to the next talk, and that is application of cardiovascular risk factor risk scores in people with diabetes. And for that, we have Dr. Harpreet Bajaj from Canada. So we have recorded lecture, right? Mayank? Mayank, are you there?
Yes, sir. We have recorded lecture.
Okay. Okay. Great.
Share the slides.
Yeah. Sir, you can introduce Amit Gupta, sir.
Dr. Harpreet Bajaj is a endocrinologist and director of late phase research at LMC Healthcare. And he is a well-known endocrinologist and experience of working at various institutes in USA, and currently he is based at Canada. He is also the principal investigator for the Canadian Diabetes Prevention Program, and he is also the founder of the Stop Diabetes Foundation. And he has recently been appointed as the vice chair of the clinical practice guidelines after serving as an expert committee member. So I will request Meg to play the talk of Dr. Harpreet Bajaj.
Hi, my name is Harpreet Bajaj. I'm an endocrinologist and the medical director of endocrine and metabolic research at LMC Healthcare in Canada. I'm happy to present to the Southeast Asian audience this IDF presentation that I had in Lisbon in December. The title is Application of Cardiovascular Risk Scores in People Living with Diabetes. Here's my full disclosures. As you can see, there's not a lot that is relevant in terms of conflict towards the topic that we have on hand. I do research studies with various pharmaceutical industry, but do not speak for or do any consultation for any pharma industry partners. Here's the outline of what I'm going to discuss. So first of all, we all know that type 2 diabetes is considered a ASCVD or atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease risk equivalent. So I'll just share a few thoughts on that. And then move on to the risk prediction algorithms and why should we do it and how can we do it, and point out by using a FIFA analogy. FIFA, of course, is the World Cup football that happened just last year, around the time of the IDF last year. So that's why the FIFA analogy. And the analogy in terms of risk prediction is going to be that why predicting the winner or a winning algorithm, if you will, in terms of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease risk is very difficult. Also, some of the new kids on the block, you can say. So modifiers like the CAC score or artificial intelligence, and maybe we need to keep discovering more and more variables that can help us predict cardiovascular disease risk better. And then after atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, I'll spend a few minutes on the heart failure risk prediction in people with type 2 diabetes, with some new wonder kids in FIFA 2022 that created a splash as well. So let's begin with this graph. This is from the UK, and it's a graph of trends in causes of death. So you can see 4 bars there. The first 2 are with people with diabetes, the first one being in 2001, and the second one being almost 2 decades later in 2018. So you can see the number of deaths per 1,000 person years has reduced. This was, of course, before the pandemic, COVID pandemic happened. And so the major part of what color has been reduced, as you can see, is the blue color, which is the ischemic heart disease or stroke disease, right? So those complications of diabetes and otherwise have reduced a lot in people with diabetes, right? So that's what you can see from the first 2 bars. Now, if you compare this, though, to people without diabetes, in 2018, they have about the same levels or rates of death as people without diabetes in 2001. So despite all the advances of science, maybe better prevention with statin medication, RAS blockers, and other therapies, the benefit has happened in both the populations, people with and without diabetes. But people with diabetes, the death rates are still much, much higher than people without diabetes, which is the last bar, as you can see on this graph. So for this reason and other studies have people have suggested that diabetes should be considered atherosclerotic cardiovascular risk equivalent, which means that people with diabetes should already be thought of as already having had an MI or a heart attack. And that's their risk for the future MI as well. So then if that is the case, the question then is, how should we screen, and should we at all screen asymptomatic people with diabetes for atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or not? Should we be doing a stress test, or should we be doing angiogram on people, even if they're not symptomatic, if they have type 2 diabetes? So for that, the data, the literature that exists is quite clear. And that's what is clear from the ADA Standard of Medical Care guideline as well, most updated in 2022, as well as earlier this year, that in asymptomatic people with type 2 diabetes, routine screening for coronary artery disease is not recommended. The key word there is asymptomatic. So if somebody is symptomatic, has even atypical cardiac symptoms, we should, of course, screen with stress tests, etc. But doing like annual screening is not recommended. What is recommended is improving outcomes by controlling risk factors. And that's what is clear from this statement, from this guideline statement from the ADA as well. So then the question is, how do we assess these risk factors and how do we control these risk factors? And what are the algorithms or calculators that we can use? So here's a calculator from the American College of Cardiology in terms of ASCVD risk, which is commonly used in the US at least. It puts into perspective, as you can see, the age of the person, the gender or sex of the person, the race, which it defines only as white, African American, or others, the systolic and diastolic blood pressure, the total and HDL cholesterol, as well as LDL cholesterol. So as you can see, this is much broader than the Framingham risk score, for example, and hence this is preferred over Framingham risk score. Then in terms of history of diabetes, it just says yes or no. It doesn't consider any other risk factors within diabetes, just says if somebody has diabetes, then the risk would be different compared to a person without diabetes. And then there are other risk factors to be considered, like smoking, hypertension treatment, statin, aspirin, etc. Now, the point is that people with diabetes don't have the same risk. everybody has slightly different risk. And duration of diabetes may be one of the big risk factors that determines if the risk is high or very high. Here's a study looking at cardiac outcomes. So you can see the outcomes at the bottom, whether we are talking about CVD or CVD with atrial fibrillation and heart failure, which is the light blue bar. The type 2 diabetes duration, so how many years have they had type 2 diabetes, determines each of these risks as such. So it goes up as the duration of diabetes increases over time. So that's a very important kind of risk factor to keep in consideration when we are determining risk and then assigning how aggressive we need to be with the risk factor modification as such. And that's the essence of the ESC guideline in terms of diabetes and risk factors, the risk categories, which is presented in this slide. So in diabetes, people can be then categorized into either moderate risk, high risk, or very high risk. Note that there is no low risk people with type 2 diabetes. And even moderate risk, if you look, that's very, very low proportion of people with type 2 diabetes who will qualify. So who are those people? People who've had diabetes for less than 10 years of duration with no evidence of TOD, which is target organ damage, and who have no additional risk factors. So no obesity, no dyslipidemia, no hypertension, etc. So that's very, very rare, right? Most of the people will probably fall into the high risk category, which is more than 10 years duration of diabetes or some risk factors. And then there's a very high risk category, which basically is people with either kidney disease or with other microvascular disease as such. So at least in 3 different sites, if they have microvascular disease, then it's considered a very high risk as such. Now, this categorization into moderate, high risk, or very high risk then determines in this ESC, the European Society of Cardiology guidelines, which was endorsed by EASD, the Diabetes Society of Europe guideline as well, then determines how aggressive we need to be with risk factor modification. For example, LDL cholesterol goals are determined by this, as you can see. So if somebody has, the moderate risk, so type 2 diabetes without risk factors, then the target LDL recommended is 100 milligrams per deciliter. But if they are high risk, so if they have diabetes for more than 10 years or they have additional risk factors, the target LDL is 70 milligrams per deciliter. Or in people with target organ damage, so kidney disease, microvascular disease, or, of course, with people with previous MI or stroke, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, the LDL needs to be even more aggressively reduced with a target of 55 milligrams per deciliter. So this is a risk categorization that determines how aggressive you need to be in terms of risk factor modification, here the LDL cholesterol. And this is a further algorithm from the same guideline, the ESC guideline. It's a very complicated slide algorithm, as you can see. But basically, if people have target organ damage or atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease with diabetes, if you go on the right side of this algorithm and follow it through to the bottom, you can see that in those people, so secondary prevention or people with kidney disease or microvascular complications, we should try to achieve an LDL of less than 55, systolic blood pressure of less than 130, and have use medications that are cardioprotective, like SGLT2 inhibitors or GLP-1 receptor agonists. And all of these get a class 1 recommendation in this guideline. So it's a very useful guideline. I think it's easy to use. It is not very difficult to put into practice. It's majorly driven by what complications the person has and how long has the person had type 2 diabetes, right? So that's what determines how aggressive we need to be. And that's an easy guideline that I really like that needs to be, I think, used in clinical practice. Of course, nothing is perfect, right? This guideline is not taking into consideration many other risk factors which may be there. For example, this analysis from UK PDS looked at what are stepwise selection. So what is the most important risk factor in people with diabetes for coronary artery disease? And of course, LDL was the topmost, but then HDL, A1C, systolic blood pressure, and smoking were the other risk factors. And so, many people criticize ESC guideline for not taking into consideration some of the other risk factors. Though, just to put it out there that the ESC guidelines do say that if you want to use additional diabetes-specific risk prediction algorithms, you should actually make use of them. Now, there are other risk prediction algorithms that take into consideration many other variables. So the more the variables, the more complicated it becomes to use in clinical practice. For example, one of the ones from the UK that you may be familiar with is the Q-risk calculator. This is a validation study for the Q-risk-2 in people with diabetes. Now they're on to the Q-risk-3, the new updated version of the algorithm where they have even more variables put in. But even if you look at Q-risk-2 in people with diabetes and look at how good it does for prediction in type 1 diabetes or in type 2 diabetes, the ROC value under the curve is just around 70% in type 2 diabetes or so, right? So it's not, it's better than flip of a coin, but it's not a lot better compared to, let's say, using less algorithms. Now, this is another forest plot, if you will, of different kind of CVD risk prediction algorithms. It's a very complicated slide. I don't want you to go through all of them. I just want to highlight two things in this study, in this picture, in this image as such. One is that, some of the risk algorithms, so I mentioned the Q-risk-3, uses 19 variables to try and predict this cardiovascular disease, whereas SCORE calculator, which is easier, like the ESC calculator, the European Society calculator, it only uses 6 variables. But as you can see, the C statistic, which is risk prediction, is actually more with the SCORE, at least numerically, compared to the Q-risk-3. So it's not as if, if you use more variables, you'll always do better in terms of risk prediction, is what the bottom line learning lesson from this is. The other thing I want to point out in this picture is that there are some diabetes-specific risk prediction models that are used, like the UK PDS engine. But these diabetes-specific risk engines don't necessarily do better in terms of risk prediction compared to, again, the SCORE at the bottom that you can see, which is non-diabetes specific. So why am I showing you all of this is to say that making it more complicated by using more variables or making it sound like it's more diabetes specific doesn't necessarily increase the prediction of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease in people with diabetes. Much like during the World Cup, before, of course, the quarterfinals, this was a risk prediction this was a prediction that was made for who would go on to quarterfinal or semifinal stage or final or be the winner. And of course, the prediction was all wrong because Brazil didn't even make it beyond the qualifiers. Neither did Spain or Germany or any of these higher ranked teams. Argentina did, and they ended up being the winner, but their winning percentage that was given was only 12% as such, right? So that's an analogy kind of to atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease risk prediction in people with diabetes. And the question is, how do we make this better or adapt this with risk modifiers, the algorithms that we have to make a better prediction? Here's what the ESC guidelines say that you can use potentially to help further increase the prediction, if you will. One of the suggested things is CAT scoring, so calcium scoring using a CT angiography. And so if you do that, that may be considered to improve the risk stratification as such. They also say that multiplication of calculated risk for specific ethnic groups. So this may be an important thing to consider in the South Asian context, in the Indian context as such as well, right? And then they don't recommend any other potential modifiers. For example, there are some genetic risk scores, etc., that have been postulated, but none of them is proven, and they're not recommended as such. So CAC scoring may be one of the other risk modifiers that can risk enhance or de-enhance in people. As you can see on the graph on the right, so if the participants in this study in blue had a CAC score more than 0, so if they had some calcium in their coronary arteries, then the statin benefit, which is at the top, was more with a significant p-value. But if they had no CAC score at the bottom in the red, then there was no benefit of statin. So then this can be CAC scoring in some people, especially low moderate, where you're on the fence whether you need to prescribe a statin or don't need to prescribe a statin. Then CAC scoring may help you risk modify that, and also help in statin reluctant people who are not so sure whether they need to be on a medicine or not. Here's another kind of use of CAC score that you can maybe consider. This is from the Canadian lipid guideline, when to consider. And so CAC score is not recommended in high risk because you already automatically go on a statin. Not recommended in low risk with no concerning features because you'll not go to a statin, for example. But if it's in the intermediate kind of risk where you're not high and not low, maybe risk reclassification using a CAC score would determine what you do with that patient that you're treating as such. Of course, CAC score is one of the things. It's not readily available. Also, it's expensive as such, so that's not for everybody. I think the future of risk scoring for atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease lies in artificial intelligence or machine learning. And there are various algorithms for machine learning that have been developed and are currently in research at this time. One of them is called Bravo, and the Bravo model is from the US. By Dr. Fonseca and his colleagues. It has been developed for risk stratification, but also may help for diabetes management, cost effectiveness analysis, and also evaluating programs. What does Bravo include that other risk factors algorithms don't? Here's a comparison. So you can see the comparison is from Framingham and the ASCVD risk equation from the ACC, right? So what Bravo includes, among many other things, is to consider the impact of treatment. So whether you put a person on statin, how do they respond to it? How does their LDL actually reduce or not? So that also is taken into consideration. So to time varying risk factors, how is somebody's blood pressure improving over a period of time also determines how much their risk is going to be for cardiovascular disease. So it's a very kind of complicated algorithm, but then you don't have to calculate by entering in each number. The idea is that your electronic medical record, if you maintain an electronic medical record or a computer record of each patient, then that will just pop out this machine learning algorithm. So that is what is the algorithm. It takes into consideration, as you can see on the left, the region of the person, the time-varying risk factors, including A1C, systolic blood pressure, LDL cholesterol, the BMI, smoking, also severe hypoglycemia. If somebody has had a history, that also, of course, increases the risk of cardiovascular disease. We know that. And then demographic factors are taken into consideration, including the race and ethnicity of the person as well, which all of this then can determine either macrovascular complications heart-related complications, or even microvascular complications of blindness or neuropathy or end-stage renal disease or mortality as well. I think still this is a work in progress. We need to validate these kind of algorithms and make them usable. Not everybody is using electronic medical records, especially in India, and in many other countries. So that is a real challenge as well. Now, let me spend the last few minutes on heart failure risk prediction in type 2 diabetes, which is even in more nascent stage than atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. So again, an analogy to the FIFA World Cup. These were some of the young players that were being considered, oh, they are the best in the World Cup. But who ended up winning the Young Player Award in FIFA is a different person altogether, right? Enzo Fernandez from Argentina. So what are the risk scores in heart failure? There's a TIMI risk score, which comes from the DECLARE study, which takes into consideration many variables like prior heart failure, atrial fibrillation, coronary artery disease, or kidney disease, and then puts them into points, and then you can add up the points, and it gives about an 80% risk prediction for heart failure. Here, in this study, they applied this TIMI risk score for heart failure to the DECLARE study population. As you can see in orange is dapagliflozin versus placebo. So heart failure absolute risk reduction was actually determined by how high their risk was on their TIMI risk score. So if their risk was high or very high, the absolute risk reduction with an SGLT2 inhibitor was much higher as such as what this study shows. So that's good and done. But how about people with asymptomatic heart failure, right? People with diabetes, we know, have a lot of heart failure, which could be diastolic heart failure, or what we call as preserved ejection fraction heart failure. Even in early diabetes, that may be the case. And that may not be there as a overt or heart failure stage 1-2 heart failure, but just asymptomatic as such. So in this study, they found that people in early diabetes without cardiovascular disease history within first 5 years of diabetes, almost 2/3 or higher had some sort of a diastolic or systolic dysfunction of the left ventricle as such. So how do we predict that? We don't have an answer. I will just point out this consensus statement that came out last year from the ADA, which puts out that heart failure, the asymptomatic heart failure, maybe the biomarkers like NT-pro and pro-BNP may be a useful indicator, and maybe we should consider using them annually in people with type 2 diabetes as well to kind of predict this risk. But I think this is jumping the gun because we don't have data that this changes the outcome as such. So why are we doing extra tests for people is what is being asked as such. So we need to look at those strategies, this kind of strategy of biomarker use to see if this may be useful in clinical practice or not. And I don't think we should just apply this. We're ready to apply this in clinical practice as such. So in summary, what I've said is that diabetes is a ASCVD risk equivalent, but multiple factors impact this risk level. And hence, the ASCVD risk prediction in diabetes, is, though it's very important, it remains very imprecise and a work in development, much of it. And a lot of innovation, especially in terms of machine learning and artificial intelligence, needs to be put into place. Risk prediction in heart failure is even more at a naive level, a nascent level compared to ASCVD risk prediction, and it needs to evolve over time. So that's where I summarize. That's how I summarize this cardiovascular disease risk in people with type 2 diabetes. I hope that at the end of the day, within a few years or so, we will have the best risk prediction tools. You'll say, okay, this is the risk prediction for ASCVD, this is the risk prediction for heart failure in people with diabetes, and then we can individualize and tailor therapy and prevention of those risk factors to the person. Just like we know that the greatest of all time, Messi, won the World Cup and got the Golden Ball Award. Hopefully, we'll have a risk prediction engine that wins it all at the end as well. So thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Mike, do we have any question?
No, sir. And Harpreet sir has a recorded session, so he's also not.
Okay. So that was really a wonderful talk, and what a wonderful day it was. We had everything, especially the last session was amazing. And with this, we'll conclude today's sessions, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much again, everyone, for joining. Goodbye. Good night.